Stream elements. Artextric is now live. Streaming art, military day 3 anime art commission hashtag how to draw hashtag drawing hashtag art commission. Botrix official. Be a support hero today. By using commands like, support.
Thank you, JCG, for following.
Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it.
Sescape.
Okay, what's that? Now the hand. This. Well. Done. Okay, let's... Thank you guys, I do appreciate the likes. More likes, more likes. Thank you guys. For those who don't know what's going on, I'm doing a commission for a client. They want a military-based anime favor or something. So. Thank you guys for the likes, I appreciate it. Then after this, when this is done, I have to go do another commission.
And with Google Play Games, I can sync the game from my phone to my...
Thank you, Armando Pachko, for following.
Says hi.
Hello.
Thank you, Fabry, for sending 1x heart me.
If you guys like what you see, please follow and like. There'll be more like this later in the time. Hello, Ola. Hello, Sheen. Sean. Hello, Sean. Let me say Sheen. From YouTube Shorts. Hello, everyone. I hope everyone's having an awesome day for those who are here. I'm gonna put my finger up like this. My hand like this. Okay. But I don't think it'll be this straight. I think it'll kind of be curving. So what I'm gonna do, I'm going to fix the hand a little bit. Like this.
Says those lines are so clean.
Yep, they are. That's what the client paid for. Don't clean, they get clean. Okay, I think that's a good feeling. Cool drawing. Thank you, Tim. I do appreciate it.
Solutions to lower prices, rein in Washington's reckless spending, and unleash the Keystone State's energy potential. With Rob, we can finally build the future Pennsylvania families deserve. Vote Rob Bresnahan for...
Okay, so the hand. Okay, so the fingers will be showing like this. So like 1, 2.
Says hello.
Hello.
Says good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Okay.
Thank you, it's $1 for following.
Thank you.
Thank you, Takri, for following.
Sis, what's the original song of this?
It's from what do we call it? The Zom 100. It's an anime. They're just 8-bit openings of anime songs.
Says as the song of the D_ad.
Song of the Dead from Zom 10 from
Thank
Zom
you,
100.
Pine Tree, for following.
Okay, let's see. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Okay.
Thank you, Laser Potato, for following.
Says, is this the Oshinoko song?
Yes.
Thank you, Dollar, for following.
score big at the tourney, and your chips are crave-worthy.
Okay.
Sour. Sweet. Gone.
track is popping, and the snacks showstopper.
Oh my god, when they use these terms.
Pinterest. Take a magic carpet ride to buy a new carpet.
Says form of advertising.
Terrible.
Says FR. Even I've heard better X.
When they use the word poppin', oh my god. That's not the first time they use that term, too. That's very cringe.
Says they only pop up a bit if I bought stuff at a store, then they advertise what I bought.
Says moving on my phone, and what's funny is I was moving on my phone.
Wait.
Says the Leonard is so smooth, what app?
Clips do you paint?
Says it a JXARTX Clip Studio Paint.
Link in bio if you want to get it. And no, it's not free.
Says, have you ever used Photoshop on some of your drawings, Teach? Or not really?
Never have. Never ever have.
The best time to get a Reese's? Anytime. I'd also accept all the time.
Okay, there we go.
Thank you, the one who shall not be named for following.
Thank you for
This is Rob Bresnahan. Overturning Roe v. Wade led to this. Exactly what it should do.
I hate these fucking commercials.
Pinterest. Take a magic carpet ride to buy a new carpet.
Okay.
Thank you, Nezzles, for following.
Thank you.
I've had the free version of Grammarly, but upgrading to Grammarly Premium has been a game changer in my everyday work. The premium tone suggestions help ensure that your writing feels personalized and consistent with your voice and tone, matching the goal you're trying to achieve. Once you have your writing in place, you can organize your script using the premium feature, app actions to input GIFs, or easily linked Google Drive links to help you with your inspirations and create a mood board in one place.
Mono. I teach.
Hey, Mono, what's going on?
Nothing much. How are you?
I'm okay. Just trying to get this done in time. Staying super hyper focused right now.
Says for a second I thought I was listening to the old Sonic soundtrack live.
Oh.
So, I know we've been coming here for a while, trying to work on our
Communication issues.
Exactly.
But things have really changed between us.
Says yeah, I know. Hi, just say. It sounds
the
like
modern
it.
standard for texting the rest of his phones already use.
Which means no.
Mono. I love the line work.
Yeah. It's alright. Be better, but... Okay, now let's move this, turn this.
Lavender underscore the underscore TV underscore queen. Heath.
Hello, Lavender, what's going on? really hate the opening music. Especially the second one for the second
This 8-bit music sounds really calming.
I really hate this song from Mushu Tensei. I don't know why the songs are just so sappy as shit, and it makes me mad because, like, if you watch season 2, the song does not fit the tone of that video. Or just with the fighting and shit. I'm like, bro, what the fuck? It's just so sappy. I'm like, bro, what the fuck is this? Like, the show is trying to present itself as a strange slice of life in season 2. I'm like, what the hell is this? Shit was making me so angry.
Season 2 of what now?
Mushu Tensei. Like, I like the world building and everything, but the song shit, that shit was making me mad. I'm like, bro, what the hell? Like, I just like the original opening where it just opens with the title and that's it. That felt much better. It felt more of a better tone than the fucking music that they played for the opening. Shit's ass.
Thank you, Gabrielle Sprinkle, for following.
Says FR, I like the anime if the music matches the theme and energy of the anime itself.
Yeah.
Says Black Rover.
It just makes me sad. Black Rover from the anime called Black Clover.
Says that gosh Black Rover.
It's called Black Rover from the anime Black Clover.
Says there is an anime called Black Butler, but I never could get into it.
I don't think it's all that impressive.
You worked hard. Now you're hurt on the job. Your paychecks have stopped.
But the girlfriend keeps insisting us to watch it because she wants to see it. So unfortunately. I'm using this thing called Techfinity that I'm paying for. There's a free version, but I don't think it reads out stuff. Oh no, it has. I think it does, but there's some type of restriction for that. You have to get the pro version, which I have.
Just seems like one of the animes that girls obsess over.
Yep. I think
Says fancy pants.
for all for the wrong reasons, I think.
Says, I think you gotta pay for it or something for it to read comments if you got the free one.
Yep.
Says it's not really free if you have to pay for it.
No, there's a free version of it, but it's not. You get major.
Establish your hand styles.
You mean drawing hands, or you mean just?
Says yes.
I guess for a good while, but like. That's just a mix of like constantly what's the word? Avoiding it and let's see. What's the word?
Says, do you reference still?
Yes. If I don't know how to draw something, it'll most cases, but if I know how, I don't really need it.
Says a jolly ANC or 3-5 Grixes and the viewer has to pay to be heard.
What do you call it? Procrastination. That was a procrastination. If I didn't procrastinate, I probably would have joined hands a long time ago. But I avoided it because it was not fun to do. So I sat down one day, forced myself to do it, and then I did it again and again and again, and then I finally did it by doing the 100 hand challenge, by drawing 100 hands.
Says Sam, I hate it, but I want to get more into doing animation.
Honestly, if you want to get into animation, I think, as a job, or like, because you're better off doing it independently. I do not think, I would suggest for anyone who's trying to get into animation
I was at work when I heard
as a job, you should do it independently. I don't think you should try to get into like...
Says just independent with my character.
I think that's the best outcome for anyone. I think that's the best outcome for most people, to be honest. Given how the animation industry is literally on fire alongside the tech industry, but and it's gonna take I think a good while for them to recover. And honestly, the constant bullshit I hear that goes on in the animation industry is kind of wild, and you're better off just doing your own independent thing, or building a team of people you trust. I think that's best, instead of trying to get into the industry with people who are like Hollywood, because they're usually crazy, or they're sickos or weirdos, or I don't like to use the term gatekeeping, because I think that's actually necessary to a certain degree, but they have a clique problem where if you don't agree with certain ideologies, you are blacklisted. So I wouldn't fuck with these people. I would just literally do my own thing, work hard, suffer through the whole bullshit, and most likely you get success if you stay consistent, post your shit on YouTube or TikTok. I think the best way for most animators to really be seen is, instead of going all out trying to make like a full-fledged show or story or whatever the fuck, I think the best thing to do is make shorts. That is better because people will be familiarized with your work. The algorithm will do the work for you, whether on YouTube Shorts. I think that's the best way. Just make like 10 seconds to 30-second animations of silly stuff or sounds or whatever the hell. I think that's the best way to make the most money, or at least to get seen. I think that's the best option for anyone.
Says that's exactly what I want to do. I don't pay attention to the industry mess.
I will avoid it completely. Those fuckers are crazy. Hollywood people in the industry is usually crazy, and they have a lot of
Roses and roses, baby.
They have a lot of woke ideology that is very
Thank
damaging.
you, Steve R, for sending 1x rose.
And unreasonable at best. And if you say the wrong thing, even if it makes total sense, they will blacklist the shit out of you. So like, I would just avoid going. I know you already said you're not going to Hollywood, so that's great, but I'm just saying to anyone who's listening now, I would not want to be a Hollywood animator at all. Whether for Cartoon Network, which is pretty much dead, or Disney, or any of these people. These people are crazy. Given the horror stories I've heard through people I know, and also from videos that we hear from like Clownfish TV and up. It is a horrific thing to deal with. So I would suggest anyone, if you want to be an animator, do it your own way. Don't do it the Hollywood way, because you're just gonna end up burning your ass out. And I wouldn't even want to go to Netflix, and that's funny because Netflix is the only, like, I wouldn't say the best animation place, but right now it's the only ones that's still lasting in the streaming wars. Which we all know that Netflix is gonna win, or already has won the streaming wars, and Disney is just kind of like limping at this point, and Paramount and all these different streaming services.
Lavender _the _TV _queen. Hey, how are you doing?
Hey, hon. I'm doing well. Just finishing up this.
Says, what you doing?
Finishing up this.
Vonrix official. Be a support hero today.
This what do you call it?
By
This
using
commission.
commands
Can't
like
talk. My God,
support.
what the fuck? Finishing up this commission for my client, so. Pretty good.
Nightman. Be a support hero today. By using
Says
commands
it's so
like
clean, happy
/donation and /cash app.
It'll be cleaner after this. I'm trying to make it as good as possible. And the thing is, it's not even wokeism that I have the actual issue with. I have the issue with the problem.
_TV _queen. Squid 1, Squid 2, Squid 3, Squid 2, Squid 4.
I don't have a problem with the no, I do have the problem with the woke problem, but it's not even that anymore. It's like it's just that the Marxist thing, and then also the issue is that when you walk down this ideology, you constantly have to prove to the cult that you're always a virtuous person. Not saying being virtuous is bad. I'm saying like you can never live. It's like you never can be good enough.
Be a support hero today.
You're never good
By
enough
using
for the
commands
cult.
like
That's what it is.
/donation and /cash app.
You gotta always prove that you're part of the part of the cause all the
Says,
fucking
what are you
time.
using to draw on like that? Doesn't look like Procreate.
Nope, I don't use Procreate. I think Procreate is kind of training wheels for users. I'm not saying that's technically a bad thing, but I don't think it's necessarily good. I use Clip Studio Paint.
Thank you for following.
I would recommend Photoshop, but now Photoshop's on that fucking AI shit, so I'm not even gonna say anything about Photoshop, honestly.
Says that's all I have. Is it on Apple Store?
I understand. I think it's a one. I think if I remember right, Procreate is a one and done buy, right? Isn't it's not a subscription thing, right?
Elmo is fighting to make sure working people have the tools to build and afford the lives we want.
Says yes, one and done, but
It's Reese's.
says bye.
I wish.
Says, well, what they think is Vert _was.
Okay, good. Oh, well, what they think is virtuous is, and that's scary to me. Because no matter, it doesn't matter if you're like white, black, Asian, it doesn't matter. Once you don't follow the constant changing of the flavor of the month type virtuous morals, you're going to be excommunicated almost instantly. So what was okay last month could be problematic tomorrow, and then as soon as they caught you doing that problematic, that thing that was not problematic a month or two ago or even a year ago, now you're excommunicated and there's nothing you can do. Even if you prove to them, oh, I'm for the cause now. No, it doesn't matter. It does not matter. As soon as they feel like you're not good enough in the sense of or worth of getting rid of,
Thank you,
they
the
don't
Mighty
care.
Flex, for following.
They do not care. That's why these people run in your Twitter.
I think Ibis is pretty good. It has all that Procreate does, plus some. Except the paste brushes.
Oh. That's why they run in your Twitter or your social media and be looking for anything that you said like 30, 20, 15, 10, 9, 6, 7, 8, 9 months ago or years ago. They did that to Kevin Hart. They did it to several people. Celebrities, voice actors, animators, you name it. Anyone you could probably think of. And I think that's stupid. Because what I believed 10 years ago may not be the same 10 years later. Your ideology might change, or the way you look at life might change. And usually they'll be like going after people who said something when they was like a teenager or some shit. That shit's lame. So I don't fuck with that whole woke shit.
Says I always feel like it's what's holding me back from getting any tractions compared to other artists.
I always feel. Wait, let me see. Said I think it's pretty good with Olive. It's not bad. I'm not saying that Procreate's bad. I just feel like it has training wheels for some odd reason. I can't really say what the training wheels are, but it just feels that way when I look at it when it's being used. But I'm not saying it's a bad it's not a bad program to use for artwork, whatever. Because you're still drawing it. It's just like something about the program
Lavender
itself.
underscore the underscore TV underscore queen. Power up L, power up R.
Let's see. Hey, Lavender. You having a good day, hon? You okay?
Cookie Run Tower of Adventures is officially available on both mobile and PC with Google Play Games.
Lavender underscore the underscore TV underscore queen. Yeah, I have been busy.
I see.
Download and play with Google Play Games.
What have you been up to? What's been keeping you so busy?
My husband's car was found in an area with a lot of bear activity. Honey.
This commercial is so stupid, it's beyond anything.
Lavender underscore the underscore TV underscore queen. Schoolwork drawing reptile shows more work.
Work drawing reptile shows more work? You've been drawing reptiles? I'm thinking.
Lavender underscore the underscore TV underscore queen. Lol, no, I've been drawing and been to reptile shows.
Reptile shows? What the hell is that? It's like a convention for reptiles? Or is that a furry thing?
Lavender underscore the underscore TV underscore queen. Yes, where you sell and buy reptile.
Oh. Okay. I know, I think if I remember right, you have a snake, right?
Lavender underscore the underscore TV underscore queen. I have 2 snakes.
Aw. Oh, snakies. Snakes. Little snakes. I drew this hand really weird, but I'm gonna run with it anyway, because I don't think anyone's gonna give a shit.
Underscore queen. You wanna see pictures?
You can send it to me on Instagram if you like.
Thank you, Yo Gay, for following.
Lavender underscore the underscore TV underscore queen. Okay.
Says it's Artextric no.
Listening to you while playing Minecraft is more calming than I thought.
What's up, Terry? What are you saying no for?
When the sawdust settles and the engine roars, the thing you care about.
Lavender underscore the underscore TV underscore queen. Okay, I sent them.
Feels different.
Okay, I'll look at them in a
Whatever
bit.
you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Okay, now I think it's time for me to line art this. I don't think I have to do that
Lavender
all extra
underscore the
stuff.
underscore TV underscore queen. I also drew a logo for my mom.
Aw. Oh, that's so cute. Okay, let's go. Drew a logo, and what that logo is about, please tell me. What is that logo for?
Lavender underscore the underscore TV underscore queen. She's the one I go with to the reptile shows. She sells snakes.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay, you sell snakes. Aw. Okay. Snakes. Selling
Lavender underscore the underscore TV underscore queen. Yeah, that's what the logo is for.
Okay.
Artextric official. Be a support hero today.
Sounds awesome.
By using commands like support.
Oh fuck, I never responded back to JR, I just realized.
Lavender underscore the underscore TV underscore
Clips do you
queen.
paint?
Gooder reptiles and stuff. Lavender underscore the underscore TV underscore queen. That's her logo. Artextric official. Be a support hero today. By using commands like /donation and /cash
Okay, I'll look
app.
at it in a second, just give me a second here.
Says can you write the app on the chat?
Clips do you paint is literally my bio. It's in the link tray. Hopefully you can see it.
Lavender underscore the underscore TV underscore queen. I did too, I sent them to you.
Okay, I'll give him a look.
Says at Bunny Taylor 10 Clip Studio Paint.
Pinterest. Take a magic carpet ride to buy a new carpet. Enemies in Rome are dangerous.
Shoot them, you can fight.
Kill or be killed.
That's nice drawing, BTW.
Wait a minute, why don't you just think of it now? Hold on. I just realized something. All the fights that Ichigo always had between every opponent he came across, did he ever kill any one of them? Or he just hurts them really, really badly?
Sis, I don't remember.
I always wondered that. Cause I kind of noticed that a lot in a lot of shonen as of late. Like, when I think of it now, I don't think of a certain person that Naruto even killed anyway. He just hurts them really, really badly. Same thing with, I guess, Natsu? I can't think. The only actual shonen protagonist I can think of that actually, like, off someone.
Thank you, Sally Face, for following.
Was most of the Z fighters, from Gohan to Goku to Vegeta. Because I kind of noticed that when they write shonen protagonists, they just kind of have like an overpowered power or something. They never really kill. They just kind of like really hurt you bad. Kind of like in One Piece, where I thought as a kid growing up when Luffy defeated the current bad guy in the arc, he technically killed them by beating them very
Lavender
badly.
_the_TV_queen.
To the realization that
I
he never
remember
did.
when my user was Sally Face forever.
Sally Face. Oh, I remember that. I remember that name. Oh, that was a long time ago. I think that was like around the time you started really watching my stuff. Yeah, like I can't think, like, I came to realize that Luffy doesn't ever kill anyone. I think the closest thing to a kill was probably,
Says Giorgio definitely does.
Okay. Okay, so okay. No, I think you're right. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're definitely right on that one. Cause like, I think the closest thing to a kill for Luffy is pretty much Kaido to a certain degree. But they say that Kaido's not actually dead, but then again, it's like, it's weird. It's a weird thing. I don't know why Oda just, I don't know, it's weird. I guess so.
Says that's how you keep a story alive.
By not killing any of the bad guys? Well, that's kind of counterintuitive to a certain degree in my book. You know, I don't know, it's weird. I didn't even think of it till like literally right now. Most of them do not kill. Which is weird. I understand it, but it's like kind of weird if you really think about it.
Says Kagurabaki does.
Kagurabaki. Oh, yes, that... No, I believe you on that one. Yes, you're right. I'm talking about the old ones, but, like, I get what you're saying. Like, the old shown protagonists from the past. Most of them, I just realized, don't really kill. But you did bring up, JoJo, so that does make sense.
Says, well, it is a mafia manga.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a revenge story. Oh wait, no, that's a lie. I'm lying. Fucking Demon Slayer has. I'm stupid. I didn't even think of that. I didn't even think of like Demon Slayer right now. Yeah, Demon Slayer. Yeah. Tanjiro's actually killed his or at least assist in killing his
Says, oh yeah.
His enemies. Huh. You know, that's funny. Like, that's the same thing how I feel about Kingdom Hearts to a certain degree, because if you actually watch, if you, like, know the whole story of Kingdom Hearts, in chronological order or not a lot of people die. I think only one legitimate person has actually died.
I love Kingdom Hearts.
I think, yeah, like one legitimate or two legitimate people have actually passed away in that game. Of everyone that you come across, only like literally two technically dies. And that's like what? Xehanort and his friend. I forgot his name. The one that he played chess with. I forgot his name. Those two legitimately are the only
Says
two
they
that's
kept switching up the characters, which took me a bit to get used to.
Yeah, which is annoying. I don't know, like, okay, I understand the whole, like, nobody thing and stuff like that, but, and I think that what really confuses a lot of people with Kingdom Hearts is the Ventus and the, Roxas thing. I think that really...
Says, I think they did it to show the backstory on each of the characters. Could be wrong, though.
No, they did, but, like, when you realize, like, no one actually technically dies out of all the shit that happens in Kingdom Hearts. Well, with the current characters. I don't know, I'm not too familiar with the whole backstory of the whole, like, Keyblade War thing. I'm not too familiar with that. And since it's a war, some people had to somewhat perish, I guess, to a certain degree. But they're not, like, characters that we know. So, I'm not too familiar with that storyline at all. That. I just know
Says,
about...
didn't they reveal the story of the Keyblade in the first Kingdom Hearts, though?
Yeah, pretty much. I think so, pretty much. I think so. Yeah.
Says Zero Ichi.
Yep.
Says it's a fun game. Very clever to include the Disney characters in the game, too.
Okay, guys, I'll be right. BRB. I have to go do something real quick. I forgot to go. Oh. I'll be right back. Hold on. I'll be right back.
Says okay.
beginning of the school year. Everybody who cares about kids knows how important it is to connect. We're all part of Team Kid, and we're all asking the same question. What's wrong with these guys? Trump and Vance want to destroy public schools. Vance called school shootings, and I quote, a fact of life. They just seem out of touch. You don't need to have children of your own to care about kids. I'm Randy Weingarten. I'm the president of AFT. We're going to win this election because what unifies us is far more important than what divides us.
Oh, sorry.
No worries.
Oopsies. You go.
No, there you go.
Oh.
Go for the handful.
Says your PFP is all might.
Says if you're kinda low.
Says, oh, that's cute.
There you Finn, the following.
Says, he'll be back. Says okie dokie. Communication is an essential part of my job. That's why I use Grammarly, an AI partner trusted by millions of professionals. It helps me improve my writing in real time on almost any platform I use. Now, with their premium tone suggestions, I can not only evaluate but fully adjust my tone to ensure that I always come across as intended, whether it's too friendly, formal, or not confident enough. And with app actions, I can use some of my favorite apps directly from Grammarly, like to add an image from Unsplash, upload a Google Drive file, or even use Calendly to schedule time with my clients. No more switching tabs and losing my focus.
Isn't it absolutely bonkers that you can walk into a store, hand someone a piece of plastic, and they will willingly hand over Reese's cups? Forget flying cars. This is it. We're at the pinnacle. And meet Reese's distant but delicious cousins.
Oh, it's that song. Oop. That song. Oh, I actually want to hear that sounds. Wait, go back. I actually do like that song. Okay, I'm back, guys. Alright. Let's get back to work. Back to work we go. I hope you remember me. Why do people constantly ask me that? I don't know why people ask me if I remember them. Like, my opinion don't matter. Okay, let me see. Yeah, it's too aggressive. The song's a lot more softer, but whatever.
Mono. But do you remember me?
Yeah, I remember the Gunther for life. But... oh. I wanted to do
Kamala
this.
Harris's economic plan
I
would
might
lower the cost of everyday expenses like rent and healthcare.
I
To
might
crack
do
down
something
on
about
corporate
this
price
whole, like,
gouging that drives up costs. Kamala's fighting to make sure
how can I explain this?
people have the tools to build
I don't know, I gotta figure out a way to make up to the people who wanted to do the sweepstakes thing. That really got pushed on the wayside, but I have to think something out for that. I don't know why this circle thing is here.
JR. Hey.
Hey man, I never got to respond to your message yet. I'm sorry about that. I'm just trying to get this thing done and make it look perfect as possible for the client. I will answer your question or whatever you said to me last. Sorry about that. I just swamped with a lot of freelance work lately. Actually, really wanted to know what you said, so I need to get around to that.
JR. To be honest, I forgot until you mentioned it.
Yeah. I'll get around to it though. Okay, there you go. Okay. Alright. I got the hand done. Okay. Let's see how this looks. There you go. Okay. Now what we're gonna do .
JR. I got a story for ya.
Huh? Yeah. What's the story about?
JR. My water stopped working. But I live on a well. So I went to investigate. Botrix official. Be a support hero today. By using commands
Says
like
they just said Kingdom
/ donation
Hearts
and
23rd
/ cash app.
Oh, there's a. Yeah, you went to the well, and then what happened? And then just to be clear, yeah, Tetsuya Nomura is thinking of retiring, so I'm pretty sure once he's gone, they're going to, I don't know. Let's see.
JR. Pump is reading 0 pressure. I called the company, and they were gonna charge me a lot of money to come out and look at it. So I said F it, I'll mess with it myself.
What else happened? They want him gone.
Hello?
JR. I removed the cover for the capacitors, and saw a plant was wrapped around them. I pulled it out, and because of the hurricane the ground was soggy, so I slipped and caught myself. But...
Wait, hold on, he said. I removed the cover from the captors and saw a plant was wrapped around them. I pulled it out, and then because of the hurricane, the ground was soggy, so I slipped and caught myself, but, I didn't like break a leg or something.
JR. I caught myself on the capacitors. Electrocuted me. This completed a circuit using my body, and restarted the water. JR. Pump asterisk.
Wait, you can... Oh god, now you're gonna make me laugh. The fuck? That's gonna make me laugh. Fuck.
Says Yoch. Hope you're okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's fine. That's why he's texting, but like, Jesus Christ.
JR. So much. But saved hundreds of dollars.
It is what it's
True. I guess you're right. You did save money, but like, Jesus. But at what cost? Does that mean next time you have to do it all again, you gotta slip and execute? I hope not. You gotta get hurt again just for it to work again? That's gonna suck.
2 years ago when I was first grade in high school, one of my classmates stuck scissors into the outlet.
What?
My heart feels weird, to be honest. It's not like hurting or anything, it just feels like I got a spike of adrenaline and it won't go away.
Are you sure you don't wanna like go to the doctors?
Says Rolly you just got shot.
In a weird way, you're lucky that you're alive, because...
No, something was probably tripped, and I reset it by jolting the system.
Well... Hey, Ari. I don't know, like... I'm glad that you're fine, and I'm glad that you got the thing restarted, but I don't know, that
Hi, Aaron.
No one gives a fuck about Xenoverse. Like, let's just call for it. Like,
Elo teach Elo mono.
let's just be honest. Xenoverse the game is a giant cope. Dragon Ball Xenoverse is a fucking cope now. At this point, Xenoverse was supposed to be the Budokai Tenkaichi successor, but it never was. It just really wasn't. It was just a placeholder till Budokai came back. And once it came back, I just saw a trailer saying a new DLC.
My dad said he knew a friend of his who was out fishing in a rainstorm, and according to the story he got struck by lightning, but he lived.
It's possible to live from getting struck by lightning, but it's very rare though. And I'm looking at, like, I saw the DLC for, like, Dragon Ball Xenoverse. Yeah, it's actually possible. For Xenoverse, and Jesus Christ, I'm looking at, I'm like, bro, don't you know that the Sparking Zero is coming out literally next month? I think either the end of this month or next month or somewhere there. No one's gonna be playing no Xenoverse. Let's just call it for what it is. No one's playing Xenoverse. I never even liked Xenoverse, even having it. Like, that shit was fucking lame anyway. Like, I'd rather play Dragon Ball FighterZ before I'd play fucking...
Says next month.
Yeah, next month. So, like, no one's gonna be playing fucking Xenoverse. They just dropped the new DLC trailer for, like, Xenoverse 2. I'm like, bro, no. No one's playing that. You wasted your time in posting that. What the fuck? Who's gonna be playing that?
Hello?
Hard cope. Hard cope. No one's playing that shit. Fuck. I thought people stopped playing Xenoverse a long time ago, too.
When I was 7, I stuck a knife into a toaster just to see what would happen.
Jesus Christ.
Says depends on who likes the game, I guess.
As soon as whatchamacallit drops, that player base is going to dwindle almost instantly. I'm telling you. Everyone's gonna be playing Budokai. What do you call it? Fucking Sparking Zero. No one's gonna be playing that. No one's gonna be playing that.
JR. Fried the toaster and my dad was pissed.
I would have been pissed too. It was pretty much just like almost taking your life for like no reason. Okay, so I think what we're gonna do, I'm actually near done with this, and then after this, like, I guess straight to Ari's drawing because she paid for the thing. So I'm near done with this. Actually near done. I thought it was gonna be near done yesterday, or at least the day before, but apparently that was not the case. But we are near done. Actually, I'll just make this thing.
Hello?
Okay. And colors.
Mono. I drank wood cleaner when I was around 10. Not a lot, like a sip or two, because I thought it was juice.
Juice. Okay, guys. Sadly, today was whatever event we were supposed to do today has been extremely pushed back. I'm sorry for that for those who cared about the event, but sadly, this is actually more important than the event. Sorry to say. So we're gonna just do some reactions. Some simple reactions, since today's technically a normal non-Halloween thing, because we're not really doing anything Halloween-y.
Says maybe I dropped the uni at a bad timing.
No, you didn't, because as soon as this is done, I'm going straight to that next. I think today we were supposed to play, video games, but because of work, I have to get these done. I don't want to have them lingering, because you don't want the client waiting. So what I'll do is...
I'm digging this character design though. Silver Comet. What event?
it was the Halloween event, but since that got pushed back because I have work to do, it kind of suffered to a certain degree, I'm not gonna lie. I may have to do something to make up for that, but not right now. I can't think of anything right now. Okay, so what I'm gonna do...
Says hard work equals cash.
Ironica.
So it's a win-win. If you think
No,
about
it was
that
mystery
way.
event.
Oh, mystery event.
Silver
That was
Comet.
it.
Nice design.
Thank you, but I don't think these colors will be final at all. They're just kind of placeholders at this moment, just to make sure everything's separated. But we'll see. So what we're gonna do some normal reactions because I need content for normal stuff. I'll throw some Halloween stuff in here and there if possible, just to at least have some form of content or so. Don't want to.
Says the character, in my opinion, is giving me peach vibes.
You're looking at the hair, and the blue eyes. So yeah, we're going to do some reactions. So if you guys care about that at all, come over here on YouTube. We got a few anti-woke stuff here, and then we're gonna do some scary stuff, scary reactions.
Well, we're on LOL.
So come over here if you guys care about that. If you don't, you can stay where you are. But to be clear, for you to watch the stream on the reactions, you have to come to YouTube. A lot of people keep getting confused on what I mean by this, because I think they run into the YouTube shorts and they don't see anything. So you have to come, type YouTube, my name on the YouTube search, and you'll see the one with no thumbnail. That's the one that we're reacting to. The one with the thumbnail is the YouTube shorts. So if you want to see what we're reacting to based on what's going on in the game industry or entertainment industry, let's just say it that way, come over here. But if you don't care about that, stay where you are. Alright. I'm gonna do this now while I do the coloring process now. This should not be that long since everything is separated and I made sure everything was good at this point. So alright, so for those of you who are here, hold on, let me put in the background music. Remember, I think this is an easier way for you guys to actually see the videos. Like, does this look like a better version for you guys to watch the videos, or do you wish it was bigger? I would like to get your feedback on it, because since I changed the Halloween layout, I'm not too sure if you guys like this layout that I made that actually has the TV box over my head. I'm not sure if you guys like it or not, or it's not big enough. Maybe it's too small. I don't know. So you guys gotta kind of let me know. Let me know if you like it or not. Need the feedback, because what I think it may be good may not be as good as I probably think. So let me see. Yeah, I think that's fine. Alright, so we're gonna start from top to bottom. No, bottom to top, I think.
Silver Comet.
No, top to bottom, forget it.
You want our feedback on the video?
Not the video, but the layout.
I think it's fine, but keep in mind the bigger it gets, the closer you get to someone trying to strike your channel.
That's why I made it small. That's why I didn't want
I like
to.
this more.
Yeah, that's why I kept it relatively small, because I feel like
Silver
if it was
Comet.
bigger, that's where the problem would come in. So yeah, I think that was something that was very concerning. But I know that sometimes it's kind of hard to see for some, I think. But I'll try to make it slightly more bigger if possible. But I'm not gonna make it like screen big, because like what JR said, you actually just up your chances of getting striked. Visual strike or even audio strike, depending on what happens, but usually a visual strike. But if it's like small, that's considered transformative, because it's kind of like you're manipulating the video to look a certain way that doesn't really fall under the strike of not using using fair use in a bad way. You're actually using it in the good way by making it small giving your opinion, stopping it, pausing it, you know, manipulating it, stuff. So that gives fair use. But anyway, it has to be transformative, whatever the case may be. So, okay, guys. So today we're listening to John De La Rose. For those of you who remember who he is that science or sci-fi writer who wants to take down Marvel and DC and even Disney because these people are too woke, and he wants to bring normalcy back to a certain degree, or even high degree. And I understand where he's coming from because the stuff that they produce is shit, whether it be the gaming industry, comic book industry, blah blah blah. And this is why manga is kicking, or the East is kicking our ass, or so. But anyway, this is not about the thing. I'm just giving you guys an understanding who John De La Rose is. But it says here, Melissa McConaughey, I think that's her name, Melissa McConaughey, that crazy lady, total meltdown with threats of lawsuit against Smash JT. I don't know what this woman's problem is with Smash JT per se.
JR. He wants to bring balance to the force.
Yes. He wants to bring balance to the force. But I don't know what's her literal issue with this man. She seems to only come after JT the most. Smash JT the most. I don't know what's the issue, because he seems pretty harmless, and he seems quite like normal. Like, he seems really normal to the point of his criticisms. Very, you know. Yeah, maybe it's too much raw thing, because last time she called this man's wife at her job, I think, and she tried to take down his website. It got taken down for like 24 hours and got right back up. Now she's threatening of a lawsuit. Don't know what that's about. So we're going to see what happens here. So let's do it. If you like this, please give a like and follow. For those who don't know, these segments will be snipped out and be put as a video for people to watch, to see the snippets, so they don't have to actually sit through the stream. But if you want to give your opinion based on what's happening in the stream and get read out, you have to come over here and give your opinion. Now, I understand that some people may have different ideologies or feelings or whatever the case may be based on what we show here, and that's fine. That's okay. All opinions are open, even if you're wrong. But then again, we're not cowards, and we're not going to let you just like block you just because you have a very shit take. Even I have shit takes, but like, you know, it happens. But I'm not going to block you because I don't think that makes sense. That's what, you know, free speech is. But if you're an idiot and you say crazy stuff and you're not really backing it with any evidence or thing, then I'm not going to block you, but we're not going to take you too seriously till
JR.
you have some form of evidence.
That fine. Debate me. JR. LOL.
So let's go with it. Let go.
Suit number 2 from Alyssa Mercante now. She's going at Smash JT, the YouTuber who just calls out Kotaku over their woke nonsense. This is wild. I've never seen anything like this. And it seems like it's a desperation play based on some of the stuff I've seen lately from her. You know, wokeness doesn't pay, and we all know this. We all know the consequences of what happens there. And she's just made her bed by attacking people relentlessly on her Twitter for just standing up for gamers, standing against the mainstream media. And this should get wild. My name's John De La Rose, everybody, and I would like you to check out my graphic novel. It's called The Hidden Emperor, and I've got it on backer kit right now. I make science fiction comic books. This is a great Star Wars replacement, Warhammer 40K. If you are into science fiction and fun, grab this. We had a huge success on the Kickstarter, and it's still available for a couple more weeks while I get everything ready for print. It's in the description below. And please hit the like and subscribe button. Join us here as we talk about all things in video game culture, pop culture, science fiction, fantasy, and more. Thank you so much, guys, for letting us make a career out of comics. It's so awesome. Really appreciate you for being there. So, Alyssa Mercante, senior editor at Kotaku, sent YouTuber Smash JT a cease and desist letter alleging he defamed and harassed her. Oh, no. In a YouTube upload, he announced Alyssa Mercante has now sent an official cease and desist from her lawyer.
I press X to doubt.
About how I need to apologize for things I've said to her because they're defamatory in nature, which is interesting because everything I said has been in response to and using what she said to form my opinion. I'll explain why I feel that way about her. From there, he addressed Mercante's lawyer, Lane Haygood, who sent the letter. This guy struck me as everything an ambulance chaser lawyer would be. That would take literally any case, and anyone brought him as long as he thought, hey, maybe I can make a buck or two off this. So, sure, I'll throw a letter out there. What could hurt? He'll send some scares to him. We'll make him admit the guilt that he's not guilty of, and then maybe we can use that against him to push even further and try to get more. Then addressing Mercante, he said it, and something Alyssa clearly hasn't learned yet is her words and things she says can be, and will be used against her in a court of law, and she doesn't want to go down this road. From there, he shared the letter that Haygood sent to him, which we can take a look at here. And here's the letter in full from Smash JT. Wonderful YouTuber, too. If you don't subscribe to him, he's definitely somebody who's worth it. He does quite a bit.
Isn't the name Mercante a certain Hispanic name? Isn't that a South American name?
Did good work. He says, we write you today as counsel for Alyssa Mercante. You have made unlawfully harassed.
That's just like how if you go to Sweet Baby Inc. LinkedIn page, they have them talking about a right-wing harassment campaign against them, when in reality they were the ones that started harassing.
Yep.
And or defamatory statements about Alyssa, we are writing to request that you retract them and publish an apology, the language of which we will suggest to you before we pursue other legal avenues against you. So he says the statements ones, you tweeted horrification. What's that? Like, what does Alyssa Mercante as sucking D in her off time for money? Then you repeated the claim, tweeting, how do I put this in a way you'd grasp? The amico was about as much fun as sucking 20 Ds in a row instead of being paid.
Yes, Mercante. I think, yeah, something. Maybe Portuguese? Brazilian?
For it, I paid $10K to do it. In response to one of her tweets.
Maybe Peruvian?
Then published the video on April 4th. Alyssa Mercante has since come forward stating she used to be a sex worker. And of course, as much as she doth protest here, my friends, if you want to see the tweet where this actually happened, we have it for you. And here it is. How did you get into the gaming industry? Oh
shit!
There it is.
She didn't really say that, did she?
Not defamatory at all. It seems like this came from her Twitter exactly.
Oh shit!
And definitely follow us over on Twitter too.
Did she really say that?
Interact with some of you guys over there. I appreciate you for being there.
And
so there it is. You repeated the statement on your website. They said, Jeff, those statements are factually false. You knew they were false when you made them. She has never come forward stating she has engaged in the oops! I just showed that. There's a gulf between solo nude modeling and engaging in sexual acts for money, a gulf you were aware of when you made those statements. Okay. I mean, when you're talking about OnlyFans and things like that, it's pretty normal to refer to them in certain ways. And of course, when you're doing that kind of thing, that's what you're doing. You are selling yourself. It doesn't matter whether it was exactly a penetrative act under the law or what. I mean, these people.
Hi.
So
JR.
She
clearly Kamala is her role model.
Yes, it must be.
So she lied about her job just to get attention? Sheesh face with rolling eyes, how low can she get?
I don't know if she lied, but she's kind of telling the truth. Maybe she's telling somewhat the truth here. You know, letting her demons out. It says this. She said, how did you get... Someone asked... Magnus Sanford asked Mercante, how did you get into the gaming industry? And that's her response right up there, as you can see. I can't say it on streams, that's why. I can't say it, but like, you can see it. I think you guys can see it. Hopefully you can see it. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Industry. The tweet where this actually happened, we have it for you. Here it is. How did you get into the gaming industry?
We only have one girl
there
at
it
my
is.
job.
Not very defamatory at all. It seems like this came from her Twitter exactly. And definitely follow us over on Twitter too. I'd love to interact with some of you guys over there. I appreciate you for being there. And so there it is. You repeated the statement on your website. They said,
Silver comment.
Jeff, those statements are factually false.
so
you
she
knew they
used
were
her
false when you
talents.
made them. She
Yeah.
has never come
JR.
forward stating she is
But
engaged in
that's
the con.
generally how
Oh,
most tech
okay.
is.
Oops, I just showed that.
At high
There's a gulf between
MYSSSSSS.
solo nude modeling and
Do you
engaging in
remember me
sexual
from
acts for
yesterday?
money. A gulf you were aware
yeah.
of when you made those statements. Okay.
Why do people constantly ask
I
you that?
you know, I mean, when you're talking about OnlyFans and things like that, it's pretty normal to refer to them in certain ways. And of course, when you're doing that kind of thing, that's what you're doing. You are selling yourself. It doesn't matter whether it was exactly a penetrative act under the law or whatnot. I mean, these people are insane. Obviously, they're all disgusting. And so it says you have a financial motivation to continue to defame Alyssa. Since you made the statement, the average number of views on YouTube has gone from 1 or 2,000 to tens or even hundreds of thousands of views each. Oh my gosh. Courts have found that where a defendant has profited off of this, they're punitive damages. So here we go. In addition to this, your continual posting about Alyssa, particularly in conjunction with your campaign to end Kotaku, constitutes knowing and willful course of conduct directed at a specific person that harasses the person
JR.
and serves no legitimate
He's trying to so hard not to call her a
purpose. Therefore, constitutes harassment under Section 32 of the California Code of Penal Civil
at
Procedure,
JR-2
as well as
easy.
stalking under
Blacklisted
California
spam
Penal
warning.
Code. In the past 6 months, you have published 50 videos, including one ironically titled Alyssa Mercante is Obsessed with Me, which she is obsessed with him, by the way. She's done very weird things. You want to talk about stalking and harassment. Let's go back to the lore on this a little bit, my friends.
Them
Alyssa
asking you
Mercante,
that is
actually,
just like
because
the Melee gathering where
of Smash
random lady
GT's
says she
journalism
was
talking about
changing you when you were
Kotaku,
little. Like, I
actually
don't know you, lady.
messaged his wife
Yeah,
on
it's
Facebook
like-
and actually tried to get her to divorce him. You want to talk
It's kinda
about
funny.
personal harassment? Smash JT's never done anything like that. Him posting about her public posts on Kotaku and about her fake journalism and her just failure to actually just uphold standards of any kind of ethics within that journalism is not remotely the same thing as going and contacting somebody's family and messing with them like that. What Alyssa Mercante has attempted to do to Smash JT is, in my opinion, life ruination. And that
By
is something
Gossam
that,
Ra.
of course, shouldn't be done
Yo.
over the internet. That is stalking
Yeah,
and
bro.
harassment, and that is somebody being obsessed with somebody else. Alyssa Mercante has done a lot of things like this. It's not just Smash JT either. I mean, we've seen her obsession with Vera Dark as well. Vera Dark was messaged on July 4th, like this is a day everybody's out partying with their families, not Alyssa, and got weird threats from Alyssa about things as well. On top of this, she went out to a video game convention and urged gamers to fight
Silver
her.
comment.
I mean, she is...
Oh yeah.
Let's call her a sorcerer.
Oh
Who used
yeah.
her cursed technique.
Yeah, she did threaten people, right? And then when what's her name, Dark, said she'll fight her, she backed down. I didn't understand that. Why would you initiate people to fight you and then
JR.
expect no one to fight you?
Nightbot fight me LOL.
Like, what's even funny? Like, what makes that funny is that it's like the lack of self-awareness is that Americans are quicker to fight than anything, right? So once you post up, I want to fight, you're going to get a response from someone, whether they know you or not, or even have beef with you. They want to get the steam out. So like, you posting that you want to fight someone you're going to get a response. I have especially on the internet. Even if you're playing around, someone's going to respond to you.
Some people try to intimidate people when in general they're just the biggest scarred cat in the room.
Mm-hmm.
Out there trying to incite a lot of crazy
JR.
stuff in order to just...
I call it bravery behind a keyboard.
Yep. I said this just yesterday.
Build her career because Kotaku's really not paying. And I'll show you guys that in just a second. And that is what's really happening here over this entire
I remember someone made a spoof app. It was called Fight something. I forgot what it was called. It was a spoof app where people genuinely believe it was an app where people can set up fights virtually anywhere and everywhere and anywhere. And because it was a spoof app, a lot of people tried to download it. And it was not even it was a spoof app that was actually made for you to get a job. That was the point of the app. It was the most weirdest thing ever. It's something that happened 5-6 years ago. That's how old it was. It's like someone made a spoof app, and the app said for you to set up fights, but when you download the app, it literally helps you make a resume.
So, yes, you accuse Alyssa of trying to silence her critics. Well, yeah, isn't that what you're doing here, lawyer? By routinely encouraging behavior that would lead to her not having a voice in the marketplace of ideas.
I thought everyone
Jeff, we are
knew that was a
asking,
myth.
not asking that you never.
Yeah, it was a giant spoof. Actually, most people thought it was real because people, everyone wants their own personal fight club.
I'm
I guess.
not scared of people who say they want to fight.
Alyssa.
Unless they have the intent and actually want to fight, is then and only then I will take them serious. Other times if they say it and don't act, I know they're bluffing.
We're not asking that you never say mean things about her.
When I was in the gaming industry, there was an app called I'm Rich, and it cost $9,999 and did nothing.
That you never.
What the fuck?
React negatively to something she writes or tweets or makes a comments pejorative about her. We are asking you confine such activities to the right side of the law. That is not meant to silence you. Yeah, this is they're threatening a lawsuit against him because he wrote things that are very, very true. That are going on here. This is crazy. Now, this is not the only one that she's gone out there with. Actually, earlier this year, which I posted to my Substack, and you can find on Fandom Pulse, you can see that she actually sued the kiwi farms. And this was her threat a while back. She posted this letter, of course, and said, your client threat to tortiously invade Alyssa Mercante's privacy. We are writing you concerning your client Joshua Moon and his website Kiwi Farms. There's currently a thread in a non-public Prospering Ground section of the forum hosting a full docs of our client Alyssa Mercante, and it continues on from there. And this is the second lawsuit. She promised that there would be multiple, and like I said, I think this is a meltdown because of this post right here from September 24th. She said games media layoffs means less space for professionals. Veteran voices with reporting experience and more space for middle-aged reactionary idiots desperate to make money off their social media accounts. It's a dangerous path to continue to travel down. Google constantly changing its rules for ranking, private equity demanding a number go up and is beholden to its ever-shifting metrics while cutting staff and demanding more work from less people. The monetization of rage bait and severe decline of media literacy. It ain't good. So something happened here, and I think she's just not making the money that she wanted, and so she's attempting to lash out here. This is my opinion, at least on this, because otherwise it doesn't really make sense. Like going after the kiwi farms like that, they're just going to laugh this off. Going after Smash JT like this.
Feelings hurt?
Yes.
Please. I'm laughing my head off over here.
Yeah, it's wild. There's a lot of her. There's a lot of her. There's a lot of people like her. I bet about like 70 to 80% of people.
He's just going to laugh it off because, like, I mean, these statements, even like immediately, I just proved that, it's not a defamatory statement.
Using
that,
commands like
that she did post something implying
Cash App.
some rather unscrupulous acts for her little position in the gaming industry that she has now. All these people do this stuff and they don't do it for money. They do it for their own clout. And they try to then use that clout to try to make money. And of course, Alyssa Mercante is building a lot of clout. She is. She's been, as much as she's complaining about Smash JT, she's still working at Kotaku. I've actually watched as she's grown.
How this motherfucker keeps getting work? How is she still hired? That's what I don't understand. How are you still fucking hired and causing this much trouble where people are harassing and attacking you? If this type of thing was a normal person, like a dude, and he was doing this shit at Kotaku, he would have lost his job, or they would have told him, stop the bullshit, or you're losing your job right now. I don't know why the fuck they're not saying anything to this woman. What does she know? Like, what the hell?
Since
how can she be like this? And, like, it doesn't make any sense. How are you like this, and your superiors are not saying anything to you? That's wild.
The Sweet Baby Inc. article.
Because they don't hire based on merit anymore.
I guess so.
That she wrote, which was a disaster and a lie.
That's wild.
From around 10,000 followers to almost 16,000 followers. So if you want to talk about what Smash,
she's literally known for being annoying.
Maybe because she's rich, and so if word or media gets out that she tried to sue and failed, her reputation gets hurt.
I don't
so
think she's
to shut
rich.
her up, they probably just get her a job to keep her quiet.
No, I don't think she's rich.
JR.
I don't think she's rich.
Also, Kotaku is an activist organization.
That's probably it. I don't think she's rich. I think just because she spews out their talking
Silver
points.
Comet. It's because of her technique it destroys all rational thinking.
Huh. I don't think she's rich. Far from it.
JT's like actual damages or whatever is that
because usually most rich people don't have time to do shit like this. Rich people who work their ass off do not have time to be on no fucking Twitter. Or if they do have time to be on Twitter, they don't argue with people like this to the extent where they just don't do it. Busy people do not harass people because they're too busy being fucking busy. Unless that's their job to harass people and they make money from that, then that makes sense. But it seems like she's getting, I think it's all about the clout at this point. I think that's what this is.
He's done. Alyssa Mercante has been using this to grow her own following, and it's been working. I mean, that's about a 60% increase or more. It's been happening, all because she's in the spotlight, all because she's out here lashing out against people.
Yeah, that's
and then
probably
crying
it.
victim when people actually say something about it. But that's what these people do all the time. It's always just a them attacking, and then they claim they're victims. Yikes. All right, leave a comment down below with what you think.
They fucking hired that. That's your picture. That's your profile picture. That's your professional Kotaku profile picture. My God. We are going to hell. There's no sense of morals. There's no sense of integrity. There's no sense of professionalism. There's no sense of anything. This is the picture you have on your profile on Twitter as a Kotaku so-called journalist. You don't even look professional. Fuck, the bitch looks like MG, what's his name? MGK Kelly? What the fuck his name? Machine Gun Kelly. It looks like Machine Gun Kelly in a dress.
Apparently she was going out of her way to contact and dox his wife.
How is she not arrested? That's actually putting people in danger. How is she not... What the fuck? This doesn't make any sense. Wait, hold up. So, the law is threatening JT for somewhat harassment, what he didn't do. But they're not coming after her for doxing people. Or harassing people, calling them at their job.
Samurai. MGK.
Yeah, MGK.
Silver comment.
It looks like MGK.
Oh man, we done for. Ryaga Samurai. Kelly.
Yeah, look, MGK Kelly. It looks like him in a dress.
Think about this, my friends. Hit the like and
fuck, if you see his latest picture, it looks like him. Let me see. Hold on.
Ryaga Samurai.
Hold on.
Be my bloody Valentine tonight, LMAO.
Let me see. Let me see. Oh my God, what the fuck has happened to this man? Oh my God. Hold on. I know you guys can't really see it well. Hold on. Images. This man. Let's see these guys. Hold on. Kind of looks like him. Is he in a dress? Oh. Dress. Yeah, that's him, all right. Yeah. He's in the pink,
Ryaga
right?
Samurai. Looks zoomed in.
Yeah, let me see if I can... Oh, it's kind of cut off right there. See that, right? In the pink, right? And then we go back to the... It kind of looks like him. And I ain't trying to be mean, just kind of look like in the pink here, I'm saying. Jesus Christ. That's kind of... Don't know how I feel about that. Anyway. That's wild.
Subscribe button. Please do check out.
Yeah.
Alright, so this was John Del Rose, guys. Like, subscribe, share, follow, comment if you enjoy what you see here and all that great stuff. Give a follow and all that great stuff. So I'll see you guys in the next one. Laters. Cool. That's so weird. Alright. No, this is for me. This is not for y'all. Alright, so This is from Side Scrollers. I think Side Scrollers is literally a group. I remember I did a video on them about the whole Capcom thing. And this is what it says here. This they them is an idiot. So this is it's that I think is a black journalist or activist, and they admit, and I think they work. I don't know if they currently work for Sweet Baby, but they outright admit that they're trying to burn down. I mean, like outright admit it that they're trying to burn down the gaming industry and try to allow white men not to have any power whatsoever, any say into anything, have no opinion or say in virtually anything they do. This is the true racist, to be honest. It's not white supremacy. It's just people. It's funny. It's the term.
Oh no.
It's the term you become what you hate type of thing. So like they worry so much about white supremacy so much that they never really come across anyone who is from white supremacy in the slightest. But anything that is a dissenting opinion is considered white supremacy.
I think I recently heard that someone or a gaming company recently tried to challenge Sweet Baby Inc.
A little bit more evidence on that one. I'm not saying evidence, but I'm saying like, we need a little bit more info on that one.
Man, we have talked about Sweet Baby Inc. a lot, just like most people in our space. Look, they're not the only thing wrong with the problem, but they are definitely a point to look to as the problem in the video game space, right? This idea of forced diversity, injecting ideology into video games for the better good, right? When in reality, people just want fun games. That's it. That's all they want, just fun games.
You've received 100 messages today with Restream chat.
What about
JR? Square Enix quietly removed themselves from their website.
Yes, they did. I heard that one. They actually removed them from the website, from their website, because they want no part of them, I guess.
But this was interesting here, as this was discovered as a Sweet Baby Inc. employee admits their goal is to burn the game industry to the ground. Now, who is this person? This is Cameron Wild. Now, who's Cameron Wild? I don't know, but I guarantee this is not their real name.
Is that a dude?
I'm glad you asked.
Non-binary.
That's right, non-binary along the way. And they did and you can see Cameron Wild's name is right here as a writer in Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League. Remember that smashing success we saw earlier this year?
You mean that one that lost $200 million?
Shut up, Blabs. You bigot. It's ridiculous.
So they made their group to stop white
as we continue
supremacy,
down,
but become problems themselves.
Yeah, that's it's the term. You become what you hate. The more you hate something, the more you end up being. You become it on the opposite end of the coin. In its own way. So it's like someone who's it's like someone who's like mean and evil, and then you become self-righteous against that person, but you become more of a problem. So like, your self-righteousness was, or not righteous. Like, let me use a different example. I think I'm saying that wrong. It's like this. So these activists is against white supremacy or racism and stuff, but in turn, because they're ultimately the ones that actually are in power, they know this, but they know if people figure this out, which most people has, they know that their power is it will never be in effect as it used to be. So what they'll do is they'll make up boogeymans and stuff that doesn't exist, or like they'll make things out, make a
There was never any white supremacy in the gaming industry to stop.
Yeah, there was none.
They fabricated the disease so they could sell you a cure.
Yes, so it's
but
like
the cure is the actual disease.
Yeah, because it's like if you watch most of like 2010 like movies, like I said this before, like TMNT and I think it was Iron Man, like TMNT, where the villain
Now that employee has me all confused. Sweet Baby Inc. wants money, but yet they're trying to throw themselves down? That is a bit confusing.
No, what they're trying to do is make a molehill. So what they're doing is they're looking for anything virtually that could consider to be a problem, to make a problem out of nothing, so they can get work. It's like Jesse Jackson, for instance. Jesse Jackson needs racism to have a job, right? So he'll look, or most of these people will race bait or look for anything that could be a problem in this this metaverse in their head, and this headcanon that this white guy said something, but just because he said something in a tone, he's just racist because he's sounding condescending, but he probably is just saying the truth. You know what I'm saying? That's what that is. So they'll say, "Oh, racism," because he's racist and blah blah blah.
They still get paid even if a game fails. They don't care if they lose the battle. They're in it for the culture war.
Yeah,
their target is the next generation of gamers.
Yeah, it's
Silver Comet. Hey, it's perfect if they fail either way.
It's the idea
the
of
more money they lose, the happier I get.
Yeah, but that's the problem with the DEI thing, because I think even if the company doesn't make any money, they still get like some type of benefit for being like having that social credit score of like being woke.
If they have 100 boycotted games, it doesn't matter. They said it themselves. It's about saturating the market and attacking the consumer from all sides to bombard them with their agenda.
Yep.
It's culture war.
Yep.
They put together a presentation. Them put together a presentation called "How to Get Away with Murder: Subverting Genre Expectations" at the Game Developer of Color Expo. Now, we do have a Game Developers Conference, which we've talked about that at length, right? The Game Developers Conference. But now we have a Game Developers of Color Expo. And Kirsha actually brought this up. Now, Kirsha will be joining us tomorrow on the show. Very excited to have Kirsha joining us again.
Incorporated gets paid
but
upfront.
Wild introduced themselves as a narrative designer and sensitivity reader with a company called Sweet Baby Inc. Now, Wild has worked on the Tales of Kenzaria game, which failed. Suicide
You know
Squad.
what's really fucking weird about the Sweet Baby Inc. other than being woke? It's the name itself. Why the fuck would you name yourself Sweet Baby Inc. for a consultancy agency for video games? That is so fucking weird beyond anything. And what makes it even weirder, they refer to their employees as sweet babies. They refer them as babies. That's the weirdest shit ever. Like, listen to the CEO. I forgot her name, but she was talking about her employees, and they refer to them as sweet babies, as our babies. Like, why would, like, bro, you're a video game consultancy. You don't call yourself video game consultants or digital consulting or something that seems like it's in the niche of whatever the fuck you're consulting for. Like, if I'm a consultant on, say, tech, right?
I wonder if with how much Sweet Baby Inc. has gotten away with, I highly doubt any of their games, no matter how offensive they have gotten. I doubt the company itself will ever get into trouble at all.
That's what JR
Silver
said
Comet.
already.
Thank you, that is so strange.
It is so weird, and it's creepy as hell. You gotta say it's creepy. If I name myself, if I'm a tech consultancy or a business consultant,
it's a cult.
Yeah, ultimately it is. But like, if I name myself,
Nightbot.
If I'm a business consultant, I'll
Be a
say
support hero
consultancy business or
by using commands like /donation and /cash app.
Or interbusiness consultancy, or something that sounds professional, or at least sound like you're in the niche of what you're talking about. When I hear Sweet Baby, video games are not popping in my head. I'm thinking that you're either a consultant that is trying to help, like, I don't know, single moms, or like Planned Parenthood, or something to that extent, or something for children, like literal babies, like Toys R Us or something. Or Baby R Us, I think it used to be called that. That would kind of make sense. Or food for babies. That's what I think, like food, like formula or some shit, but I don't know. That's fucking weird.
Kill the Justice
If you don't find that strange,
League, which failed. Alan Wake 2, which has not made money back. The Crew Motorfest. I don't know how you write a narrative design on that. And God of War Ragnarok as well.
What's up, Deegan?
They then declared the stories we tell each other are way more than entertainment. They are how we create debate and preserve our collective values and beliefs. And we can and should make better and more expansive, more representational content. Now, this is a pretty long video. It's 28 minutes long as this person kind of goes through. But Kirsha has done a very good job of highlighting some of the things along the way here. But and we'll get to that in just a second. But this is a slide early on. It says, then what am I doing here? And you can see the 3 bullet points says, we want cooler stories, we want a safer world, and burning the games industry to the ground. This is their words, not mine. So for me, this is one of those situations where when somebody tells you what they are, you listen to them. Mm-hmm. And when they say, hey, I want to destroy everything that you love, you say, okay. And you pay attention to what they have to say. And then you excommunicate them from your industry.
Makes sense to me.
Just throwing it out there. But here's about 2 minutes and 18 seconds from Kirsha's stream the other day, which, we'll just read this off. It says, the people at Sweet Baby Inc. really don't hold back in telling you what they want to do, which is to burn the game industry to the ground. Full video underneath. And she has an hour and a half breakdown of this. But here is about 2 minutes of this.
There's no sound.
I've been working overtime to get this bridge put back together. The last guy promised he...
If you're going into a game trying to make it more representational content instead of just making a good game first and foremost, your game is not going to be good. Like, I genuinely don't understand this mindset.
Thank you.
Right? Like, I mean, I do, right? Because their most important thing is pushing their cultural revolution, even though they're going to lie to you and call you crazy for pointing it out. Blazing Saddles is extremely aware. This next part is about their favorite film. This person's favorite film, this Sweet Baby Inc. employee here, Cameron Wild. Let's see why it's their favorite film. And just so the bullet points is, Blazing Saddles is extremely aware of social inequity and finds its humor in that darkness. Brooks made sure that the jokes came at the expense of whiteness.
Basically it's saying Sweet Baby Inc. updates its game, basically readjusting the games to meet what the people and viewers want to see in future games. NGL, but it seems sensible but also kind of crazy. Like sheesh.
I don't think that's exactly what that is. What they're trying, what they do as a consultancy is tell them, take out or fix this so it doesn't offend some crazy person. That's literally what they do. But what they end up doing is, I wouldn't say they making the game, they just change everything what the game was supposed to be. Or what characters were supposed to be based on their race, gender, orientation, blah blah blah. That's what happened with Alan Wake, because apparently the main character was supposed to be a white woman, but they changed it to a black woman for some odd reason. Same thing with Sound of the Bayou or some game, I forgot what it was called, it was some indie game. And it was supposed to feature a white woman, but they changed it to a black woman because it will be more sensitive to I guess urban individuals who don't give a shit, who actually won't give a shit, but you know, they think of minorities as like literal children, like they can't think for themselves.
And chipped away at the absurd social hierarchy. It isn't respectful. It's offensive, sure, but it offends the right people mostly. Who did say Blazing Saddles offend? I always thought it was fucking hilarious. You ever seen Blazing Saddles, Arch?
They are basically advising developers to change the game to make it in line with the religion of wokeism.
Yes.
It's far left political radicalism.
Yep.
It's phenomenal. It is a great film, and it pokes fun at racism across the way, the whole thing. It's great, but let's see what this person has to say about it.
Saddle is extremely aware of social inequity.
The awkward thing about this is the more left propaganda keeps being pushed and the more people reject it, the more you're just gonna make them into conservatives. You're doing so what God's work at this point. Like, when you think about it, and some people just go conservative just to fuck with them. That's the funniest part. Even if they're not even consider themselves conservative, they might end up doing that just to fuck with these people.
Equity and finds humor in that darkness. Brooks made sure the jokes came at the expense of whiteness and chipped away at an absurd social hierarchy. It isn't respectful, it's offensive, but it offends the right people.
Why are you
I think
trying
that
to
last
offend
sentence
anyone?
is very telling.
That's that's the problem for me. Why are you trying to offend anyone? We're here to make profit. The fuck? Like, that's the weirdest part. And these people are hiring these morons. That's what makes this weird.
Out to be offensive as long as it's towards the right people.
The final piece, maybe the biggest failing of Django Unchained as a genre film, is power. And I'll get to the lesson early.
Oh, this is Marxist speak. Listen very closely what he says. He focuses on the idea of power. That's what Marxists focus on, power, because they think if they get power, everything will be great. That's what happens in this ideology. That's their focus. That's what all activists believe. If they have power, if they have the power, they can make the world a better place. If anyone else other than them has the power, they're some type of supremacist or some shit, or racist or some type of bigot.
Because good genre must consider its relationship to power. That is true.
Because if you listen closely whenever these people talk, the focus is getting power, maintaining power, taking that power, or having power in general. That's what they focus on mainly. It doesn't even matter what the cause is. The point is to get that power. That's the problem.
Tarantino hasn't earned the right to laugh.
Like, they'll burn their whole, like, you can argue one of these people about some type of concept, and if they can get some kind of power through that concept, they'll do it. They'll throw everything that they believe for that power just because they get. This is why Melissa McCarthy is willing to throw her whole life away and her job away for that clout of power.
Imagine
and
this
influence.
nobody cultist telling an award-winning director that they don't know what they're doing.
Yes.
Silver Comet. I'd rather kick the bucket than see that trash.
Yes. You'd be surprised. Like, this is what Melissa McCarthy is doing. She's throwing her whole life away for the sake of power. Because she thinks, because in her head, as long as the follower count is going up, I got influence and power in her head. Right? And I'm in the media, so I have a form of influence. So that influence gives me the sense of being an idiot, even if it's at the detriment of my family, myself. It doesn't matter. Power is all that matters. It's Marxist thinking, and it's insane. Ironically, even if you get power, you end up destroying yourself in the process. You literally lose yourself.
Earned the right to laugh. What the actual fuck am I reading? These people are lunatics.
Genre is incompatible with the death of the author. In Tarantino's case, the man seems to thrive on people hating him. And
they live
so
terminally online as well.
But
yes,
they do not understand that Twitter is not the real world.
No. And this is where I
wonder
think...
how far and how much she's willing to go for power before it starts
you'd be
destroying her
surprised.
entirely.
No.
And how many years before she realizes what she's done.
Oh no, by the time they realize it, it'll be way too late. They'll lose everything before they realize it. And then there'll people who will, even their people in their own team will say, you know what, I think we're going a little too far with this. As soon as you say that to them, you're excommunicated instantly. This is why this is a cult. Because as soon as you say, maybe we should, and they're not even saying let's stop. They're just saying let's pull back a little bit on this. You saying that is saying let's stop completely. We need to be on their side. That's what they're hearing. They don't care if you've been friends since babies till now.
How strong are the drugs they are on?
I don't know about that part, but like these people, well, I'm pretty sure they're high use in using that. But like, the point of this is like this is an ideology that is damaging towards everyone and anything it destroys the person and people around them and everything it touches. That's the point.
I do think his work needs to be critiqued out of existence. And
listen to what he just said. He said, I have no problem with him having opinions or having his work. He says something around the lines that he has no problem with
Rick's official.
Quentin Tarantino's work, but it needs to be critiqued out of existence. How does that make sense?
/donation and
listen what he says.
By reading, these people are lunatics.
Genre is
Remember the communist revolution of Cuba started off by killing civilians, not military. They invaded people's homes and repurposed their property for the greater good.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
With the death of the author. In Tarantino's case, the man seems to thrive on people hating him, and so I don't hate him. But
you don't hate him.
I do think his work needs to be critiqued out of existence.
What?
And that he's...
JR.
Wow.
These modern communists are the same way.
His
they
work
have an
needs to
agenda
be
which is based on their ignorance and will do anything to achieve it except learn a goddamn thing.
Yep.
Silver comment.
Out of existence.
I'm pretty sure when one of them gains a smidge of common sense, they separate them from the herd so it doesn't pass along.
Usually it does. Usually that does happen. Once they realize that their ways are kind of destructive and they actually get an epiphany, they start realizing, oh shit, maybe this was not a good idea. Maybe this was not a good idea to go down this path. And usually when they realize this, it's either way too late, or something has to really... They have to come, like a lot of people, I know some people who listen to me, whether they're atheists or not, they come to a Jesus moment and realize, oh, fuck. Maybe this was not a good idea to go down this take. Maybe it was not a good idea to go down this road in general. Maybe it was not a good idea to excommunicate most of my family members, my friends, my co-workers from this so-called ideology I've been going through. Maybe it's best if I just, calm the fuck down, think things through, and listen to other people's opinions that may be different from mine, and then see how that logic makes sense.
That's what happened to Elon Musk. He was idolized like a god by the woke culture until 2020.
Yep. And I think low key. I'm not saying he is, but I think low key he's coming after the left because of what they have technically done to his son. To a certain degree, I'm pretty sure he blames himself and them at the same time, but mostly himself.
And then once they wake up, society will do everything in its power to keep them hidden from society, because once they wake up they realize they've been brainwashed, and the people that are still brainwashed don't want their secrets exposed.
Yeah, and they'll say what they'll do is if the tides change, the people who was woke will say, "Oh, we always knew that," or "We always knew that was kind of bad." They'll try to switch teams fast and pretend like they don't know what you're talking about, as if they didn't try to excommunicate you, they don't try to cancel you, they don't know what you're talking about. They gaslight you to pretend like you was just you interpret what we said wrong or something like that.
Not Loki, high key. He literally said, "My purpose in life is to burn the woke mind virus to the ground."
Oh, he outright said that. Good. Actually, that's a good thing. Okay.
Existence, Arch, and you can see Kirsta's response here coming, but let's get your thoughts on that first. The idea of critiquing somebody's work out of existence, Arch.
Well, this is, as you mentioned already, the death of the author. Now, the death of the author is a very interesting thing on the left, because they will apply the author's intent to things so long as it backs up their worldview. This is why Starship Troopers is fascist, because Heinlein said it was, regardless of what's actually in the film. They will also reject the death of the author the moment that an interpretation that goes against the author's wishes is more favorable to the left wing. It's all about power, as we talked about earlier with the moral foundations. They simply do not recognize the majority of the conservatives' moral points of views as relevant at all, and thus they have no problem rejecting them because they are bad. So Tarantino here has done something that is bad, and so via critique, basically by redefining and claiming his work, they can critique him out of existence by saying, no. What he actually meant is this thing. This thing is pro-left. And that way you can remove Tarantino's vision and his presented worldview and replace it with one more favorable to yourself. So you don't need to actually reject the movie. You just
reject him.
Claim it. And this is something the left has been doing for ages, where there's countless videos claim like this is left wing, that is left wing, like this video is left wing, etc. That was how they managed to take over so much culture, because they managed to convince even things like Star Wars that Star Wars and Star Trek are all left wing. And so when they come into Disney boardrooms, they simply say, well, we're creating a Star...
Which is funny because I think most of those was made by conservative conservative people. Most of them, not all, but a good punch. Most of these IPs was pretty much made by people who was pretty conservative.
Star Wars story, because we've defined Star Wars in these
spot
ways.
On. That's exactly what they did with Halo.
You know, Ian came in with
Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, and so on.
Yep, I think Tolkien was conservative. I don't know if the person who made Halo was conservative, but I'm pretty sure they were to a degree. Lord of the Rings. What was the other one? I don't know if George Lucas is conservative, but from the old Star Wars, it kind of seemed that way, or at least in the middle of left-leaning, or like it left-leaned, but it was dead center. I think it was like more dead center conservative than it was dead center left, if I think of it now. With the old Star Wars, I'm saying, not the new ones.
This, and he says,
even though it has nothing to do with George Lucas.
That breakdown of Blazing Saddles is exactly why these humorless progressives cannot be allowed to police comedy. They literally don't understand it.
Yes, exactly.
Man.
Like again, that is the point of the moral foundations theory. They actually, literally, do not understand. Like, it's not hyperbole. They actually don't get it.
Well, let's see what Kirsche has to say about this. The idea of critiquing Tarantino and his work out of his existence. Let's see what Kirsche had to say here.
It doesn't matter because the left is no longer liberal. They cling to that title because Marxist is a dirty word. Thomas Jefferson was liberal, and they hate him.
You're right.
Don't hate him. I just think his work needs to be critiqued out of existence.
That's what I said. That's wild. How can you say that? You don't hate him.
Might I remind you, Chad, the beginning of his slides said that one of his goals was to burn the game industry to the ground.
I couldn't figure it out. I was trying everything, but then it looked like she had a stomachache again the next day.
Sweet Baby also does portfolio reviews for marginalized folks in the games industry.
Who is not marginalized? Please tell me. Come on, man. Bro, you know you're not marginalized when you can go on a TV show or an interview show and talk about marginalized groups. So blatantly. Like, what's her name? The girl who played,
I'm surprised if they're that confused. You would think they'd at least want to figure out why it's so confusing.
Like, what was that girl? The girl who played in The Acolyte, the first one, she was on an interview saying how she was talking about white supremacy, this and a third, marginalized groups, and how people of color are suppressed and oppressed, and this and a third. And I'm thinking to myself, like, you have a white dad, and probably a black mom 9 times out of 10. And you're talking like this, and you had a silver spoon in your mouth since day one, and you're talking about being oppressed? That's all you hear about someone being oppressed. Who isn't oppressed?
I like how he calls this talk,
Amanda, that's her name.
Away with murder, subverting genre expectations.
And then she had the nerve to make a stupid music video of her being in the urban area doing all this stupid dancing and shit when she doesn't live in that area. She doesn't live in an urban area. She lives in a nice house, nice mansion, probably far away from the urban area. What the fuck are you doing?
It's funny because the whole argument they have for that is slavery, yet white Europeans are the largest victim of slavery by any demographic, so much so that the word literally means Slavic.
Mm-hmm.
Because he and people like him do a very good job of murdering any kind of project they work on.
She's not wrong. Kirsten's not wrong on that one for sure.
No.
So this is a full presentation that was put together for this thing. And by the way, I'd just like to point out the thumbs up, thumbs down ratio for this how to get away with murder, subverting genre expectations. It's not gone very well, as you would expect. And rightfully so. People are calling it out. It's a bunch of nonsense. And I think the thumbs up down ratio, I want to make sure I get this pulled up. I can't pull it up on this one. Let's see. It currently is sitting at 12 thumbs up, 448 thumbs down. So it's not gone over very well, and the comments are calling it out exactly for what it is. It's blatant racism along the way. So Sweet Baby Inc. at it again. Once again, these are the people that are being brought in to consult for your video games. I brought this up yesterday on Tuesday night's main event, and I mean this. We talked about this with Malcolm Blabs a while back about creating a company, a consultancy firm.
Yeah.
We've also talked about the idea of toxic positivity in video games, the inability for people to say no and management to say no to their staff. Arch, first off, what's your thoughts on toxic positivity in gaming?
It's currently 41 likes
and
and 2,000 dislikes. LOL.
Well, I'm live every day. Thank you. I'm on every day. That might be changing next month because I'll be going back I'm pivoting back to making content. I don't think I'll be streaming every single day. I'll stream like twice a week, but I'm not gonna, or once or twice a week, but I won't be streaming every day as I used to because I don't think it works anymore. I think because there's people who have started channels a few years ago and they surpassed me completely, and they do not stream every day in my niche of work. So that proves to me that streaming does not work anymore to a certain degree unless you have some type of talent or something that is just so beyond anything that it has to be streamed, or if it does get streamed, a lot of people have interest in it. So what's gonna happen is, because like what's her name? Pika, what's her name? I forgot her name, but she's a VTubing artist like I am, and I think she started like 3 years ago, and now she's like 100,000 or even higher than that. And I was looking at her work and I was like, oh, most of it is just like tutorials and blah 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 and this, that, and the third. And I'm starting to realize she doesn't stream every day. She streams like every week or every other day, but she doesn't stream every single day like I do, and it doesn't really work. So I'm pivoting back to content. So I'm not saying I'm abandoning streaming, I just won't be streaming every single day. So, I'll be making tutorials, I guess tutorial sketches, drawmations, blah blah blah, this, that, and the third, but mostly tutorials to help and insist people on how to get better at drawing, even though I'm still practicing myself. Yeah, on TikTok and YouTube Shorts, so yeah, that's pretty much what that is.
Partially, it's also the fact that we don't know how to refute their points. That is one of the strongest things. A key point of subversion, and we could go all the way back to Gramsci on this, is basically to appropriate the values of liberalism. We say, you don't want to be racist, and we go, of course we don't want to be racist. We're not racist, obviously. Okay, well, I can tell you how to not be racist. Just listen to me. There you go. And most people aren't going to understand, like, okay, well, he says this isn't racist. No, I'm not racist, so I'm just going to listen to him. And even then, if he suggests something that...
I think the term racist needs to just be ignored. I think that just needs to be ignored. It's a term that is not taken seriously anymore. If you have much of a brain and you listen to what someone calls racist and you put the logic together, 9 times out of 10 it usually isn't racist. It's just very aggressive. It's very passive aggressiveness with a mix of being condescending and microaggressions mixed in, and they call it racism when really it is not racist, especially when it has logic connected to it to a certain degree, or at least statistics or numbers or something. It's usually not racist. It's just a term that's being used to stop you to do what you're doing because it stops them having their fun, or it stops them for being a degenerate 9 times out of 10. That's usually what it is.
What he's saying though is that Marxism has latched itself to the back of liberalism by exploiting its kindness and then weaponizing its ignorance.
Yes, because like I've seen people say call something racist, and it clearly is not racist at all. Most cases, it's not. It's just a term that is used to be weaponized, as what JR said, to just use their ignorance to get away with what they want to do, to stop you from stopping them. So that's what it is, because it's literally the N-word for white people 9 times out of 10, or just any people, but 9 times out of 10 is for white people. That's their N-word for any minority, to call them that, in that sense. But Neo, if you want to hear the conversation we're having over here on our reaction here on the stream, come over here on YouTube. It's the same name, same everything. If you want to be part of the conversation, if you want to give your opinion, if you want to hear what we're talking about, if you want to hear what we're reacting to based on what's going on in the game industry, the entertainment industry, the animation industry, all the Hollywood, if you want to come over here, you can listen or at least give your opinion. For those who care or want to be part of the conversation, whether you agree or not, come over here. Just be respectful. You can give your opinion. Even if it's a shit take, it doesn't matter. Come over here. Yeah, it's in the link in bio if you want to hear it. It's very engaging. It brings people in and all that great stuff. So, you know. But yeah, I don't take the term racism seriously anymore. I used to take it not seriously to a degree back in like 2011. And when I say racism, I'm not talking about someone being racist. It's just like the term itself, just like how white people would. But now I just look at it and I'm like, bro, you're just probably using it to get away with some degenerate bullshit half the time. This is why I don't like the term when people say, let's normalize. Because when we use the term normalize, it's usually under the gaze of something degenerate as fuck. It's never something that is actually positive or helping the community in your area or yourself. It's just some degenerate nonsense that most people are just trying to pass off.
I mean, it matters to me. LOL. So long as I can on the take.
Got it.
That actually is racist.
Nice.
And you know, wait, but hold on. You want to artificially favor black people? Isn't that no? That's positive discrimination. Like, oh, okay. And again, most people don't have the academic knowledge to understand the linguistic tricks being used here. So they're just going to say yes. And they're going to think they're doing the right thing. Because again, nobody wants to be racist.
Right.
And so they'll say yes.
Well, this has led to the toxic positivity aspect of it, because once again, nobody wants to say no as well. No, you can't have that. No, you can't. You can't have that type of ideology. No, you can't have surgery scars in your game.
Nobody's going to say you can't be trans here, for example, or you can't be like inclusive, because these are negative things within our ideology.
Right. So my idea, Arch, is to create a company called the No Team, short for TNT, the No Team, and you go in, and that is your job. To say no to all these idiots. No, you cannot have a raise. No, you cannot put that in there. Like I am the hammer. I am the hammer that you reach, and I will fucking nail that down and say
honestly, I have no problem with this.
No, every time.
Whether he's kidding or not, I have no problem with this.
No problem being the no guy. I have no problem being the bad guy to right these ships. I have no problem going in and firing 80% of the staff and Elon Musking the shit out of it. and being like, hey, there you go. Get the fuck out. Can't I have a job? No, you cannot have a job. No, I will be the lead member of the no team and go in and do this. I think there's 100% an opportunity there. And I think there's actually big money in it too, because if you were to go in and be like, hey, listen, hey, Ubisoft, you're in the shitter right now. You pay us $1 million. You're going to save so much fucking money. you pay us $1 million to come in and say no for everybody. We're going to lighten your load on staff. We're going to brighten up your games, and that $1 million that you spend is going to make you $500 million. You know what I mean? Like, it's a small fraction to pay, small price to pay for the big. And you know what we'll do? If there's any issues, we'll just go up to their HR people and we'll frighten them. Say, could you imagine what would happen if you don't do this? Sorry, I was pulling
I know where he was going with that. It just now hit me when he was trying to go with this. Oh man, the irony.
A little Kim Bel-Air there.
Yeah.
Anyways,
it just now hit me. I was now like I was paying attention, but I was like in and out. But like Jesus,
makes sense. I am the hammer. I will hammer it down. Well, anyways, good luck with that guy along the way. And that is exactly. And once again, when they tell you who they are, believe them.
I believe him. All right, so that was the side scrollers on the whole, that guy or that individual or that. You know what? If you gotta start calling them Venom. Anyone who says I go by they them pronouns, just call them Venom. Kind of makes sense, right? Anyway, like, subscribe, share, follow, comment. I'll see you guys in the next one. Give them a follow if you like them and stuff like that in this video. So I'll see you guys in the next one. Alright, so let me see. Former Dragon Age leader writer calls those calling Vanguard. Well, fucking Taurus. Alright, so this is from Trent the Report, and he's talking about Dragon Age. Never really played the game. I think I played it one time way back when, but
LOL.
Didn't really like it. It was not my taste. I'm not saying it's a bad game or anything like that or a bad franchise. I'm not saying that at all. It's probably really good. It just wasn't for me. Not my thing. It just felt boring to me. Maybe the game I played was boring, or because I think there's several installments. I forgot which one was it, but it was like, I don't know if it was open adventure, but it felt that way. I don't think it was, no, it was Dragon Age, but I think it was like action adventure, like a linear type game, and it was for 360 at the time when I had a 360. But it just wasn't for me. So this is the Trent Report, and he's talking about former Dragon Age leader writer calls those Velgard woke effing Taurus. I don't know what that's about. So let's see what he says.
Dragon Age lead writer David Gator has some words for people describing Dragon Age the Veilguard as woke. He says that we are effing tourists. That's right. That is what he has to say. I'm sure he's going to sell lots of copies by calling people criticizing this game as effing tourists. Before we get to this, I'd like to ask, please hit that subscribe button, hit that bell for notifications so you don't miss any of our future videos here at the Trent Report.
We got
this up over at thatparkplace.com, and he posted this on a Blue Sky. He says, apparently the usual suspects are upset at how woke the new Dragon Age is, and apparently sudden and unexpected development in the series. Effing tourists. So we see this all the time. It was always woke. That is how they try and rewrite history. Remember, their slogan is literally from The Last Jedi, let the past die, kill it if you have to. They then added on, rewrite it so no one knows what the actual truth is. That is what these people do. They lie, they double down on their lies, and they project. And that is exactly what it looks like Mr. David Gator here is doing, claiming that Dragon Age was just always woke. It is an apparently sudden and unexpected development in the series. I didn't know they had top surgery in the original Dragon Age. Did you guys? I didn't know that. We'll get to that. He also responded to one individual asserting that the individuals decrying Dragon Age the Veilguard as woke are people who gave up on BioWare over a decade ago. This person here says it's also the same people who said they gave up on BioWare over a decade ago, and yet they're sure have stuck around to complain. I would simply move on with my life to things that bring me joy. Gator said if they gave up on BioWare a decade ago or more, for those of whom Dragon Age Origins was the last good game, then they were never going to buy the game anyhow. At which point, why should BioWare listen to them? Abandon your fan base and woo us instead. Okay, sure, Jan. Well, based on what we've seen this year, people that are trying to sell games to the, quote, modern audience or the woke crowd have not fared very well. They seemingly don't really have a fan base. Suicide Squad killed the Justice League, $200 million impairment charge, 13,000 active concurrent Steam users, immediately below 1,000, like within less than a month. That's how quickly that game tapered off. Concord did not even make it 2 weeks before it was shut down. Couldn't even get over, what was it, 700, 800 concurrent players on Steam. We look at Dustborn. I don't even think that one got over 100. These games have completely failed. You can even look at Star Wars Outlaws. We now have that as an example. Ubisoft saying that the sales were softer than expected as they literally cut their expected net bookings for Q2, the quarter that Star Wars Outlaws came out in, by 30%. They reduced their expected net bookings from 500 million euros to 350 to 370 million euros. We won't even find out what that actual number is until October. But absolutely terrible. They even had to delay Assassin's Creed Shadows 3 months to February. And it's likely because they knew that the game was getting shellacked in pre-order sales and no one was going to be buying this game. It was way down on the PlayStation Store charts. They're even having to go back to Steam because they realized that they had been cutting their nose off despite their face by just getting rid of that entire PC player base. But now we're going to actually get to see how poorly these games do, because we're going to get to see those concurrent numbers. We're going to be able to compare them to successful games like Warhammer 40K, Space Marine 2, and Black Myth Wukong. So his comment doesn't even make any sense, because the audience that they claim to have doesn't actually exist based on what we've seen this year. So, and Dragon Age the Veilguard has been properly criticized as woke. This game is super ultra woke. The game's character creator features the option to toggle top surgery scars, with the implication that players can create mentally ill characters that have self-mutilated themselves, believing they can change.
What? 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 Bro, I don't understand. Why would you put that in the game when you can just play as a male? Isn't that the whole point? Now it just makes me, I think you're identifying as a victim at this point now. Because, like, what makes this weird is if you identify as something else, right? Just play as that character as you claim you identify as. Wouldn't that make sense? Why did you need to get... Now I'm starting to understand that this is a LARPing aesthetic now. It's a LARPing aesthetic. Oh, this was so low. Why was it so low? It's a LARPing aesthetic. Why would you put that in the game? Because, like, if you're a male who identifies as female, just play as the female character. Kind of makes sense, right? Why do you need the whole scars thing? Especially if you're not gonna, like, in Dragon Age or these RPG games, 9 times out of 10 you're gonna be covered up. People rarely ever stay, like, shirtless in an RPG game. Unless they're playing, like, I don't know, fucking Elden Ring or something.
Ryaga Samurai. Yeah.
It just doesn't make a lot of fucking sense. Because, like, in any game, JRPG or RPG, you start off 90% of the time, I wouldn't say naked, but like very close to like dead, like almost naked. Just to prove that you're at like rock bottom or something, depending if it's like a multiplayer game, right? You like have peasant clothes, and then you do like odd jobs, and you buy like armor and shit, and then you go out and start fighting like monsters and stuff for like either money, depending on what class you are. So like, what's the point of putting that in there if you're not gonna be seeing it? Like the point is to look like the gender you identify as. So why do you need the scars thing? I don't understand that. Isn't the scars thing supposed to represent the gender you're supposed to be, not the scars themselves? Now it just makes me think you're LARPing.
Botrix official.
As this is an aesthetic.
Be a support hero today. By using commands like support.
It doesn't make any sense.
Their gender. Given the inclusion of this option, it's likely it was done to normalize this destructive behavior.
Yeah, it is. That's what I'm saying. Whenever we use the term normalize, it's there to justify destructive, immoral, insane, illogical, and just outright dangerous rhetoric and or behaviors.
In real life, they want this to be normal. They want people to view this evil as something that is just part of everyday life, and it is what people do. No, this is not what.
And no, this doesn't have to be like a religious thing. This is just a logical thing. You don't have to be religious to know this at all. It just kind of makes sense. You don't have to be religious at all. You don't have to subscribe to any religion. You could be atheist. I don't care. Like literally, you know this is dangerous.
People do not butcher themselves. They do not mutilate themselves
on purpose.
That's
crazy.
Way. This is not what people do. This is not normal. It is absolutely insane.
Remember back in the day when cutting was like a big deal? Back in the early 2000s? The early 2000s, the 2010s, like mid 2010s. Remember cutting was like a thing? It considered you to be like really crazy to cut yourself because whatever mental anguish you're going through with it, whatever your living situation was based on your parents or whoever was like fucking with you. Remember that was insane? That was like a big thing. Now in games we're doing this. See, it like this is the problem with whether it's degeneracy or something positive. It doesn't stay where once it originates, it doesn't stay where it originates. It festers and it literally spreads to wherever it can go. It never stays where it is.
That.
So like, remember in Degrassi, they used to bring that up a lot for those who watch Degrassi, or like teen dramas. Whenever someone was a loner, or there was a goth kid, or an emo kid, or just a loner in general, or there was considered being abused in some way, they would do things in outlet, whether it be drugs, drinking, or they'll cut. That was the three things. That was the three things in teen dramas. If a character was being abused in some way, whether it's physically or something much worse, they do three things. They'll do narcotics, or they'll drink, or usually just a lot of destructive behavior. But the typical things you'll see in most teen dramas, like in CWs or whatever the case may be, or whatever, it'll be drinking, narcotics, and then cutting. Or outright insane sexual behavior. Those are usually the four things. But the number one taboo thing out of those four was the cutting thing. Now we have this. Cutting is actually more normal now. It's actually like a thing. It's like a, I don't know.
If you are participating in any kind of actions like this. Not only does it include this, but game director Corinne Bush, a man pretending to be a woman who also describes himself as a queerosexual gendermancer, has claimed the entire...
We just make up words now? We just put anything with that term and just slap it to some... Is that really a term? Is that a real term? What the hell? No. That can't be real. Did he really just say that? Hold up. Go back.
Absolutely insane if you are participating in any kind of actions like this. Not only does it include this, but game director Corinne Bush, a man pretending to be a woman who also describes himself as a queerosexual gendermancer, has claimed the entire series is, quote, inherently queer. He said in a developer story on BioWare's website, as a queer trans woman, I have a perspective on the game.
It probably comes with scars.
Not everyone.
That what makes you different. You just come with scars. You do everything the other ones do. You do all the necromancer stuff, but you just come with scars. That's probably what it is.
Dragon Age has long been a place where LGBTQIA+ folks can see people like themselves represented respectfully. It's inherently very queer, and it's such a rare thing.
Bye, everyone. Have a great day.
Later, Mono.
For marginalized communities to have representation where we feel proud and powerful in how we are depicted. It's so deeply meaningful for so many. I often get emotional when I think about what it would have meant for a younger version of myself to see someone like her in a game.
I'm telling you, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people who identify as trans and they do not like any of this. I think there's a lot of people who considers themselves trans, and I think they do not fuck with this.
Good night, Mono.
At all. I think most of them find this insulting to a certain degree, or just insulting in general, because it's like when you use these type of people, it's like you're using them as like a product, right? They don't treat them as humans. They treat them as like literal products, like a item, like a selling item. You're just an item. Like, I think a perfect example of this was when I was watching The Boys with the girlfriend, and then they was talking about Marv or Maeve, I think Queen Maeve, the Wonder Woman parody lady, and they used her, I guess, queerness as a form of marketing strategy to appeal to a certain demographic on numbers. And then when you hear how they're talking to her about how she can appeal to the LGBT in any way, it just sounds like, it doesn't even sound like this is like trying to bring the so-called representation. It just sounds like you're just trying to sell me a product, right? And it just sounds so demeaning to a certain degree, you know what I'm saying? That I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people in the pride flag who do not fuck with any of this, because they're like, I just want to live my life, do my thing, and be left the fuck alone. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of them like that, who don't want to be represented in a video game. They just want to be left alone and want to live their life.
Right? Bye, I am going to a school event.
Alright, laters. Have fun at the school event. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of them who just don't want to be like, I understand they want to be probably represented to a certain degree, but I don't think on the degree on how they treat these people. They need to be, they don't treat them as humans. They treat them as literal products, items, something to sell, and that's pretty much it. And if you don't do as what the Hollywood sees you as the stereotypical individual you are to them, you're nothing. You're just a LARPing individual. That's what they see you as, a LARPing queer person to them. I think that's in their heads. But they will make them into stereotypes. That's what makes us weird. They want to bring representation, but they make the representation into a stereotypical individual. This is why I said the other day, when I said the statement when they had the spider lady, I forgot her name, the Spider Woman, the black lady from Beyond or Across the Spider-Verse, right? Instead of she being a black spider person who happens to use a motorcycle to get around, which is still kind of odd to me. Don't know how that makes any sense. But she happens just to be a single mom and pregnant while a superhero. She's not having a kid at home. She's having a kid now while doing superhero stuff, which I don't think that's healthy, or you know, I don't think that's healthy. I don't think that's safe for a baby. I'm just saying, especially if you're a pregnant individual, it will be kind of hard to jump around and do all that shit in the first place, you know, because the pain, the cramps, all that shit. But I don't know. I guess I'm just a male. I don't know. Fuck. But the point is, it made her a stereotype for the sake of being a stereotype. She couldn't just be a black lady who happens to be a hero, who's a spider person in the multiverse in some form. She has to be pregnant. That's what they did. The same thing with the Dustborn main character. Even though Dustborn is trash, they still made the main character pregnant.
Villain, I wonder where I should punch?
Yeah, right? Imagine being a villain, and then you figure out that this individual is pregnant, and you don't care. Right? As a villain. Is he evil for punching the pregnant lady? I don't think so. He's a villain. That's what they do. Well, there's tiers to certain villains, but like there's some villains who just don't give a fuck, right? Like the villains who kill like a bunch of people in video games and stories and massive amount of people. I'm pretty sure majority of those people those villains destroy in those movies. I'm pretty sure there's a pregnant lady in that building somewhere. I'm pretty sure there's a pregnant lady in that car somewhere. I'm pretty sure there's a pregnant lady, you know, on that street somewhere. You know what I'm saying? When they kill like massive amounts of people, like let's use Hulk for example. He's not a villain, but like when he was under the gaze of Scarlet Witch at the time when she was technically kind of evil, at the time, he destroyed like a whole, not a city, but like a good building and a lot of like a community of people in Africa. I'm pretty sure some of those people were pregnant, or some of those women that was pregnant, and some was just children. You know what I'm saying? Villains just don't care. So, why would you go pregnant as a superhero? Why don't you just take some time off?
He's a man, though. And as a hero, no less, I hope we can be a safe place for our queer players to know they are not alone, that they are brilliant and worthy, that they are not only welcome, but celebrated. You can see there what the intention of this game is, clearly trying to indoctrinate children, a younger version of myself. So obviously probably thinking about people in their teens, maybe early 20s, trying to indoctrinate them into this propaganda and using this game to do this. Again, trying to normalize this behavior, which is anything but normal. If you're trying to normalize something, it clearly is not.
Told you! I just said it! If you're trying to normalize something it has never been normalized to be good, it's usually something really bad or something that shouldn't be, because there's a reason for it.
There, screenshot of Bush's former bio on X. He has changed it because he knows this stuff is absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane. Queer, sexual, gendermancer right there. Just absolutely insane stuff. Bush also made it clear he is indeed guiding the Veil Guard to here to this vision. Game directors are sometimes thought of as big personalities who are singularly responsible for the purity of their creative vision. But for me, it's really about being a steward for the vision that we as a team have collectively defined. That vision obviously being inherently queer. I get a high-level view of everything as it's coming together and can steer the project as it does, but ultimately it's about empowering people to work together, play with ideas, offer critiques, and make decisions, all to help create a cohesive experience for the player. Furthermore, IGN's Alex Stedman detailed that all of the game's companion characters are pansexual. He wrote this: Bush insists that they are all specifically pansexual, and that might come through in what you learn about their backstories. Bush explained their past experiences are partners, they'll reference them, and indeed who they'll become romantic with. Again, trying to normalize.
Remember when they say we just want to get married, nothing more? That was back in 2008.
These disordered lifestyles in this game, trying to make this normal. Bush continues saying, for instance, we saw Harding. I might be playing a straight male character flirting with her, but I choose not to pursue a romance. She might get together with Todd. So the characters are just going to do whatever they want based on what Bush and the BioWare team have programmed, clearly indicating that this female dwarf is going to be getting it on with a Kunari, who I'm still not entirely sure what sex that character is. So my perception, my identity has no bearing on their identities, and that comes through really strongly. See, they're trying to normalize this stuff. That's exactly what they are doing. Bush is admitting it right here. It's not until the later parts of the game where you really commit to romance and it gets pretty spicy. This was also confirmed by the game's creative director, John Epler.
This is the Tumblr-esque people who ruined everything. Their focus is shipping. Their focus is make everyone be fucking for some odd reason. That's their agenda. That's literally their agenda. This is why you don't hire these people. Their focus is not making a great game, writing a good story, sending a positive message to children or families or even teens in any way. This is about just getting into bed. This is wild. This is why I don't really fuck with the whole MHA fandom too much, because these people, I'm not saying all, but there's a good subset of people, mainly women, who are into the idea of like pushing these boys together for some odd reason, and I don't know what's the obsession.
He told Game Rant there's a difference between player sexual and pansexual. All companions are canonically pansexual. So all of these things are woke. This is woke. This game is woke. It's very obvious that this game is woke. And if you don't know what that term is, or you were going to ask me in the questions, how do you define woke? Well,
hello.
Here it is. Father Chris Alar explains the history of the term back. He explained the history of the term back in a YouTube video in March. And he said, today, woke is a slang term for activism, especially progressive activism. The word woke was first printed in a 1962 New York Times essay, and traditionally was said to mean being conscious and aware, or awoke, if you will. The Oxford English Dictionary notes that the term originally meant well-informed or up-to-date, but now it chiefly means alert to racial or social discrimination and injustice. So today it's intertwined with such things as cancel culture, critical race theory, gender redefinition, and DEI, or diversity, equity, and inclusion, to just name a few.
Yeah, that's why I usually thought what woke was when I was younger. When I say woke, that usually meant just be aware of what's going on in your vicinity or in your community or in your life, because there's things that you don't really pay attention to subliminally, that people, how people talk to you, how people would treat you, or what's going on in the media, and blah blah blah. That's usually on like a minimum term of just stay conscious, right? That was usually what that meant. Now it's a radical, insane leftist, radical progressive nonsense. That's what that is now.
So those things we've just discussed clearly are in this umbrella term that we use, woke. And it's everywhere: schools, companies, and all the way to the highest levels of the government. Yes, including Dragon Age, the Veil Guard, and nearly all of these AAA video game companies. I'm not sure if there is a AAA video game company that is not infested with woke employees trying to spread their woke ideology. He later shared that woke philosophy, quote, holds to an antagonistic social theory, as we said, which deconstructs language, denies moral norms, and which sees reality only as an incessant struggle between oppressor and oppressed. I think that is absolutely 100% true, and we see that obviously in the Dragon Age, the Veil Guard here, and the whole how Bush is describing it as inherently queer, being able to rise up against the oppressive nature of the game and the characters you face in the game. He went on to cite Pope Francis, Father Alar did, as to why this ideology and its various tentacles should be opposed. Even Pope Francis expressed his deep concern over cancel culture, the practice of silencing individuals, institutions, and even entire cultures that are determined by a select few to hold incorrect values or views. He said, under the guise of defending diversity, it risks silencing balanced and respectful positions. A kind of dangerous one-track thinking is taking shape, one that denies history, or worse, rewrites it in terms of present-day categories, whereas any historical situation must be interpreted in light of that particular...
I think that's the most dangerous thing, because when you rewrite history, you're bound to repeat it without realizing it, because you guys rewrite it, so we'll never know if the thing that you wrote is even real.
Time. And not that of today. Slavery would be a good example. I think that's exactly what David Gator is trying to do here. Dragon Age was always woke. Remember, if we scroll back up here, you will see what he had to say right here. An apparently sudden and unexpected development in the series, which is he's basically just saying it's always...
And then, you know what's funny is that this can actually backfire on majority of most black people who bring up slavery, because if we can just rewrite parts of history whenever we feel like, because it offends us, when will there be a day when they'll say, let's just rewrite how slavery went and just like erase it completely? Right? let's just wipe out anything that has to do with slavery, whether it's the slave trade or when I'm in the Viking times or in any times, like anything that has to do with slavery, just wipe it out because it upsets me. Not that it happened or it's important to you know, keep in because it shows the slavery shows the idea of how demeaning humanity can be, right? Or how insane that can go. If you wipe that out, then what's going to happen is years later, 10 years, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, even 100 years now, if slavery is not really a thing that people see, people are going to think that's something we should do. Because we have no documentation of it because it's been altered or erased completely. So like people are like, maybe we should do that. Then you're just bound to repeat the thing all over again. That's why you don't fuck with history. Because that one, this is the very reason why time travel should not be made. This is the perfect example why time travel should never be a thing. Because if people, like, if we're getting upset at the idea of people rewriting history because of the AI that exists, or a case may be, because the AI is trying to do that, because the whether you believe it or not, there are times where you can actually type in like George Washington and you get like different races of this individual, right? Through the AI. If that happens, it's like, okay, let me put it this way. If we're upset at people just changing history with just literally writing it out or just taking it out, like the Yasuke thing from Ubisoft. You know what I'm saying? Because it was made up, technically it was made up by some white guy, but a lot of black people ran with it. And wokies ran with it. Now we know that is a big giant lie, and the dude was excommunicated out of his line of work because he made it all up. That's dangerous. You not only just made up a person that didn't even really exist like that, but you also just offended a whole country in the process. And you tanked a gaming studio to a certain degree too, with lies. That's crazy.
He's trying to rewrite history. That's exactly what he is doing. That's exactly what Pope Francis is saying that they do. And it's absolutely right. That's what they try to do. Kill the past. Let the past die. Kill it if you have to. And then rewrite it in your woke image. Rewrite it in the woke image.
And that's
exactly
dangerous.
What they try to do. Father Lar then mentions Archbishop Jose Gomez. Then LA Archbishop Jose Gomez also spoke against this when he said, today's critical theories and ideologies are atheistic. An integral part of the agenda is diversity, equity, and inclusion mandates end up discriminating against members of groups that have not been determined to be oppressed or underrepresented. Gomez said that secular movements promoting social justice and wokeness are pseudo-religions that should be understood as replacements to traditional Christian beliefs. That's exactly what we're seeing right here. He's trying to rewrite that history. He said today's critical theories deny the soul, the spiritual dimension of the human person, and think that it is irrelevant to human happiness. They reduce what it means to be human to essentially just physical qualities, the color of our skin, our sex, our notions of gender, our ethnic background. As Martin Luther King Jr. said, these are the very characteristics that we should not be judged by. So clearly, Veilguard is woke, but as I said,
well, they don't care what Martin Luther King says. They don't care.
According to Gator, it seems to have always been woke, but there was not transgender propaganda, pansexual companions, and claims that the franchise was inherently queer in 2009, as far as I can recall. I don't remember that in Dragon Age Origins. I don't remember that in Dragon Age 2. I don't remember it in Dragon Age Inquisition. I don't remember any of that.
Inquisition.
I don't remember any
of
it.
I remember. I think it was Inquisition that I played.
This stuff in those games. And that, to me, is why I think Gator is definitely trying to rewrite the history. He's trying to rewrite it. Because that's what these people do, right? It's a never-ending progression into degeneracy. Woke ideology is all about there being nothing but woke ideology, and it fully embraces ever more progression into degeneracy. So I can only imagine if we continue down this path, if we do not put a stop to this stuff, and obviously it's a constant fight. It's going to be a constant fight. But if we do not put a stop to this on a society-wide, cultural-wide, I can't even imagine what they're going to do after transgender. Like, what are they going to do next?
What do you think? What do you think? Honestly, I think we all know what happens when that is surpassed. And that will be surpassed. We all know what will happen when the T isn't is not the most oppressed anymore. We all know what letter is coming after that one. Either is a B or a P. Well, now they would change the P to M, so it's either an M or a B. If you can't figure that one out, well,
obviously, I think that probably is somehow like you just have to destroy reality
completely.
Totally.
Yep.
Totally. You have to just destroy reality. I think that is like the end goal. They just want to destroy everything.
Mm-hmm.
They're always, because again, something is always oppressing something. So you have to overthrow the oppressor.
It's a demonic sense of thinking.
So they're going to find some oppressor, and I think it's going to be reality. Reality is oppressing them, and they're going to have to overthrow reality. I think that's where eventually this stuff leads to.
Yes.
But you can see here, I mean, pansexual and transgender were like hardly even in the English lexicon until around the early 2000s. And even then, if we blow this image up here and we look at it, you can see that even in the early 2000s, late 90s, when the term transgender basically entered the English lexicon, it still is at like what? 0.00004%. And pansexual didn't even show up until around 2009. And it is literally below 0.00005.
Then that tells you something. There's something more
this
going on
idea
here.
that Dragon Age was always woke is just utterly ridiculous, and it just shows you how these people operate. That it is a never-ending progression into degeneracy, and they will rewrite the past in order to reflect where they are at on that path to degeneracy now. So that is why he can say, oh, it was always woke. Didn't you know? How stupid are you? Are you not media literate?
Yeah, they did the same thing with the Yusuke, the Assassin's Creed thing. They tried to change the history of Yusuke just to gaslight you, to say this was always what it was.
No, it was not. You are just denying reality, and that's why I say that at the end of this, they will try to overthrow reality. That is their end goal. Whether or not they realize that yet is something we'll have to see. But I do think that is where they are going towards. But this game is absolutely going to be a disaster because of all of its woke ideology. And now you've got a former lead writer out here trying to defend it, and all he's doing is throwing more kindling on to the fire. And as we've seen this year, games like this do indeed fail, and this will be the next one to fail when it comes out in October. It'll be the next big one following Star Wars Outlaws. But let me know what you guys make of what David Gator had to say here. Let me know in the comments below. Remember to always be charitable, but to speak the truth. And we also must pray for people like David Gator. We must pray for enemies, but that does not mean we do not oppose them and oppose their wicked ways.
Alright, that was Trent the Report and all that great stuff. So like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. Hope you guys enjoy this. I'll see you guys in the next one and all that great stuff. And give them a follow if you like it. Cool. Alright, so this one is from Asmongold. Is that a cookie? Holy fuck, that cookie looks amazing. Anyway, this is from Asmongold, and someone said, who thought of this idea? Now, I think it's something to do with gaming or something. I'm not totally sure, but I guess it's a new invention, and it's probably weird or stupid, so we'll see.
Because I'm not. Here we go.
I was an apex killer.
Oh, it's a girl.
Fueled by instinct and adrenaline. Times change, though. And so have I.
It's a commission I'm doing for my clients.
Now I'm twice as dangerous.
Okay, someone said something the other day and I forgot who it was, but there's a weird obsession by putting older ladies in games for some odd reason. And when I say older ladies, I'm talking about like old grandmas. I'm not talking about ladies who are in their 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. I mean 50s. It's like grandmas, like Anna old. Like she's 60 plus. I think Anna's like 60 plus, or probably 70. Like, I don't know what's the obsession, but it's kind of weird. I forgot who said it. I have to bring it up.
Oh, man. So you're telling me that this woman can have two fully controlled autonomous robots that move, walk, and shoot like people, but she can't have the legs herself? So you can have a fully operational robot that walks around?
Wait, what? So wait. You're a lady who's in a wheelchair and you have two operational robots, but you won't, because she's in a wheelchair, you can't. You're right, he's right. She can't have robot legs? It's not like her regular legs work. Also just replace them with robot legs, right? Wouldn't that make sense? Kind of like defeats all the purpose of the robots now, right? Why have two robot androids to play as this lady, then just letting her have robot legs?
Samurai. Can't you just have robotic legs?
Yeah, I would. Like, if I can't walk and my legs will never work ever again, and you have the technology for me to walk again, as in using robot legs, why the fuck not? Like, those robots are very highly advanced to be running around and killing people. And also just replace them with legs.
Time to chrome up, lady, LOL.
Yeah. Time to chrome up. Time to chrome up. Let's go!
But you can't have her with legs that walk around? See, this is the problem with a lot of these, like, types of, inclusion of, like, characters with disabilities, is that it's so surface level performative that you can immediately tell that no creativity went into this other than the self-aggrandizement of the people who made it, trying to make themselves sound and feel like they're doing a good thing. It's not even a motorized chair. Yeah, and also, wait a minute. Yeah, it's not even... She's got a roll...
Times change, though.
She's rolling her own chair around?
Yeah, that's
You're
weird.
telling me...
Yeah, wait, hold the fuck up. He's right. Why would you have... Okay. The lady's in a wheelchair. She's an ex-military or was a former mercenary, whatever, right? She has experience in mercenary and she's pretty battle-hardened. I don't think she'll put away her not working legs for robot legs. And what makes this worse is, if this isn't far in the future that we have literal android robots running around shooting people...
And yes, that's a cyberpunk reference.
Oh, is that from 2077? And if you have literal robots, two of them running around like humans, shooting people and stuff in this game, wouldn't it bet? And she's wheelchairing herself. She's not even just wheelchairing like with like it's floating or it's a remote. She's still pushing it with her whole arms. That kind of defeats the purpose of the future, right? Ain't that the point that like the future is supposed to be the absolute understanding of convenience to a certain degree?
That this fucking, like, bro, if Razer made this wheelchair, it would be like $40,000. This is nuts. What is this? This is a fucking, an elite gamer chair. I don't even understand this. She changed the, it's ridiculous. She's trans also? I'm not sure about that. Doesn't say anything about that.
So, what's the verdict? Wow, gorgeous.
What is this anime?
You're looking incredible in that dress. This whole outfit makes you look like an angel sent from heaven.
her counter stairs.
Ryaga Samurai.
You're telling me that she can build
Edge
walking
runners.
military grade shooting robots, but not a self-driving wheelchair.
I mean, edge
What's
runners, my
next?
bad.
A blind sniper? The wheelchair is a reference to the state of the game. The fuck is this game now? Tom Clancy's coffin spinning all the way to the Earth's core. At this point, just change the name of this game. It has nothing to do with Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six. Invent robots, yes. Invent exosuit, no. Exactly. Why not give the person an exosuit? Like, for example, do you want to hear a really good example of diversity? How diversity is done right in a fantasy universe? This is how you do diversity right. So basically, when a space marine is injured and their body is damaged so much beyond repair, if their devotion to the Emperor and the cause is deemed to be worthy enough, they will go through a transformation process to take the remaining parts of their body to then have them fused permanently with the metal to become an instrument of war, a dreadnought in service of the Emperor of mankind. Or you can have this.
Okay.
Ryaga Samurai. I think it's that Russian anime I don't know.
It's not even close.
Oh yeah, yeah. Now I know talking about. It's the guy who knows Russian, and the girl likes him, but he likes her, but he doesn't. Well, she doesn't know he knows Russian.
What are you talking about? It's just sad. It's so fucking sad, bro. Oh my god. That's too ambitious for Ubisoft. I know, it's embarrassing. I know. Why doesn't one of the robots push her?
What? How funny that?
Great question.
How funny that
Really
would
good
be.
question, man. Also, like, don't you have Wi-Fi? Why would you be like? Because the odds are, this is the way I think this character will probably play. The character will probably play kind of like Abathur in Heroes of the Storm, if you played that, where it's like the actual unit itself is weak, but then the NPCs they control are powerful. So it's like, what does this tell you? It's basically like you have to go find the person in a wheelchair and then shoot them because they're easy to kill. It's just her robots? Oh, so she's not even in the game. Wait a minute, that could be wrong. No? Okay. Okay, it's just the robots. Oh, man. That would have been really funny if it wasn't. Yeah, they need to make a takedown and PvP by kicking it over. Jesus Christ. Okay, anyway.
I'm doing a.
Wow,
I'm doing
what a world.
What do you call it?
So she's a drone pilot? I
commission
guess
for a
so.
client.
Wanted to post this again because
They
as a
wanted me to draw a
handicapped person, I
military
hate this shit. As someone who's paralyzed in a
really like
wheelchair, this shit's more disrespecting than anything. I speak for all wheelchair users. No one gives a fuck about having an operator as a wheelchair in the game. Well, here's the thing, man. Is like you ask somebody, like any guy in a wheelchair, you'd be like, okay, do you want to be this? Or do you want to be this? It's not even a fucking question. It's like every single person is gonna.
I don't think anyone in a wheelchair wants to be seeing themselves in a game in a wheelchair. It just reminds them they're in a wheelchair. It's like someone who's short. Blue. It's like if you're short, right? You don't want to be reminded that you're short. You just want to be tall.
I'm gonna fucking say this is badass. This is awesome. It's part of the lore. And this is the issue is that, the problem is that I think that disabilities used to be incorporated into fantasy in ways that were like intelligent, clever, and enhanced the story. Like Kargath Bladefist had like, you know, the Blade Fist, right? And then other people cut off their arms in like solidarity, right? Steampunk, exactly. It was innovative, it was respectful, and like now I feel like a lot of disability inclusion with video games are this is
Disingenuous. Just highly disingenuous.
Bro, it's so fucking sad. Exactly, yes. Even this guy knows. Bro, it's just so fucking sad. What is this? Oh my god. It's ridiculous. Is that real? Yes, it is. It's real. I just... It's so outrageous, man. That's not real. I'm still upset about WAD expansion. It could have been so good. I just think this is the same... I just don't think this is the same as top scars. For example, a wheelchair can be a style choice. Yeah, but like
style choice. What the fuck
the
does
problem
that
is
mean?
that
A style choice. A wheelchair is a style choice? Who the fuck wants to be in a wheelchair? People in a wheelchair don't want to be in no fucking wheelchair. What are you talking about? You just said people in wheelchairs are aesthetic. What the fuck? That doesn't make any sense. How would that be a style choice? I don't understand how that's a style choice. No one wants to be in no goddamn wheelchair. It's an inconvenience for most people, even people in wheelchairs. Like, if you went up to someone who's in a wheelchair, who's been permanently in a wheelchair, and you had a syringe that make their legs work for whatever reason, whether through accident or they were born like this, they will take that syringe so fast. I have the cure to make you walk again. Whether it was from an accident, or a spinal injury, or you was born this way. I have the technology to make you walk again without even amputating your legs. You don't think they'll say yes? You think they care about being excommunicated out of the wheelchair community? Fuck no. The fuck? That's wild.
I don't know about every person that's handicapped, but I'll tell you this. If I was handicapped, let's say I had my arm cut off. Would I want to have no arm? Or would I want to have a robot arm? Like Will
See?
Smith in iRobot.
No drawbacks BTW.
Shit.
Oh.
I'd rather have a robot arm. What's best? Having no arm or having a robot arm? I'd rather have a robot arm. That sounds badass, cool, and awesome. Who the fuck wants to be in a wheelchair? No one wants to be in a wheelchair. No one wants to be armless. No one wants to be something wrong with them. No one wants anything to be wrong with them. They want to be as normal as possible. And I'm not saying it's not normal to be in a wheelchair or something's wrong with you, because things happen. That's part of life. Things happen, whether it's through birth or circumstance or whatever the case may be. But 9 times out of 10, anyone just wants to be as normal as anyone else. You want to be as normal as the other population that you're near. Now, if everyone was in a wheelchair, that would be considered normal. If someone walking on 2 legs and everyone was like fucking in wheelchairs, the one with the walking legs wants to be in a wheelchair. Makes sense. Even though you will dunk on it, literally everyone that you play against.
God, I don't know. Oh, jeez. Yeah, or Bucky, right? Yeah, exactly. The Winter Soldier. There you go. Yeah, it's not even a question. It'd be fucking badass. Yeah, Darth Vader. Yeah, look at Darth Vader is a perfect example. Yes, and then like also Darth Vader is such a good example because like in the lore of Star Wars, Darth Vader's suit is actually causing him pain in a way that's unnecessary because Palpatine wanted that to happen as like a punishment for him losing the fight, and also so he could always maintain power over Darth Vader. So like there's all these like levels of depth and complexity to it, and nowadays this is your representation. This is it. This is you. The inclusion was cool when in Doctor Strange, the guy who was disabled was up and playing basketball because he was already healed and meeting the teacher. That's sci-fi fantasy. I know, man. If someone had a wheelchair IRL as a style choice, would it be disrespectful? I think that it is. It's very hard to say, right? But I think that it's basically
soft, squishy, fluffy alpacas. Now, in old school RuneScape.
This is my opinion, right? I think that the inclusion...
Why the fuck would that be a
and there
selling
would be
point?
rarely any stairs.
Like, why would that be a selling point to sell for you to get the Albion online? Why does the alpaca has to give me a reason? That doesn't give you any fucking reason to play the game. And you're right, there will be lack of stairs, if any. Shit, they may not even be buildings.
Of people with disabilities should not be focused on what they don't have, It's on about how they are still able to contribute and be part of a team instead. So I think that the best way to treat somebody with a disability is to treat them like somebody who doesn't have a disability.
Yes.
Obviously, you know, there are some cases.
Yes. Yes. Thank God. They get it. That's the point. Like, that's literally the point. The point is to treat the individual as if they don't have a disability. That makes them feel like an equal to you. But when you make the emphasization of the disability as if... the point is to eliminate the disability as much as possible for them to be a contributing factor in your game or whatever the fuck, right? Either give them robot legs, grow them new legs like Deadpool, or something. But when you just literally make the wheelchair as the aesthetic, what the fuck?
Where that's not possible. But in general, I think that's the best way to humanize and to take a person like that seriously. Because, like, otherwise, I feel like you're patronizing them, you're speaking down to them,
yes,
or you're infantilizing them in a way that being in a wheelchair doesn't make you a child.
Yeah, you're like kind of fetishizing them to a certain degree.
Being in a wheelchair doesn't make you a lesser person. You just can't fucking walk because you're fucked up. So, I think that it should be, like representation of characters that have disabilities. I think that you don't need to give somebody a disability and then take away their autonomy and then take away their dignity. I think in a lot of cases. And I feel like giving people that have disabilities a dignified type of representation that's not just one-dimensional, one-for-one in real life is much more meaningful to, I think, right? I'm not disabled really, right? So I don't know this, but I'm thinking if this was me, this is what I would want to feel. And I think that would be better. The fact that they get constantly reminded of their IRL disabilities, I play WoW.
Thank you. I just said it. When you have to keep reminding me that I'm X, Y, and Z, you're not really solving the problem. You just put me in the game with the same problem. What the fuck?
To escape? Yeah, exactly.
That's the point of the video game, to escape from the reality of whatever the fuck is going on. I don't understand these people. This is bad character design. It's bad character design, bro. That is wild. The point is to put him in a fantasy. The point is to put them in a fantasy that they have autonomy and they have power over or they have agency over their situation, whether they're disability, they're trans, they're this, they're that. But no, they didn't get that memo. They just thought, oh, I'm being inclusive. That's not being inclusive. You're just being condescending. You're an asshole. What the fuck?
And so that's how I see it, right? Is like it's a focus, like with Warhammer, it's a focus on power, autonomy, and it's turned into a good thing. In this, I feel like it's just very surface level. Look at us. Look how much we care about people that are disabled. It's embarrassing.
Awesome.
It's just virtue signaling as well. Yeah.
Nothing really, just didn't work. Alright. Is that all of them? I think we did them all. Alright, so we're done with the anti-woke stuff. Fun. Now, we're gonna go do the Halloween stuff. Yeah. We're gonna do, I think ooh, that actually looks really delicious. What is this? I'm going to have my sister and the girlfriend see this. I'm gonna add that to the queue. Okay, I don't care. Wait, what? She's not black enough? My Little Pony hair triggers Twitter comic artist attacked. Oh my god, people! Can we just, like, enjoy things? I'm not into MLP, but Jesus Christ, people. Let people enjoy their shit. Why you guys always gotta ruin everything? Okay. I wasn't gonna jump on this, but this is 22 minutes ago. After this, then we'll do the. After this, then we'll do the scary stuff. So, sorry, this just looks like it's one of those situations you just have to jump on. So this is My Little Pony's hair triggers Twitter comic artist attacked because she's not
Lavender _
black
the
enough?
_ TV _ queen. I switched to Twitch.
Okay.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I am here with Geeky Sparkles.
Hello.
This is a sickness
And we're
of
going
the highest order.
Yes, it is.
Talk about comic books. We don't talk about comic books much anymore because not a lot of people are reading comics. Therefore, not a lot of people are looking for information on comics. Therefore, nobody's watching our videos about comics. But this was particularly interesting because we have talked a lot about the art fixers, the skin tone police on Twitter.
We envision it this way because it is because we said
Samurai.
so. It's coded that way because we said so.
Coded.
You know, like Riley has to be trans because we said so from the inside out, etc., etc.
So now we've got the My Little Pony fandom going after one of the most well-known My Little Pony comic book artists, Andy Price. And he's basically like, yeah, I might be done. I might be done with this because apparently there was a black-coded pony and he didn't draw her mane.
Is it a he or she?
Black enough. I think it's a she.
Okay.
I don't know. It could be a they, them. The way things are going now, I have no idea. I have no idea the gender of these ponies. But
lift the tail.
You lift the tail. Well, even then, they're just presenting.
Oh, that's
I
right.
don't know.
Oh,
Right.
God.
But she presents as a black pony,
According to the fans.
according to the fans.
Okay.
And you need to draw her as such, Andy. And Andy didn't do it.
Is
Now,
this like that mentality that orcs are stand-ins for black people and all that
yes.
stuff?
Well,
Which
that's
is a
okay.
wild
Wizards of the
take.
Coast
That
made it
is
so
one
much
of the
better.
most wild takes. I never look at an orc and say black person. That is the weirdest take I have ever heard. It is the weirdest shit. It is the weirdest thing I ever heard. I've never looked at the orc. Shit, you're more likely to say Namekians are more close to black people than fucking orcs. All these black men specifically, but like Jesus Christ. I've never looked at an orc. Because they all come in different shades and colors, like green, red, gray, I think yellow, and I think blue once. But that's like a very grayish blue. Depending on what game you're playing, or whatever the fuck. They're usually green, 9 times out of 10, or a very grayish green. Or just gray. But Jesus Christ. Sometimes I think there's been white before, but that's. But I've never seen and look at a orc, a troll, a golem, or anything else and associate to a race. That is wild.
Better, they made them
I never even looked at them subliminally as like another race.
Mexicans.
That's weird.
You know. That's just a better. So we'll talk about this because Geeky is a fan of My Little Pony.
Oh, wait,
and,
the original My Little Pony.
The
I did like
original.
the G3s though, the toys.
Shit,
The shows are okay. I don't really watch the shows. I just buy the toys.
Friendship is Magic. I was watching it with our daughter when she was very little, and I'm like, yeah, this actually isn't bad.
It wasn't
and,
bad, no.
And then the bronies happened, and then it was like
Trains.
like, oh shit. It's
There was
all
some
weird
weirdness there.
There's
but
some weirdness. Now there are some good bronies. We actually have a good family friend who
he does no longer says he's no longer a brony. But
yeah, but
I
good man.
Like the original My Little Ponies. I collect the toys. I like them.
she's got a lot of ponies.
I like ponies.
Um,
But anyway, back to the point because no one cares about that.
Let's get back to the point. The point is we're going to talk about My Little Pony and the art fixers, and we have seen this happen so many times.
Constantly.
Mostly it's about skin tones, but now we're talking about hairstyles. Remember the Afro poofs in Animal Crossing?
Yes, and that Nintendo had to say that anybody can use the Afro poofs.
Anybody can use the Afro.
The hairstyles across different cultures. It's not just one type of one race of people.
Yeah, a lot of people of different races can have afros. It's possible. I think Asians can do it. White people can do it. I don't know about Indians. I'm not totally sure. That's up for debate. But I know that Asians can do it.
So let's party like it's 2016 Tumblr all over again. Before we get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, guys. You get woohoo if you do.
Woohoo!
Go out to clownfishminus.com. That's our non-plus club. Your first month is half off, and we're going to give you bonus content, and you get merchandise discounts, and we're working on some more merch. Eventually, this is going to be where we put all of our stuff, our merchandise shelf on YouTube, so our comics and stuff will eventually wind up on here, but I love this hat.
Yes, he does.
I'm getting this hat. I'm going to wear this hat. This is going to be the neon hat. That's what we're going to call it. So we'll get to Yanzi Lin's tweet here in a second, but I found this on Reddit, and Reddit was a breeding ground for this kind of nonsense too. Coding is just Tumblrized stereotyping, says Sparky.
You mean like, because back to the Shira show, but like because Frosta has ice power, she's an Eskimo.
Yeah.
You know, and Snake Eyes has to be Asian because, martial arts. But that's winning, guys. That's winning.
You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying?
That's showing everyone stereotyping's wrong.
Yeah, it's really weird how freakishly obsessed a lot of these cartoon stands are about coding of cartoon characters and also who they're fucking. That's
yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Things,
like
yes.
it's those two things.
Well,
like
ships. Yeah, because who they're effing. Yeah, ships. The ships and the stereotypes and the coded stuff. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. So let's go out here and we've got a guy who's been drawing the My Little Pony comics like forever. And he's pretty well regarded in that community, or was pretty well regarded in that community, as I understand it. Again, I'm not a brony, but I have friends who are, and I said, Andy Price, everybody likes his art, but he got called out. So Yanzi Lin had this, and I noticed it yesterday. She said in the year 2024, people are bullying Andy Price, the longtime My Little Pony comic book artist, for not drawing what they perceive as a black-coated pony correctly, because he didn't draw Afro-style hair. Hasbro mandated it for him to draw it that way. Otherwise, with fans like these are insufferable.
But I don't understand, okay.
What's
the problem?
What's up with her mane?
I like how she went just dead silent. She had a brain fart. She's like, what the fuck?
Looks like a totally different mane cell and hair texture.
What's wrong with it? What's wrong with it? I don't see nothing wrong with it. It looks perfectly fine. I get what race of kind of pony this is supposed to be based on the... Nothing's wrong with it. I don't think nothing's wrong with the character design. It's pretty... It looks cute. It's alright. There's nothing wrong with it. The character design looks fine. I think it hits the mark pretty well. It's simplistic and it's not overcomplicated. If this is supposed to be a black pony. Oh, it's a scam. I don't know what's the problem.
With all the cowlicks and a lack of her cornrows. How do you draw? So here's the thing. Characters look different in 3D than they do in 2D anyway, because there's only so much you can do with pen and ink and also keep it the style of the rest of the comic. Andy Price said, "This is the reference I was told to use. We were explicitly told not to use the 3D version for reference." Okay.
Niece and nephew know that the people Uncle Roger partnered with to launch my chili crab pasta. But do you know that dumpling
Ryaga Samurai. It's a pony.
I find it funny how this guy used a stereotype. Isn't it funny that wokies will look at this and say this is racist, but this man is making making a lot of money by this stereotype? Isn't that funny? Like, original stereotypes win because they actually have merit and reliability and they're funny. Ain't that funny? Uncle Raja. Like, he's literally a stereotype. A caricature. Right? and it's funny. This type of character wouldn't have been as like this kind of character that Uncle Roger is would have been just a normal thing in the early 2000s, right? Late 90s, early 2000s. This type of character was around a lot.
Funny.
Right? It was funny. Like, watch any early 2000s movie, and you will see an Asian stereotype, a black stereotype, a white stereotype, all types of stereotypes, not just minority. It was everyone had their own stereotype. Watch Friday. Watch any of these shows. Watch old Will Ferrell movies. Watch these old movies. Joe Dirt. Like, watch them. They are funny because
Edgar Hinojosa.
there was.
I was trying to find your YouTube channel on my other device so I can join in on my main account and establish that this is my alt, but I couldn't.
Okay, you got me. So you're here. So yeah, let's go. But that's funny. I find that Uncle Roger, the dude was a comedian, right? But I think things wasn't working out. And once he did the stereotype with the race thing and the egg and rice stuff, he blew up. Why is that? Because he plays as a caricature that a lot of Asian people identify with because their family is like this. Their uncle, their aunt, someone they know talks like this who is from outside the U.S.
Edgar Hinojosa.
Right?
Also, I was timed out.
I'm sorry about that. That's Nightbot doing that. Just be careful. Don't use capitalizations.
Craig, how did you get fired on your day off? Edgar Hinojosa.
Amazing,
For like
also
20
free.
seconds.
Sorry about that, bro.
Yo, some of the best Uncle Roger has. Most of the time, very hard to get good soup dumpling, aka Xiao Long Bao, near where you live. Uncle Roger live in LA. Closest soup dumpling place is 40-minute drive away. That too far. That where Mila come in. They ship restaurant quality soup dumplings straight to your doorstep, and cooking dumplings so easy. Only take 10 minutes. Uncle Roger always have this as quick lunch or dinner. Combine that with their chili crunch and dumpling sauce. This better.
I'm sorry. I'm kind of hungry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so there you go.
Yeah, but that's not the same hairstyle as what you drew, though.
But then you start done telling you. They were told to use that version, and the other version isn't as puffy, but you can see where it's similar.
So
I honestly have no problem with this design. I'm not into like the whole My Little Pony shit at all, but like I don't see what's wrong with this design. I think it's pretty cute. It hits the mark pretty well. They got the hairstyle pretty well, I think. I don't think it's problematic. The colors works well with the purple. Either they use a monochrome type color or they use a contrasting, or they use a monochrome type color scheme, or they used cool colors. They use out of the two, the blue is the coolest color, and then the purple is a little bit more of the warm, and they put a little bit of a tinge of red or at least orange in there, so it does pretty well. So I don't see nothing wrong with this design. I don't know why people are losing their minds over this.
There's nothing wrong with that design.
Nothing's wrong with it. I'm not even a My Little Ponies fan, and I think it's perfectly fine. Hey, Asher, what's going on? I think it's cute. It's pretty good. It's simplistic. It's not overcomplicated. The hairstyle is pretty cute, and you can identify what kind of race of pony this is, depending if you care about that shit. But even if you do, who gives a fuck? It's a pony.
There is somebody at Hasbro that does sign off on these.
I was going to say they had
comics.
And if they don't like it, they'll tell you to do it again. So
trust me, bro. I know, because my God, the Disney people with IDW, like
they were ridiculous. They were so mad about. So this is what they nitpick was so stupid. You don't have a railing on that side, but there isn't one on the ride. Doesn't matter. You need to add it.
Let me explain here. So I did a little bit of work for IDW after we did like 10.
I'm trying to make a manga page on paper.
That must be hard.
10, 15 years in the trenches working on different licensed Disney comics for other publishers. So I already had my Mickey Mouse certificate. I had my piece of paper from Disney that I was a vetted Disney artist approved to work on licensed stuff. Get a call from IDW. Hey, you want to do a couple of theme park covers for us for Disney? And one of them was Test Track with Uncle Scrooge, two of my favorite things. So I'm like, hell yeah, I'll do this.
You did that one, and you did It's a Small World. They were the
Small World
variants. They were
too,
variant
covers. They were like the retailer incentives or whatever, which I feel honored to be a retailer incentive. You have to buy 25 copies to get it.
Get one of him.
To get one. The Sonic people.
Yeah, IDW works with Sonic. They work on the Sonic Archie comics, whatever the fuck.
I mean, and then people were like, at one point they're selling for a lot of money, and I had like a whole box full of them. I forgot I had. They like sent me a whole box full. So anyway, yeah, so Test Track has a guardrail because of course it does, because you're dealing with a high-speed vehicle, and God forbid I drew that on the cover.
Oh yeah, it was, yeah.
And I was told I had to remove the guardrail, even though it's on the attraction. I had to remove the guardrail because it gives the impression that the ride is unsafe. Oh, also the ducks they didn't have their seatbelts on, so I had to put the seatbelts on.
Yes.
Yeah, and then also Huey, Dewey, and Louie were all doing crack cocaine in the back seat.
Excuse me?
And they said you can't do that either. I'm like, but that goes on at Disney all the time. I don't know.
No. They said you have to use meth.
I think I went through. I think you have to use meth instead. I think I went through like. God, I swear to God, like 9 revisions with that. That was the most. And
it was ridiculous.
It was
I remember.
IDW,
it was
and
insane.
It pays shit. Like
the Small World one, you didn't have any problems with.
Small World, I was shocked. Small World, the part of the only thing that pissed me off about that was they didn't know where to. Whoever was doing the pre-press, I left the bleed, and they left the rough edges of the artwork on it because it was supposed to bleed off of the cover. And they didn't trim that, so I get the cover, and it looked unfinished around the edges. I'm like, but that's because it was a bleed. You're supposed to. God, okay, whatever. It's IDW, right? It's IDW. I don't even think they use spell check on shit now. But this was 10 years ago. But no, I actually was able to put, and I was shocked. I was able to put the African part of the ride, which is my favorite part of the ride, with the animals. Mm-hmm. And I got the elephant, and I had black people on the cover. For the first time on the Scrooge.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you did. Yeah,
and,
but we're so anti everything, and we're racist.
And
so, you know.
I don't think that had been done before, because I actually had an editor from another publication or another publisher that we work for in Disney was like, "How did you get away with that?" And I'm like, "I don't know.
It's the ride.
It's on the ride, but." For some reason, I could do, because they're like, well, they didn't want it to be stereotyped. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't because they had a problem with black people. They just didn't want stereotypes. I'm like, well, I drew them the way they look on the ride, and I put it on the cover. They had no problem with that, but they had a huge problem with the guardrail.
A guardrail.
Freaking guardrail.
So yes, do I think that it's possible that, they were told to draw it in a certain way, and they might have even had revisions during it, we don't know. And then when they got to a point where they signed off and agreed that's what they wanted. So I'm sure what you got in the comic is what they signed off on and what they asked for. He was just doing what they asked him to.
Yeah, so here they have a whole. This is the typical. This is what Twitter.
Do not harass any of these people.
Don't harass any of these people.
I better specify, because they'd be like, you sent them to harass people. No, I didn't. Don't.
They're probably either 14-year-old girls or 34-year-old men with mental issues. So don't harass them, please. But yeah, so yeah, they're like, hey, the designs both clearly convey textured afro coils. The comic design made it messy, moderately curly. Literally, what are you talking about? And this person said, I'm not assuming ill intent of Andy Price at all, for the record, but you're right. It's clearly not the same hair texture, and it's something closer to Izzy's, really.
Oh my God.
Misty's hair simplified is basically Pinky's or pear butt. Oh my God. This is so like in the weeds with the My Little Pony. It's like, it's Scrumdiddlyumptious' ass symbol just isn't the right color of chartreuse for me.
You're whitewashing.
You're whitewashing Scrumdiddlyumptious' ass symbol. What are they called?
It's called a cutie mark.
Okay.
Just
ass
so you
tattoo.
know.
Ass tat. They need to call them ass tats.
Oh my God. You can go up to somebody at a convention and selling them.
That's technically what they are.
They'd be like, well, what's that one with that, you know?
She has apple ass tats.
What is apple ass tat? See what they say?
Thank you.
Oh my God.
That's the new name for Applejack. If they I know that one. If they lose the rights.
We're doing a reaction as we listen to this as I'm finishing this commission for my client.
If they lose the rights to Applejack, because like Hasbro's always losing a trademark, that's her new name is Apple Ass Tat.
Apple Ass Tat. Okay.
Or Hot Tua, because that's what she reminds me of.
The whole thing with the baby ponies, even though the J1 baby ponies had ass tats, but when they got to the show, like, it was a big thing. They were waiting for their cutie symbols to appear. It was kind of like, that time of the month or something, and So it's like when you reach a certain age, you just magically get it. Well, it's a cutie mark.
I just
not
caught
an ass tat.
I was reading these tweets. I just caught what you're saying. So wait, ponies don't menstruate.
No, I'm just saying they have this whole thing that they're like, they get a certain age, they're all waiting to get their cutie mark. Not an ass tat, cutie mark, and it was like a whole plot.
So it was like a whole their
I think
first
it was
period.
like a stand-in for some kind of like puberty thing, but
So you grow, so you magically an ass tat appears,
when you get to
and then you
certain
get
age, you can just go
pubes
get tatted.
between your legs or some.
No, what are you adding? Just stop.
Are they curly? Did you draw them correctly?
No, you have to draw them right. So here, okay, back to the point. If I had to guess, the artist and the team may not know how to draw her type of hair, and nobody in production really caught this. They didn't catch it. It's on several panels, but okay.
Oh god!
Especially since Hasbro might just be trying to push these out now that G5 is almost over. I could be wrong. You probably are because they're on several panels.
Where are her braids? Where are her afro poofs? And they always use cartoon avatars. No, I can't say anything as I'm a talking cartoon avatar.
Usually they have, like, these individuals usually are, it's never showing their real face. They're always using an anime or some type of cartoon avatar, which is funny.
Ryaga Samurai. LMAO Neon.
And what's funny is, like, for me, when I get, like, evil comments, it's usually the cat people. It's usually the cat people. The best people who give me the best compliments, if I had to say like a genre of pictures or like profile pictures, is the One Piece fandom. The One Piece fandom is the chillest fandom ever. Like they never fuck with me in the slightest. They never fuck with me. I'm always in good standing with the One Piece fandom. All the time. All the time. They never give me trouble. It's always the cat people. They have a stupid cat profile. It goes either left or right. Either they give me a compliment or they give me some insane response. It's something really out of, like, insane. It's crazy. So anyway.
But I use my
At least
real
you're
face.
your own avatar.
I'm my own avatar.
Ryaga Samurai.
It's like, God, where do these people
The
come
One Piece
from?
fandom
And yeah,
stands
he's
with
just like, I might be
Artextric.
done.
Oh,
Like,
he's
this might be
getting
it.
harassed, and he did what they asked him to. And this reminds me of so many other artists. Like, what was the one artist that was on Steven Universe and did a ship of her own, and then they threatened, they got her to the place she wanted to kill herself. These people are nuts. We've had the one instance where
my god! Again, I just literally looked at my latest post on TikTok of the cyberpunk chick I drawn, and there's two comments. There's someone who's saying nice drawing, and then right under that person is a cat person saying I'm cooked. It's always that same person saying I'm cooked with the same cat picture. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. Like, bro, I don't even think that's an insult, but then again, I'm like, why? Why do you guys make it your mission to be a weird? What the fuck is wrong with you cat people?
I stepped in where they were all underage, but like a couple underage She-Ra fans were mad. The Princesses of Power, N.D. Stevenson version, were mad because somebody drew an original Mermista fan art piece, and they were attacking them, telling them to kill themselves over whitewashing Mermista, even though Mermista was white originally.
Now, Katie Cook, I think she did pony comics too. Like, again, I'm obviously not the target demographic, but so I know.
Katie Cook did. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she did. Yeah.
So apparently, no one got the memo. Only I am allowed to make outrageous accusations towards you and spit venom your way onto your WKRP shirt. This person said you're not done yet. Your work in this newest pony comic brought me back into buying IDW pony comics.
I think his stuff's cute.
Yeah, he's pretty well regarded in that circle. Like, I know he's been doing it for like 10 or 15 years, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what your reputation is. It doesn't matter if there was past fan goodwill, if the Tumblr rights and the Redditors and the Twitter rights decide they don't like you for whatever reason.
It literally is people just sitting there.
Since starting the farmer's dog, Booger has lost so much weight, and he is
looking for things to
yes.
They get accused of this all the time, even though it's not really the case. this is more the case. You have a comic book of My Little Pony characters, and then you go through looking for things to be outraged about 24/7.
Yeah. Some of these people jumping in to defend him, though. Please, God, Andy, don't let this be what ends your passion. But you know what? If you were doing this for so long and you're used to people liking your stuff, and then all of a sudden everything changed and it was like, oh my God, the pony's not black enough. And then you're like being harassed by a bunch of juveniles or men who identify.
They're juvenile, degenerate, insane individuals who are mentally ill, who needs to get help, who are attacking you for a pony cartoon, who have unfinished business with their caretakers and or guardians and or parents because they didn't get a hug or some stupid shit.
By his juveniles or whatever the fuck is going on. I'd be upset too. I mean, this is kind of what happened with us with webcomics. And I took it a lot worse than you did, but I just got so freaking sick of it. Like, we saw this change. We saw the Tumblrization in full. Like, it was like we did the webcomic for years, and then all of a sudden the audience started changing, the comments started changing. People were like, why aren't there more brown people or representative people in your comic? And what's with this? And da-da-da. And that's kind of racist.
Though? They'll tell you that, and then they'll follow with, but you're not allowed to represent them unless you actually are that, whatever.
Or little girls who have the same problem, but they identify as such.
But you have that condition, or you are that race, or you are that gender. You're not allowed to. You're not even allowed to voice characters that aren't like you. So how the hell are we supposed to go draw people that aren't white?
We're gonna
be doomed if we do, doomed if we don't.
Where's the vitiligo? Where are the top surgery scars? No. What happened was there was actually a person that we used to be friendly with, and then they just went crazy. But they had a comic, and the comic was a fictional planet where most of the people on this fictional planet had brown skin. Well, this person was white. And then Tumblr happened and basically talked them out of doing their comic altogether.
Nice.
Just like, stop doing your comic. You have no right to do it because you're drawing brown people. And they were like brown people with white hair on this other planet.
Why don't we have more brown people in your comic? It's like, because you're going to yell at me if I do.
You're going to scream at me either way, so I might as well just do what the hell I want to do, right?
Well, as well. That's what I'm saying. This is why I said we should just ignore the idea of the racist word, because you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. If you don't have a bunch of brown people in your, or minorities in your comic, you're racist. If you write about them, specifically about them, and only about them when no white people, something's wrong with you, you're racist. Oh, you're not racist, but you're fetishizing them or something to that extent. So you can't win as a normal person. Even you don't have to be white. Like, you could be like literally, well, actually, quite frank, if you're a minority and you're writing about just black people, say you're just a black person writing about black people, they don't really bother you too much. But then again, they'll be like, why is this person not blacker enough, or something to that extent?
So a planet filled with Ishvalians.
Pretty much. Ishvalans, yeah, pretty much.
So I've read that they attacked you because of Misty's main style. That's the woke part of Twitter in action. They're getting minimized, to be honest. I think they kind of literally ran the asylum for years, and a lot of them disappeared when Musk came in. But people, they think they're the good guys, but in reality, they're just hell. Everyone can draw Misty how they want, period. Yes.
But in this case, it was, they were told, he was told, do not draw it the same way as the 3D version, and so he didn't. And again, you had to have gotten approval for this.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's like, yeah, I mean, look, sometimes people work on stuff in retrospect. They're like, yeah, maybe we shouldn't have done that or whatever. But it's like, this coming right from Hasbro. Now it could be, Hasbro doesn't give a shit because they're outsourcing their G1 ponies or whatever. But, this fandom, it's so weird. There was a, I think I watched it. I think it might have actually been Jenny Nicholson, she does the Disney videos or whatever. But she was talking about, she said that, back in the day, and I'm sure Geeky can remember this because she was part of the old pony fandom.
Mm-hmm. Like, what I don't understand is, who cares if the pony's hair is not textured enough? You can tell, and I'm pretty sure they're going to hire a black voice actor anyway, so you're going to know who it is, because it's kind of easy to tell the accent of most races 9 times out of 10, like, especially in America, when they're very
Meep at Bry 3.
It's just weird.
where you guys, it used to be a bunch of women who grew up in the 80s and 90s.
There were some dudes too.
Not a lot though.
No, it was definitely female.
But you would get together and have like swap meets, and there were like old style message boards.
You know how they really fuck with them? Make the 9 times out of 10 the voice actor will be black, but like make them British. That will piss them off, right? It'll be a black British person. It will be literally a black British person who sounds like a British person who happens to be black, right? And they'll piss them off and they say, they're pretty not black enough, isn't it? Why did you hire a white person? Like, no, we hired a black person. They're British. You're the racist. What are you talking about? And then they're going to say, it's not urban enough. What do you mean it's not urban enough? We got a British person who lives in an urban area in London or in England. What are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like, just fuck with them. Just keep going down that road with them. Like, no matter what you say, we hired a black person. They come from the particular status quo that you want them to be. They just don't speak American accent.
Moral Lathers.
That's it.
Oh, I will take the voice actor of Garnet.
Yeah, we'll put Garnet. Throw Garnet in there. Put the voice actor of our Garnet into this character.
Meet Myra.
Are you guys gonna get mad now? Because you guys love Steven Universe, right? Don't you love Garnet? You must be a racist if you don't like Garnet, right? That's how you fuck with them. Just go down this road with them. Just keep going down this road. Grab the voice, the actress or the singer. I think she's a singer. She's a famous singer. She sang the song with Kanye West. Take me down to my LA boy or something like that, or New York boy or some shit. That's Garnet, right? So just put her as his character.
Ryaga Samurai. Mora.
She's black. She has black hair. She's voiced by a black person. She comes from probably a poverty place, and she also has a British accent. Let's say you make it more. Have her have a British Cockney accent.
Yes, they had their own little cons, but then Hasbro took them over. Yes.
Yeah, I used to do your little
we do a little Christmas ornament swap. You'd get like a list of names, and then you'd make like the same ornament for 12 people, and then you'd swap. So at the end, you'd get 12 ornaments, or based on My Little Pony, and then 12 people got your ornament. It was cute little fun things. Yes.
And it changed with the bronies, but it wasn't just the bronies. It was just in general. It's like you got the bronies, and then you got the shippers, and then you got the skin tone police. And all these weirdos that...
Yeah, it's a bunch of weirdos. Skin tone police, the bronies... Well, I don't even think the bronies are all that bad. They're just weird grown men. But, like, I think that the least problematic ones, I think, is the race ones and the shippers. I think the shipper people are just as worse as the race fixing people. I think they're just as worse.
Came into
cartoons is ground zero for this shit.
All cartoons.
Video games too, but cartoons is really bad.
And I think Adventure Time and Steven Universe definitely attracted a certain audience.
Oh, we all
from
know.
Tumblr, and it just sort of permeated any kind of cartoon anything. I think the reason that we get as much shit as we get is, one, we do talk about animation, and
Rob Bresnahan will put partisanship aside to find real solutions to lower prices. Reign in Washington's
a lot of other people do the kinds of videos that we do. They don't talk about it because they don't really give a shit about it, but we talk about it because we actually do give a shit. And we use cartoon avatars.
They just want to.
Yeah, we also come from comics and stuff like that. We've had shows pitched and things.
We pitch shows.
I love it. It's always funny to me when people are like, you don't know anything. You don't know anything about this. You don't know what you're talking about. You're so full of crap. And it's like, well, we did do it. And then other people that are in the industry are like, no, actually, they're right. It's like, it always amuses me. But anyway, continue back to the point.
No, I just think it's really sad that this is what might actually acting like a victim. Oh, come on. Most of G5 fandom doesn't deserve shit. All's drama for hair. But this person's like, you're acting like a victim.
I'm still on G1, so
Yeah. Send Andy love. He doesn't deserve the mistreatment. Black people can't have shit, can they? Says Free Palestine. I'm sure that's a real name. All they had to do was take the criticism professionally.
Did they really write that in there? What the fuck? Did they really write that? Oh my god. Did they say black people can't have anything and they just put Free Palestine right under that? You a piece of shit.
But you guys were throwing a fit about the drawing that he had explained. I wasn't allowed to base it on that. I was supposed to base it on this.
No, Andy, don't let some racist loser be the end of your passion. You are the pony comic artist. That's what I thought. I thought this person was basically the ponies, like, you know, like Don Rosa is the ducks.
Okay,
right?
but all these people who are being desperate for attention comments, they're the ones that were so desperate for attention that they were making the shitty comments to begin with.
Just learn to draw black hairstyles, and this would go away. Do what we want, and it'll go away.
It sounds to me like there's a lot of people who...
Damn.
You know, when I understand that there's a high flux of black people who want their so-called hairstyles to be drawn, and I get it, but you know, it's not their job to draw your so-called hairstyles. If you want that to be a thing, make it your job to do it. Do it your fucking self. That's what I don't understand. Like, this is why I don't really get mad at the Killmonger haircut, right? Because after a while you start realizing, or the high top look, the reason why I don't get mad at it anymore, or not even mad, the reason I don't like it anymore, I don't make a big deal of a fuss out of it, because when you think about it, why would I try a new hairstyle as a non-black person for them to just criticize me anyway? Do it your fucking self. Just do it yourself. Make your own damn characters. Why is it up to me to do it? Just because I can draw? You can draw too. It's not like it's something that was given to me. I just practice. You do the same. Find your time.
Who are like, keep doing it and ignore them than there are complaining about it.
Yeah, I know. It's just fucking stupid. I don't think he's used to the backlash. I think he was...
Well, we get this kind of shit all the time. Don't you know you're a racist if you don't like a Star Wars movie or show or whatever?
Oh, we had a guy...
hate women.
There's a guy on guy, gal, they, them, whatever, weirdo on Reddit who put a little clip together about how they fantasized about tracking me down to beat me up because I did a video about Transformers 1 failing at the box office, but if they'd actually watched the video, I said I've heard nothing but good things about it.
But you think the marketing
and
did
the marketing
it
was
dirty.
bad.
And we read an actual article that was an industry article talking about it just to justify and verify what we were saying. Like, it's not just us, you know.
Everybody's saying this.
Oh, we get this all the time. Like, there's this one guy, he's like ass mad about She-Ra. And he's just like, apparently he's constantly posting shit about us. And they're like acting like we're like making these videos about stuff like that now. And I'm like, this was years ago. No one cares. They literally stepped over it and moved on.
I wish I knew. There's got to be some psychological reason, but like cartoon stands for some reason just are, I don't know if it's like you can't separate reality from, you know what I'm saying? Like, you see this with live action shows to a degree, but you don't see the same kind of weird, I mean, really like unhinged behavior around, say, the Scarecrow and Mrs. King or something as you do around any kind of cartoon show.
I love that show.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, I mean, there are people that get passionate about this stuff, but not like the cartoon people, the comic book people. They get really weird.
The reason he brought that show up is
because these are unchecked individuals who do not have a support system to tell them the truth or help them grow up. They're trapped children who are grown adults who do not want to face reality, or if they identify with a character, they don't look at it as something they can grow up with and, you know, expand upon. They stay there and they stuck there because whatever traumas they're going through is keeping them as a child. So when anyone criticizes their favorite show, character, or whatever case may be from that franchise, they lose their fucking minds and think you are attacking them. It's not even the character itself that they have a problem with. The problem is that because they identify with the character as if it's them, you criticizing the character, whether it's positive or even negative, if it doesn't sound good to them, they will attack
AKA
you.
the more direct way, fatherless behavior.
There you go. Or parentless behavior, either one of those things.
Because it was running on Roku yesterday, or the day before yesterday, and I was like, oh, this show.
But you didn't hear about that. You never heard about.
So Neon's not wrong. It is a psychological issue. But then again, it's not something that people think is a big deal. They just think, oh, they just need to grow up. It has nothing to do with technically growing up. They're going through some type of traumatic thing that happened to them, and they're not trying to get better. They're just genuinely just worse. That's what this is.
Like, I mean, there could have been some weird stuff, but it was also a different time. And if you wanted to get to somebody, you had to like send snail mail, and that takes effort, right? To actually write the letter.
This is why back then it was easier to make your favorite show and stuff, because for you to make, because remember, the reason why people are scared of cancel culture is because it's pretty much direct and instant, right?
True.
Because for snail mail to get to the company, depending on where you live, it'll take several days to probably a week for it to even reach, right? And they have to go through all those letters, and 90% of the time, they probably go through like 5 or probably a good 100 out of the thousands that they read, because they used to do that back in the day in the early 2000s. So like, perfect example was Toonami. Back in the day, in Toonami, if you was a fan of the Toonami block, right, and you came from school and stuff, they had these contests where you can draw whatever character you wanted based on the show. So you can draw Dragon Ball Z, Yu Yu Hakusho, they had Gundam Wing, and I think Samurai X, which is also known as Rurouni Kenshin. And what was another show? A Toonami show? I can't think of it right now. At the time of the early 2000s, there was a lot of shows, right? And then they had little contests where you draw your character, you put in an envelope, and you send it in for like part of the contest. And then if your drawing was at least semi-decent or terrible, they'll still post it on the TV show, right? On the Toonami block, when they said, oh, we're going to show the winners of who contests and shit. Some drawings was really good, and some drawing was just really, really questionable, but it gave, but what they was doing, even though they put good drawings and really shit drawings, the shit drawings was a promotion. It was a promotional strategy to let kids know that even if you can't draw, you are still welcomed in the community of this Toonami
Moral
block.
others.
So it gave them incentive to
Can you
keep
do
drawing.
that for foster homes for imaginary friends?
What do you mean? So that was the reason. And if you hated a show, you had to put effort to write. No, it's not recording. Why the fuck would it be a recording? Well, you had
Moral
to put the
others.
effort to.
Didn't they do that asterisk?
Actually, no. I think they did one time. One time they did.
Moral others.
One time.
And Dexter Lavatory, that kid made a whole episode.
Yeah, they gave kids like this option to write their own quick episode of Dexter or something, and the kid won. So yeah, it was like that. And then when you sent like a letter, whether it was angry, positive, or whatever the case may be, right? What will happen it would take forever for you to even get a response back, or much less a response. So the idea of Twitter, cancel culture was almost impossible to do to someone at all, because it had to go through several like hands for your so-called message to reach you. This is a perfect example of like the Stan thing from Eminem. So like when Stan wrote Eminem all those letters, it took like almost a decade, well not a decade, but like forever in his head to reach Eminem's like to him to actually respond back to Stan, to his fan mail. But by the time he even got to it, Stan was already long gone. That's why Twitter is literally solves this problem of instantly attacking your favorite whoever, or giving praise to your favorite whoever, whether it's celebrity, favorite show, franchise company. And this is where Twitter has its problem. It's too direct with everyone, right? And the problem with that is it gives psychopaths and people who don't know how to social or read between the lines, or too socially inept to read things in a negative light because they don't feel good about themselves. So when they read like in text, this is why I don't like writing in text to people, because people will assume my tone based on what I said. And 9 times out of 10, I'm just talking to them normally, right? I'm not cursing at them or anything. And then they'll assume my tone and then think I'm being mean or I'm being rude or something like that. And that's where the problem comes in. So it is kind of sad. That's why I don't like Twitter. I don't think Twitter should exist. I think for you to message a company, a celebrity, you have to write them a letter. Like a legitimate letter. You can't send them a text. So cancel culture can't be that prevalent, you know, at all. But the times we live in.
Find the address.
I did. I wrote to all
we're
the
doing
Star
a
Wars
reaction right now to Bubblegum Bunny. I'm doing a reaction on my other stream. We're streaming to YouTube, Twitch, Trovo, and all that stuff. So if you want to be part of the conversation, you come over here on YouTube. I know you're on YouTube Shorts, but we're using YouTube Horizontal. You gotta type in my name in the search. Same name, same everything. It's the one with no thumbnail with my VTubing model, and you'll see what we're talking about.
book authors and told them I liked their books. And I wrote the snail mail and I sent it to the publishing house and they got the letters to them. And then most of them all responded to me.
Moral letters.
Because I thought they deserved to be told their work was good.
Yeah, and you got character
I want
named
to
after
try.
you
I did.
for that, too.
Actually,
Are we gonna wrap this up?
We're wrapping this up. Don't do this.
When it comes
to
to
people. That's really fucking stupid. It's just
That's
stupid.
a really weird hill to you have one guy who's like the comic artist for all his books that you would supposedly enjoy. Trying to chase him off by mocking him is not going to help, especially when he's explaining what happened.
And this
Clearly wasn't his fault.
No, this is why Hasbro's outsourcing everything, because I think they don't want to deal with the weirdos. I think it's across the board. I think it's ponies. I think it's Transformers now, because there's some weird Transformer fans out there now.
I think the only way to not deal with it is to not print them, but then they'll be mad that you don't print them anymore and harass you for that too. So
yeah,
can we wrap this up?
We're wrapping it up. Please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. We'll talk later.
Bye.
Join the reef. Go to
Clownfish.
clownfish-minus.com. That's clownfish.
We are done doing the anti-woke, outrage nonsense. Now we can finally do the scary stuff. Because I know that views are worse. I don't care. Now I know that Ari's gonna have my head if I don't at least do at least one scary. Scary. Did you guys enjoy the Roanoke videos or no? Abandoned places, exploding. Scary abandoned gone wrong. No videos gone wrong. This one.
Safety on our streets and justice in our courtrooms are under attack because of Kamala Harris's dangerous.
So this is a video called 5 Creepiest Urban Exploration Videos. Oh, did I say like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment? Did I say that? Oh, I think I did. Like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. Hope you guys enjoy this with the Clownfish TV stuff. I don't know if I said that yet, so I'm gonna just say it again just in case. So I'll see you guys in the next one later. Okay. Anyway, so 5 Creepiest Urban Explorations videos. Urban Gone Wrong. So I find these videos a lot more interesting to watch because you never know what's behind the corner. It's like kind of like if you played your favorite video game, but it's technically real life. So these are people who make it their mission or make a career or a YouTube career of going to abandoned places and seeing if there is a ghost, or just to show how much balls of steels they have, just to see if they'll do it, to record themselves walking to an abandoned house and coming back alive, which I don't think is a great thing. I don't think it's should be encouraged at all, but it exists, and for some weird reason, it's a high influx of Caucasian males doing this. I don't know why.
Urban exploration can be exciting, but it comes with one incredibly huge risk, and that's when abandoned locations are not so abandoned. Today we'll take a look at 5 urban explorations gone wrong. Get ready to hide in the comments section, because it's about to get weird. Number 5, I'm Not Alone. Well-known YouTube ghost hunter and urban explorer, The Fam, is attempting an overnight challenge at an abandoned hospital in Miami, Florida. It should be mentioned that The Fam is legally blind and depends on his camera to help him get around.
Excuse me? Sir. Why? Why? Can someone explain to me why? Why? Why though? Why are you? You're legally blind. Are you blind? Like, can you kind of see? Any which way, whether you can kind of see or not see, why would you go? Why would you do this? How do you get around? How do you start running? What if someone chases you? Are you capable of running in a dark place where you can't see? I don't know. Is that racist? Is that rude? I don't know. Is that rude? Is that rude to ask? I don't know. I'm just concerned. Like, what the fuck? Is that rude? No, fuck it. I don't care.
While exploring the hospital, the fam encounters some bizarre events, but one of the most strange things he doesn't even notice at the time.
Alright.
Oh shit!
Moving. Alright.
Oh shit! He can't move! He can't see! So, just a random person in front of him just ran past him, or walked past him, so he can't... Bro! Why are you doing this?
While walking down one of the hallways, he notices a part of the hanging ceiling moving on its own. But while occupied with that, someone or something can be seen walking across the hallway.
Holy moly, what
As far
the
as
hell?
this being something paranormal, I'll leave that up to you.
I would not
But what
say...
makes this so unnerving
That is not
that the fam
paranormal.
is not alone.
That is not paranormal. That is a homeless person living there, and they happen to be passing by. There was a lot of black, don't know what's that about. But then again, even if that was paranormal, why would you do this? You can't see that well. Literally, the dude was literally in front of you. Oh god, that's dangerous. Why would you do this? Where's your family?
And he's being watched. If you ask me, real people in abandoned buildings are way scarier than ghosts or shadow people.
That's what I'm saying.
The fam seems uneasy right from the start, and as he continues his exploration, strange things continue to happen.
Oh my god.
Hello? Ah! Oh my god, what the hell? Make sure you guys smash that like button because we're about to... Whoa!
Go ahead.
What the hell was that? Whoa, check this out, guys. You can actually get out right here. What the hell? Whoa, what the... Oh!
After falling into a hole and breaking his camera, the fam feels as if something is telling him he shouldn't be there, and he decides to cut the challenge short for his safety.
So wait.
You can watch his entire exploration video over on his YouTube channel, The Fam. Number 4.
Wait, is he legally blind in the sense of glasses? Does he need glasses? Like, is he visually impaired? Is that what that is? Like, I don't understand. Is it glasses? What do they mean by legally blind? Because it looks like you can see.
Franco TV is exploring an abandoned ghost town for the second time. In comparison with other abandoned towns, this looks pretty new, but the vibe does seem a little off. Franco TV may have sensed this on his first visit, which may be the reason he decided to come armed this time. Aside from coming across some new vandalism and strange symbols, things start out pretty calm. But it's at nightfall that Franco TV starts to feel a little uneasy. Keep in mind, Franco TV is completely alone. Or so he thought.
Alright guys, it's now pretty much close to nightfall. Alright, sorry I don't have my light on, but a car just came in here.
Samurai. Yeah, I guess.
And
this is making sense.
He came in here pretty quick. I'm not sure what their intention is. And I want to make sure it's not a cop car either. Let me see how this turns out. That's the car that I see. I don't know who that is or what, but that is suspicious.
Now, this could have been someone passing through for a legitimate reason, or it could have been another urban explorer who happens to be visiting the same place. But what happens next makes me doubt it was either of these.
Now I'm hoping that another car does not come in here.
Oh, it's you again.
And catch me. Wow. Okay, so that scared the shisa out of me.
Franco TV, reasonably starting to feel paranoid, continues his exploration while watching over his shoulder. But what he comes across next puts a wrench in his plans.
that I haven't been to before. Oh shit. Oh shit. There's somebody here. I'm hiding behind the bush area. I don't know if you can see me right now, but there's somebody right in front of me. I'm gonna show it to you guys. There's somebody outside. There's some random person just standing there.
Bro, slinging dope. What you mean? That's why he's standing there. Bro's trying to make a living. What are you doing? What do you think he's standing for? You just standing there because you just want to be in a very sketchy place? What do you think he's doing? The fuck? You think he's catching ghosts? Hell no. Bro trying to make a very illegal living. That's what he's doing. Dude, you're recording a crime. Bro, if I was you, I'll get the fuck out of there and delete that video. Because if that dude catches you knowing that you've recorded him doing what he's doing, that's what he's gonna find you. What the hell? He was just standing on the corner. What do you think he's doing?
Fuck. I don't know what that's about, but there's some guy just standing out there, and they're walking towards the house.
Why don't you guys ever bring binoculars with yourself?
I got so frustrated with ads on YouTube, I was watching more commercials than content.
The guy is freaking huge.
At this point, Franco TV has to figure out a way to exit without being spotted by this person. He makes a call to a friend who's nearby and informs them of the situation, and they plan to meet up at a nearby bridge. Once they arrive to pick up Franco TV, they start to make their way out of the abandoned town. That's when they come face to face with the stalker.
Oh shit, it's an abandoned town? It's an abandoned town. That's whoa, I thought he was going to an abandoned house. What the fuck? I thought it was an abandoned house. It's a town. Something's wrong, y'all. Why would you guys do this? Why? What it like? I understand money's involved because of YouTube, but Jesus Christ, it's not worth it. It is not worth the headache. Why would you do this? It makes no sense. That's crazy.
Him up close is more terrifying than Franco TV could have imagined.
What do you mean by your bed?
That's it. That's him. Or her.
Or her. He said or her.
Zoom in here. What the hell? What the fuck? That's a dude.
No shit, cause no one will be out here by himself like this.
Frank.
As they pull up to the strange man, Franco taps the horn and he
No. You're not gonna pull this weird shit and then expect me to believe this is just some random dude with a random knife. I think he's wearing a mask. I'm not sure. And just doing this in an abandoned town. If it's actually an abandoned town, that is. No. This is a paid actor. You can't tell me. Come on. What was the chance of this happening? I would believe he was a drug dealer, but like, Jesus Christ, come on, man.
Turns around to reveal that he's wearing a mask. He jumps at the car as they speed past him. If this was a real encounter, it's one of the creepier ones I've come across.
Whatever.
Number 3, Bando.
I call bullshit.
Typically when urban exploring, you're visiting what's called abandoned locations. But when you're in the hood, it's just a bando.
This for my nigga that trap out the bando.
And all kinds of unsavory activity goes on in a bando. It's a place where one could serve or be served. And I know because I have family that are both managers and customers. And if you don't know what I'm talking about,
I don't want to ask the wrong person and end up with some subpar crack. I want the fresh crack, you know, not some crack
that's something you should just tell people.
Laying around all day.
On a YouTube channel. If that's something you say, I know some people. You shouldn't say family. I'm not sure.
In other words, it's not the best place to be.
Tonight.
Despite all of this, YouTuber Yusuf Ahmadi decided nothing was going to deter him from checking this place out. He was tipped off about this location by a subscriber who noticed satanic symbols all around the building. This also isn't his first time visiting this location. He tried a couple of times before but was chased out, making Yusuf feel that someone had something to hide, which may have also been a good sign not to go back. As they walk around the building looking for an entrance, a door with what looks like blood on it can be seen laying on the ground. They don't seem to notice this and continue looking for a way inside. This is a very unique urban exploration video because they don't even get inside the building before something sends them running.
Should we try going?
Bro, why you snitching?
I don't know why.
Oh, is that blood? Show me your corner. Is that blood?
Wait, this is not America. This is in the UK. That's a British accent. What the hell? Shit, I was under the impression this was in America, but apparently it wasn't.
Oh my days! Oh shit! Come back.
As they attempt to climb into one of the windows of the building, a red stained sheet can be seen covering over an object that looks a lot like a body. Yusuf says that the police were now involved, but he has no idea what it actually was or what happened after that. Number 2. The Haunted Forest. YouTube explorer CJ Faison is gearing up to explore the Eleanor Forest. A woman and her young child were allegedly murdered by strangers, and those responsible for it were never found. There's also said to be multiple satanic rituals performed in these woods. As CJ explores the area, he hears multiple disembodied voices.
I don't know, you should. Can't see.
The hell?
Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh.
I didn't want nothing to do with life no more.
Meet Lucero, a person whose vibrant spirit was thinned by dental challenges. Like many, she needed a solution that could bring back her smile and confidence. The problem is clear: the need for reliable, long-lasting dental implants.
I just don't get it, like, not really. Oh shit!
But then, CJ notices someone else is in the area with him.
Alright, so. Oh my gosh. There is someone coming down this fucking trail.
As CJ makes his way to a different location of the woods away from this person, he starts to notice that he's actually being followed. So he decides to cut the exploration short and says that he never should have came alone, but he only did it because his friend wasn't available and he needed content for the channel. But he
oh my god, dude, it's different content. It is not that deep. It is not that serious. The money must be good for you to be doing things like this. You must be getting like 5 to 6 figures a month to be doing this. I'm telling you, there's no way anyone's doing this for a couple $100 or a few cents. Hell fuck no. No, you can't tell me.
Gets interrupted.
Somebody finds this footage before I get out. If I don't make it out. Oh damn. Oh damn.
Oh damn. He said, oh damn.
CJ hears a voice call out and sees a person who's been following him. He takes off running as fast as he can, and the video ends there. There are a large number of urban explorers that go to these locations alone, and it's a good reminder that the need for content is no excuse to take a chance with your life. If you made it this far, thank you for watching, and please make sure you subscribe and turn on post notifications so you don't miss out on our weekly videos.
This should be just
you can also
straight up
follow us
illegal.
on our other platforms here.
You shouldn't. YouTube should not allow this. I'm sorry. I understand that some people make a living doing this, but you have to put in the perspective that young kids are seeing this too, right? And young kids are impressionable and stupid most of the time, not all. But like most of them are impressionable and stupid, and they think, "Oh, that's how I can make money. Let me go with my friend to the abandoned area that may be housing homeless people who are mentally unwell, may be dangerous, and because they're saying they're looking for ghosts. That's usually their excuse. We're looking for ghosts. But honestly, I have never heard someone dying from a ghost, and I've never heard someone, maybe someone might go disappearing, but that's usually, but I'm just saying, you're most likely going to be destroyed by some crazy homeless person. Please, do not do this. It is dangerous. Do not take don't take the chance with your life for some clout or some YouTube bucks. It's not serious. This should be illegal. YouTube should not allow this. I'm dead serious. I'm not even trying to be that person, because I'm all for the free speech or whatever the fuck, but like, when you think of it in this sense, you're really telling kids, for me to make money, or another way for me to make money, I should put myself in danger to go to abandoned areas that I'm not even sure is even safe to be in, much less be trespassing on. And if it's a place that may be housing a crack house of people who are crazy, or people who are just down on their luck, or people who just don't want to be bothered, or hiding for whatever reason, and you might walk into their so-called abandoned home, and if they feel threatened enough, they will put harm on you. They have nothing to lose. That's why they're there. That's why they're there in the first place. They're not living in like a place where you can just call the police, which you can, but you can call the police and they'll come. You're in an abandoned area where you shouldn't even be. So let's just be honest. Even if you call the cops on this individual who may be dangerous towards you, and you get out of there alive, you know what the cops gotta do? Put your ass in jail, because you're trespassing and you shouldn't be here. It's like, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. Might as well not play the game at all. Do something else. I don't know, make a Twitch channel or something. I don't know, draw. Fuck. It's not that serious. Damn.
That's our Facebook and our IGTV. And if you come across any scary or creepy video clips on the net, please feel free to send it to us at thefearnetwork.com, with .com spelled out, at gmail.com. And if we use it, we'll be sure to give you credit. Now, let's get back into it. Number 1, the ritual. YouTuber Exploring with Danny is exploring a house that is said to have a lot of bizarre activity. The neighbors who live nearby tend to hear loud noises and see unusual lights emanating from the house. As Danny and his friend head down into the basement area, they stop in their tracks as they start to hear strange noises coming out of one of the rooms. What they find is disturbing, to say the least.
At the minute we can hear something, guys, behind us.
Oh, they're British too.
Let's see what's behind it. Oh, there's lights. Oh my god.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Come on. Come on, you guys really gonna believe this is happening? Come on. She now hears you? She now hears you after you making all that noise coming downstairs and shit? Come on.
What the hell? What the hell?
Wow! There's someone doing ritual. Whoa!
One sec, I want to see what it... Give up!
Why would you leave? It looked like she left. It looked like she scared you. She went the opposite direction. She didn't even run up the hallway. The stairs, I mean.
Wow!
Oh, come on.
She's coming towards us. Hello? Coming towards us. Give up.
Guys, it's two of you. You're two grown men against one girl. She looks like she's about like 150 pounds, probably 170, probably. She doesn't seem like she's carrying anything. It looks like she's just walking up the stairs being creepy. You're grown men.
Oh,
stairs, man. Get on the stairs, man. What do you
And
want?
remember, you're in an abandoned building, so there's a bunch of weapons on the floor, as in sticks, and 2x4s on the floor. You can kind of like pick up. So it's not like you can't have a weapon yourself. And there's two of you. So even if she were to have like a poker, if you get what I'm saying, most you guys are bigger by height and stuff, and plus not only that, you guys have strength, and plus you can pick up any weapon off the floor. It's abandoned building with a bunch of metal and pipes and stuff. But she can't be that threatening if it's just one of her, and she even has like a tiny knife. As long as she's not carrying like a literal, legit katana in her hand, then you're fine, or a machete. Let's just say she had a little knife. That's still not effective against a pipe. Especially if you have a big log metal pipe and you're much taller, you have more reach on her. One hit will take her out. What are you doing? Like, what the fuck? And she doesn't seem like she's in a rush to kill you because she keeps moving really slow for like no reason. And for some weird reason, for her being this slow and still catching up with y'all tells me how probably slow you guys are. That's crazy.
They've been watching too much Marvel movies.
Yes, that's crazy.
Stay near the door.
You guys are running away from a little girl. It's a little girl. Or a teenage girl. What are you guys doing?
What the hell?
They can see a young girl on her knees, and it seems she's performing some sort of ritual. They don't waste any time and head back up the stairs as fast as possible. All the while, agonizing screams can be heard coming from the girl, and she can be seen following them throughout the house. Many in the comments seem to think this is fake.
It's very
I won't
fake.
say one way or the other, but I did find it strange that when she got to the top of the stairs, they recorded her, and the light from the camera was shining directly on her, and she didn't notice. She just went in the opposite direction. On the other hand, I will say that their reactions do seem genuine. Going through the channel, it seems to be a lot of videos like these.
Yeah.
Where he runs into incredibly scary people. I'm not sure if the odds are just in his favor for content, or if it's all scripted. It's still entertaining and pretty creepy to
Bro, hey, what's up, money? You can check them. If you're wondering what we're talking about, you can come over on YouTube and watch us. We're doing a reaction on scary stuff, so you can come over here if you want. You're on YouTube Shorts, so you can come over on YouTube Horizontal.
watch though. As far as how real it is, well, I'll leave that one up to you.
It's not real.
Thanks for watching, and I'll see you all soon.
It can't be real. That is weird. And he said on this channel, this dude keeps running into people who just happens to be like, I don't know, they just happen to be wearing makeup and shit. Come on, bro. I call bullshit. They're wearing makeup and doing seances and rituals. Like, come on, dude. Are you serious? Come on. You can't be serious.
2 years ago, I lost the light of my life.
Oh, like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. I hope you guys enjoy this. I'll see you guys in the next one. And follow... What was his name? His name was... TheFearNetwork.com. I'll put his stuff in the description and in the title so you can find it.
You're watching Fear Fanatics. Scary videos.
This is Fear Fanatics. I don't... Wait, is this AI? This better not. But anyway, let's see what it's about.
Urbex gone wrong. Leave a comment for more videos like this one.
Number 5.
Back in Time MC are Urbex explorers from the UK. While exploring a derelict farmhouse, they were under the impression the house was empty. But is it? Let's find out what they found.
Still made up.
One bedroom down.
Out of this room we got a sort of secret stairs part down there.
Don't look in there.
Go through the corridor. Dip out into here. Love these old places.
Back out into the hallway, they head towards the bathroom.
So we'll come into bathroom here. Look at this.
And then it's on to the next bedroom that's completely full of junk.
God. The head's down. It's like a nice, thin, narrow piece of carpet that comes all the way across. Absolutely nuts. Maybe we'll come into this
On to one last bedroom. It looks like the clock is still working.
Beauty, this place is.
What's that on the bed? A body? How long's it been there?
You're annoying me. He's annoying me.
The old Zimmer frame. So they still got the old bag. That's what the old people use these days, don't they? Get all their shopping in. Little table there.
They don't realize what's on the bed.
No, this dude we're listening to. Hey,
that wardrobe.
Liam, back. Welcome back, Red Cube.
Oh my god! Fucking hell! You're alive! Fucking hell, man!
You can't live in here. Yeah?
No!
What the fuck?
We thought it was abandoned.
You can't live in here.
What the hell?
Holy shit! Are you okay? We thought.
How did you get in?
There's a window that's open downstairs.
A homeless lady is sleeping on the bed and gave them.
Oh my god. So there's a homeless lady living in the
At hi MYSSSSSSS. Hi, I'm back. It was fun.
That's good. So there's a homeless lady living into the abandoned place that she's sleeping in the bed. I don't know how these people can do this, but like they're sleeping in the bed and she's asking like, how did you get in? Like this is actually her house. That's funny.
The surprise of their life. Just because an abandoned building looks uninhabited doesn't mean that it is. As these other Urbex explorers will soon find out for themselves.
Number 4.
YouTubers Dark Your Ass are exploring an abandoned building, or a building they thought was abandoned.
Mis asi? Vaata, aga hakkame siis vaikselt järjest minema ju. See on see esimene koridor vist.
They make their way around the first floor of the decrepit complex, which seems to be massive.
Mis sa tegid seal? Creepy ass on iga, jah? Olete valmis siis? Kellegi säärepunt. Pesuruum on nüüd.
This looks like an old shower room.
Jaa.
The guys make their way room to room, only finding dead ends. So they head upstairs to the second floor, where a door greets them that reads, Ghosts. They make their way down one last hallway to a room that has some fabric draped over the doorway. Should they look inside?
Ei
Damn. I'm not gonna lie to you. Anyone who does this, if you decide to do any of this shit, you better get your Technic shots. That's very important to get. Get those Technic shots.
Fuck this shit, nigga.
The boys claim a homeless man screamed at them and chased them out of the building. You made it out alive, guys. This time, anyway.
And boy, have I got something special for you tonight.
YouTubers Exploration Unknown are back for another video.
We've done a few videos.
This time they're exploring a huge abandoned yacht factory.
But this is an abandoned yacht factory. And I'm going to go ahead and tell you guys this place is massive. Numerous, mysterious, crazy deaths that's happened here to the point where they abandoned the project before it's ever finished.
Something's banging.
Let's go check it out. I hear banging coming back here, Tim. Do you hear it?
I do hear that.
Shh. What is that?
Right away they hear noises and see a light from the second level.
What is that banging? I just saw a light, dude. I just saw a light up there at the top.
Is that fenced off? More like
somebody is up there, man.
They go to check out the noises, but they seem to be getting louder and closer. Would you guys stay?
And get out from right at the edge of that. What?
It's coming this way.
It's getting closer.
It is getting closer. Sounds like it's about that time.
There's something up there. I don't know what that was. No, it's not that. I still hear it moving, but it's not so loud. Now it sounds like somebody walking. Man, this is creepy, Tim. Oh, gosh. This is insane.
They don't seem to notice the dark figure standing behind the
There's
pillar
got
on
to
the
be
right.
somebody in here with us. He's just got to be.
There's that room that's over that way. When you were looking at that.
You want to go? Oh, there's an elevator shaft over here. Let's go. That's where I thought I heard something right here. Holy cow.
That's a brand new, still got the plastic on it.
Yeah. Gosh, man, this is freaking me out. Yeah, there's no floor on the upstairs.
After exploring and hearing more noises coming from above,
See anything?
they decide to wrap it up for the night because they think someone else is inside there with them. They're right. But what or who is inside?
All right, guys. I'm super sketched out. I don't have my piece on me. We're hearing stuff.
Why the fuck would you go somewhere and you don't have your piece on? Why would you do this? Why? What is wrong with these men? Why don't you have your strap? Why would you do this? Have your strap with you. Even if you don't intend to use it, just have it. You never know. Oh my god.
Guys, we're gonna get out of here. I think it's time to wrap it up. I don't know what kind of danger we're in. I'm pretty sure someone's here, and I do not know what their intentions are, nor do I want to find out what their intentions are.
Oh, you see what happens when you don't have
Dude,
your
that come from over here.
What is that?
Holy shit, dude, get out of here! Oh my god, dude!
We're doing a reaction over here on YouTube, so you can't hear it on TikTok or YouTube Shorts for obvious reasons. So come over here on YouTube and you can see the scary videos.
I'm pretty sure we've had people.
So we're doing a reaction based on people who are going to like abandoned buildings and seeing what's over there because they're trying to look for ghosts. But 9 times out of 10, they keep running into crazy people who are like homeless and just on down their luck. And then they get freaked out for the very thing that they're looking for. But, well, they're technically looking for ghosts. But let's be honest, 9 times out of 10, you're going to run into someone homeless than some poltergeist. 9 times out of 10 in abandoned buildings and warehouses. So come over here, link in bio if you want to hear and watch it. It's really entertaining. And I'm just making my comments on it while I do this commission for my client.
With us in videos before, but just to see somebody there with like a hood on really freaked me out. That person was throwing stuff, they was doing things, banging things, and trying to, I don't know if they were trying to scare us off or just trying to mess with us.
It looks like they accomplished both. Comment what you guys think about this video.
Number 2.
D-Dog Vlogs is exploring an abandoned grow-up house with fellow explorer Life of Deeg. The last time D-Dog was there, only one room remained unexplored because it was locked. This time it's unlocked. Let's see if they're brave enough to enter the locked door in the abandoned house. This house is still full of furniture and belongings, even a Christmas tree in the front room.
Look up on the wall.
And a creepy deer head on the wall.
Holy shit.
Hey, let's go up into the scary attic. What could go wrong?
Okay, this dude is not making, he's not enhancing the experience of him talking, he's just making me annoyed. It's kind of getting on my nerves, and I ain't lying.
Should I do it one hand?
Oh,
you just gotta make sure you don't fall through this roof, guys.
Now stay on that beam too.
For sure.
Hey, a box of scary dolls. That's never a good sign.
Did you see this haze that just came across your camera?
No, I got nothing.
The guys hear noises from down below.
Hello?
Hello?
Are they in the house alone? Or is someone there?
Hello? Let's go check that out. Sketchy, half-broken stairs.
This is the final room, I believe.
Yeah, there's like 2 more rooms here. Whoa. Yeah. Last time Mo and I were here, that was locked.
What?
This door. We couldn't get into that. It had 2 boards on it. Now there's only 1.
You think it's actually open now? It looks open.
It looks open. I'm sketched after just hearing that noise.
What if somebody's in there? Because it looks like someone might be staying here.
Like Mo and I filmed this like maybe a month ago. That was closed.
Hello?
Then that means someone lives there.
I'm scared to open it.
I would not stay. Once you come to the conclusion that someone, that the place that you ran into was locked before, and you come out unlocked, that means someone's been here too. Someone's living there.
I got the wide angle on you just in case. What is that? Stinks.
A foul smell is coming from the unlocked room.
Yo! Do you not see that at the very end? There's a body. There's a body in there. Yo. Hello? Are you alive? That is somebody laying there, dude.
Is it a body?
What the fuck?
They seem to think so.
They're not even moving. Hello?
But is it a dead body? Or is it a mannequin?
Please, just tell them. Yeah, we have to.
What do you guys think? Leave a comment.
Number 1.
Baker X Derek is exploring an abandoned house on a hill, forgotten in time.
Oh my god, this is creepy.
He makes his way to the top and decides to go in. This could be a bad decision.
Doing this has always been a bad decision.
This is scary. Dude, this is how horror movies start.
He makes his way down a dark hallway past the bathroom. Is someone inside the bathroom?
There's something there, but
oh my god, it's so dark in these rooms. Dude.
He has a bad feeling about the dark bathroom as he makes his way back out. He gets the chills.
Oh. Fucking heebie-jeebies, dude. Dude, that dark room. I kept feeling something was gonna jump out at me. What's down here?
Hey, let's go down to the scary basement. What could go wrong?
Hello?
Anybody down here?
Hello? Dude, I think I hear somebody. I think I hear something. I'm never going in there again.
Cock!
Maybe horror movies aren't an exaggeration.
We don't blame you for never going back.
Holy fuck.
Please help the channel grow by subscribing. You can also be a huge help by liking the video and commenting. If you like these videos, visit our channel to browse other content and hit the notification bell to get notified every week when we upload a new video. Until next time, sweet dreams and
happy nightmares.
Alright. So we have one more video. I'll do like one more last video. Let's do encounters. This one's 40 minutes. I guess I'll let this go. So like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. I hope you guys enjoy this. This is from Fear Fanatics. All great stuff. Most of these Halloween stuff are going to come out next month. They're not going to be coming out right away. I'm going to just have them ready for each month. So even though when I'm gone, I'm not totally gone. So it is what it is. So we'll do this one.
Americans are
This one's called The Most Disturbing Camping Encounters. I'm just doing the encounters one because I feel like they're more engaging compared to just saying, oh, a ghost. Is that a ghost? Like, oh my god, you saw that thing that moved on the corner? Oh my god, do you think it's a ghost? Leave a comment if you think it's a ghost. No, I'm not doing that. Because I think it's more scarier. I think humans are more scarier than a ghost because they're literally something you can see and you know that exists. So, like, I think these encounter videos are a lot more engaging to learn from, or at least to watch. You can see if it's fabricated and say, "Oh, that's fucking like fake," or if it's real. it seems more realistic when it comes to the homeless people because they're like literally homeless and they have nothing to lose. Plus, they're just trying to live. So when they run into these people, it feels more of a real intense situation than them just fabricating and having some idiot put on some paint and chase them, because that shit's annoying. So yeah, I guess this still ties in with the Halloween thing because it's supposed to be scary. That's the whole gist of the whole Halloween thing. But still,
Feeling the effect of border czar Kamala Harris's radical immigration agenda.
Brendan, a YouTuber known for his outdoor adventures, teamed up with his friend Steve for a stealth camping experience in the Peak District. The duo, eager for a memorable adventure, set off early in the morning, planning to return to the warmth of their van after a long hike through the rugged terrain. However, what was supposed to be a straightforward camping trip later turned into an unexpected ordeal at an unexpected time.
Right, I'm leaving the diesel heater on. I want a nice warm van to come back to. How was your morning, mate? Well, how was your night, should I say?
Actually, after the night sleep I had before, which I won't go into any detail, yeah, actually, I mean, I'm into sleep. It must have been about before 9.
As they made their way through the misty hills, Steve noticed smoke rising in the distance. Concerned, he pointed it out to Brendan, who quickly assessed the situation. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was merely a cement factory in operation.
That's smoking away in the distance, mate.
That's the cement factory.
Ah, okay. I saw that on the drone and I thought, I wonder what that is.
I don't like how it looks too gradient.
What an incredible view, eh? Absolutely unbelievable. It's incredible.
Their first real challenge emerged when they discovered that their van had been covered in a thick layer of ice, making it difficult to continue their journey as planned. Rather than retreating to a safer, lower altitude, they decided to press on, moving further up the hill in search of a more suitable camping spot.
Right, so we've got a bit of dilemma this morning, because that road is all covered in ice, and we need to get up that road. So Steve's taken the baton. He's going to be first to attempt to go up it. And the horses are in the stables, and the jockeys are on the backs.
Brendan spent much of his camping trips enjoying the comforts of his van as he always uploads, so this isn't different. He even prepared his breakfast using an air fryer, a clear contrast to the traditional camping methods of cooking over an open fire.
Right, bacon's done. Okie dokie.
Nice,
Ooh,
nice.
yes,
Love
that'll
hearing
do.
that.
That'll do. Damn it.
I always recommend for anyone to do traditional first, or jump back in traditional routes.
That's hot.
It's very good for the soul.
After trekking for a while, the duo faced another hurdle. Brendan struggled with health issues, so he found it increasingly difficult to keep up with the pace. As a result, they decided to split up. Brendan chose to head toward the nearest village, Bakewell, where he could rest and wait for Steve to join him later.
I know from previous experience, from doing various different things in my youth, that carrying on a sub-zero walk across treacherous ground with wet feet, with at least 3 or 4 miles to go, would be a pretty silly decision for my health. So it's not very often I turn back, but on this occasion, I didn't feel safe going forward, and I think you have to be honest with yourself and actually look at what's going to come if things go wrong. Good luck, Steve, if you're watching this now, mate. Best of luck to you, buddy. Our next park up is to go and explore the little town/village of Bakewell.
While waiting for Steve, Brendan took the opportunity to explore the quaint village of Bakewell.
Sometimes it has a
known
form
for
of
its charming countryside appeal. Bakewell offered Brendan a chance to indulge in the local culture. He sought out the famed Bakewell pudding, a local delicacy, and wandered through the village, taking in the sights and sounds that made it unique.
So we're off right now. So we're going to have a little walk around Bakewell. Got to try and get a Bakewell tart as well, or a Bakewell pudding. I don't want to make that mistake of calling it a tart. And just see a little bit of Bakewell, really.
I look at my community as a group of neighbors, but Donald Trump tries to divide our communities and turn us into enemies. I don't think
Having satisfied his curiosity and appetite, Brendan made his way back to the van, where he eventually met up with Steve. When they reconnected, Brendan couldn't help but notice that Steve had changed his clothes. Intrigued, he casually asked about the reason for the wardrobe change. Steve, who had encountered a minor mishap on the trail, explained that he had slipped in the mud, necessitating a quick change.
Here he is, look. Now, one question for you. Before you say a word, right, okay, the one thing you said to me on the phone, right, before you made your way here was, I'm just going back to the van to get changed. So why did you need to get changed? What happened on that route that you're not going to tell us about? Come on.
It was muddy.
Yeah?
It was muddy.
Did you slip on your arse?
Maybe.
Describe the scene to us.
Well, literally.
Not you falling over.
No.
No.
I think where you left me.
Yeah.
I'm going to have a look at the timestamp between when you left me and actually what time I got to the site. Right?
So how much?
Despite the mishaps, their day continued with a visit to one of the town's most iconic landmarks, the Lovelock Bridge over Weir Bridge. The bridge, adorned with an estimated 10,000 padlocks, stood as a symbol of love and commitment, with couples from all over the world attaching locks to commemorate special events or anniversaries.
90% of the bridge is made up of padlocks. Phil and Vicky. Let's read some names out, shall we? The Ushers, Joe and Irene.
That is compact, isn't it?
Yeah.
So what's this?
As the day drew to a close, Brendan and Steve decided to head to Weaver Hills in Ashbourne, a location known for its scenic beauty and tranquil surroundings, to spend the night. However, what they had anticipated as a peaceful night under the stars quickly took a turn for the worse.
Place, most of which are positive, may I add. Apparently, some of the locals aren't too happy about people parking here. For whatever reason, I don't know.
Brendan was aware that the locals were not particularly fond of people camping in the area, but he had assumed that their van would be an exception. He would soon learn that this assumption was a mistake. The seemingly serene spot they had chosen to park their van held more secrets than they had anticipated.
But I can guarantee you it's probably something to do with rubbish, and that rubbish most probably has nothing to do with van lifers. But
after enjoying a hearty meal, complete with the Bakewell tart for dessert, Steve bid Brendan goodnight and retired to his van. They had parked beside an asphalt road, where the occasional passing vehicle was not unusual.
Rolling past from time to time, but nothing that's going to be concerning us too much. I think get the bed set up, and
It was around midnight when Brendan was jolted awake by the sound of movement outside his van. Startled, he listened intently, realizing that someone or something was outside. Steve, who had also been alerted by the noise, stepped out of his van, and together they decided to investigate. The eerie stillness of the night made the situation all the more unnerving as they searched for the source of the disturbance.
Someone was just outside. Oh. You alright, mate?
Yeah. And there's a car. Did you have it as well?
Yeah.
Like a.
Yeah.
Well, I'm looking at you, mate. There's a car picking about up there. It must have been.
How do you stay inspired with art? I don't stay inspired, I just keep motivated in the sense of like...
Hang on.
Worrying me a little bit.
Yeah, hang on.
I have a deadline to do.
What time is it?
I get paid for my work, so I have to give a good
Honestly,
job to
when I
my
heard that
clients.
car
I
go
don't really
past.
Inspired. I used to.
What were they doing?
But I don't let that be my source, because that can be easily swayed.
Because he's just driving
pretty
backwards
easily.
and forwards. If you look,
If you're having a bad day, or
he's definitely got a light on there. He's sitting
things are
up
not
there.
going well.
Is there something up there?
That scared the living daylights out of me.
Well, I just banged my roof, I did then.
Jesus.
Messed with.
The question loomed large. Could someone be stalking them? The idea seemed far-fetched, but the circumstances were increasingly suspicious. Steve, who had accidentally banged his head on the roof of his van in his haste, caught a glimpse of a vehicle nearby. Though they couldn't make out who was inside, The presence of the vehicle at such an odd hour only heightened their unease.
Hey, so
Like Ford Connect van.
Well, why is he just stood there? He's sat there like stalking.
If you look here, if you stand here, right, you can just see one line. If I move to the...
As they continued to investigate, the car, or another one, suddenly sped away, as if the driver had realized that Brendan and Steve were aware of their presence. The mysterious vehicle disappeared into the night, leaving the duo to ponder the strange encounter. While it could have been a harmless passerby, Steve couldn't shake the feeling that something more sinister was at play. After all, what reason could someone have for driving through such a remote area at that time of night?
That Land Rover.
Yeah. Right.
They're playing music as well.
Okay, they saw me. I saw them.
Safety on our streets and justice in our courtrooms are under attack because of Kamala Harris's dangerous
we're doing
liberal...
reactions, so you should stay for that, but if you want to go on TikTok for that.
What I will say is we're here, right?
Yeah.
Look at the distance between the farm, right? That's a fair way, that is.
Yeah.
And it's round a bend as well, so we're looking at it from here. The light's gone off. Right.
So what would that light have been then?
That would have been a vehicle, mate. I've got to be honest, like, because that farm's quite a way away. Now, we've had another vehicle. Look, mate, look at the time, what time it is, right? You're not going to just get anybody coming down here, are you?
Despite the unsettling experience, Brendan and Steve remained undeterred. They returned to their vans, determined to get some rest. Whatever had occurred that night, they refused to let it ruin their adventure. The rest of the night passed without incident, and Brendan continued to document their journey, uploading more videos to his channel, proving that they had survived the ordeal unscathed.
At least if they'd have stopped and just said something, because we were outside the vehicles, they might have just given us a bit more of an inkling of what their intention was, but try and settle in again for the second time tonight. All right, mate.
It's safe to say Brendan and Steve stayed and continued their camping because they were male, and also they were too. Now, what would have been the fate of a female camper in these circumstances? In November 2020, Dr. Hannah Straight, a YouTuber known for her outdoor adventures, embarked on a solo camping trip deep in the wilderness. While she was sleeping in her camper van, she was abruptly awakened by unsettling noises.
Oh yeah, I remember
Something, or someone, had approached her vehicle in the dead of night, stealthily opened the door, and wreaked havoc on her campsite. Her once neatly organized area was now in disarray. The door of her camper was ajar, a bin had been overturned, and its lid was nowhere in sight. The contents of the bin, mostly food supplies, were scattered all over the ground, leaving her campsite in complete chaos. If this could happen, then she isn't safe.
So I wasn't even going to record this video, but I honestly can't even comprehend what I saw last night. I'm out here in the middle of nowhere. I'm not going to disclose where because I don't want a million people coming out here trying to figure out what I possibly saw. I was sleeping, dead asleep last night above my cab. All of a sudden, I heard something rummaging through my cab. I was trying to be super quiet, super still. I didn't want to move because I didn't know what was in the back of my cab. Something on camera, like what this potentially might be. I don't have the greatest equipment for night shooting because I don't typically shoot at night, so you're gonna have to bear with me. I have multiple forms of protection. I don't know. We're gonna check out and see what happens. It's getting dark. This is the switch I'm gonna use if I see whatever it was lurking in the woods. I'm gonna flip the lights on, turn the camera on, and hopefully I can get it on camera. Well, I didn't get much sleep last night for obvious reasons because I had an unidentified creature crawling around in the cab of my truck. And tonight, I want to stay up all night so I can potentially catch it on camera.
Hannah knew she couldn't just spend another night holed up in her van, so she decided to act and be on the lookout, waiting for the bipedal beast to appear again. Maybe the beast wasn't going to reveal itself, but Hannah wasn't the one to give up easily.
It's been about 3 hours and I haven't seen or heard anything, but I'm gonna keep waiting. Still waiting around, haven't seen or heard anything. It's getting kind of late.
Being in the middle of nowhere makes spotting things in the dark difficult. Luckily, she'd brought night vision trail cameras to record everything, and when she scrubbed through the footage, she found what she'd been looking for.
That's what you're thinking of.
I don't know what that thing was, but that was insane. I've never seen anything like that creature.
She knew her life was in danger. She'd never seen anything like that creature before. It was just ripping through the woods.
It's just ripping through the woods. It is terrifying, and I need to get out of here right now. I gotta go. This is insane. I gotta shut this off.
She knew her life was in danger. She'd never seen anything like that creature before. It was just ripping through the woods. But if you thought that was terrifying, as she said, then you haven't watched what another YouTuber recorded in 2021. Hannah's adventure pales in comparison to what an Australian YouTuber from the channel Field Day faced. Intrigued by a friend's tale of a haunted cave, this man decided to challenge the legend head-on. What he encountered in that cave was something far more terrifying than just a few strange noises in the night.
Me about it, and he said to me, "You will not go and sleep in that cave," and I was like, "Yes, I will." So here we are.
Determined to prove his bravery and daring spirit, this Australian man set out to explore a notorious cave known for its haunted reputation. People actually do several things for clout, but sleeping inside a haunted cave isn't one to dare, and he will understand that very soon.
Rob Bresnahan will put partisanship aside to find real solutions to lower prices, rein in Washington's reckless spending, and unleash the Keystone State's energy potential. With Rob, we can finally...
Weird ghost activities or something like that. I'm going to push myself to the limit to stay in this cave as long as I possibly can until something like physically hurts me, touches me, and then I'm crawling my ass out.
In a move that seemed both reckless and foolhardy, he arrived at the cave without even a basic supply of water, further emphasizing his commitment to pushing the limits. His decision to undertake such a risky venture was clearly motivated by a desire to confront the unknown, despite the cave's menacing reputation.
Bag. So I'm not bringing any water on this mission with me. I would have been walking for probably three and a half hours now. My mouth is completely dried up. Look at this. My spit, my saliva is actually white and fluffy. So I'm getting dehydrated, I'm getting thirsty already. I've done this for a purpose. In 90% of the time, a cave will have water hidden somewhere in a pocket down the back. Usually the sun isn't there to evaporate the water. So hopefully what I'm guessing or hoping is we can go into the cave, we can use that flint, start a fire, boil up a little bit of water, purify the water, I'll be able to have a drink. If not, it's not the end of the world, I can go.
Like many underground caves, this one was a claustrophobic's nightmare, with narrow, dark passages and oppressive, confined spaces.
Cave, I don't reckon anyone's ever slept in it before, but this is it. This is the entrance to the bedroom for the night, and it is not what I expected.
As he descended deeper into the cave, he set up camp and began preparing lunch. However, his seemingly calm demeanor was about to be shattered by unsettling occurrences that would test his courage far beyond his expectations.
8:36 at night. Two noises which I've heard, which completely, the second noise, I had goosebumps from my head to toes. I'm talking a sound I've never heard it before in my entire life. It had to have been a bat, it had to be something, but it's just not, it's just something I've never heard before. Very strange sound. The first one was a rock falling. Way over there somewhere there was a rock which it just sort of like, it just rolled for ages and then it sort of just hit another rock on the bottom. But the second sound,
no, I didn't get
I froze, man. I was like frozen, like I couldn't move. I was just waiting for something just to like whack me. It's just strange, very strange feeling in here.
But that was just the start of what he would experience in the cave. Just as he was enjoying his dinner, he heard another scary sound of the chain he used to climb into the cave. But now he could hear the chain swinging violently.
I sometimes wish
what made this especially scary was that there was no wind to move the chain, and he'd come here alone.
Absolutely prepared for what's to be expected and possibly
in
unexpected,
a haunted cave,
knowing that the place could be haunted. Oi, woman face palming, medium light skin tone.
It being haunted shouldn't be their problem.
Botrix official. Be a support hero today.
What their problem
by
should
using
be
commands like support,
is running into homeless people or people who are crazy.
Oh my f***ing God. That was the sound. That is the sound. Did you hear that? Look at my arms. I got full goosebumps. It's the chains moving when I climb down the ladder.
What?
It's a big,
Maybe
heavy,
go
thick
live.
chain. Wind can't move that.
Oh, okay.
Holy shit.
Should I go live again? I guess so. The internet went out.
Fucking God. Look. You must have heard that just then. Look at my arms, dude. Oh, this is fucked. Holy shit. That's not normal, dude. Well, I'm freaking out.
This isn't about someone trying to get inside the cave, because if that's the reason, the chain will swing the entire way. However, this isn't swinging, but moving rapidly and then stopping all of a sudden. This guy's courage failed. It even failed him, but there was no escape route. He had to go through the chain, which is a Herculean task at the moment.
I'm almost about to abort mission, but I've got the only way up is that chain. Yeah, this is freaking me out a little bit.
At last, he escaped the cave at dawn, and that's surely the first-hand experience he had to share with his friend. Although this guy has evidence of what happened to him in the cave, another enthusiast, Jake, wasn't fortunate enough to do so because what he discovered was even more scary. Jake Travis is well known for sharing his outdoor adventures on his YouTube channel, The Hoggett Project. His videos typically feature him exploring various camping spots throughout Washington, where he documents his hikes through dense forests, across creeks, and up steep hills. On August 12, 2024, Jake uploaded a new video showcasing his latest trip into a remote woodland area in Washington. What he encountered during this journey was far more unsettling than anything he had experienced before. The video began as most of his adventures do, quietly and peacefully as he trekked through the forest, taking in the natural beauty around him.
Back out here in the mountains, and I'm thinking of going up to the top there, having a look. If that doesn't work, back in here looks like it's flattening out. Made it to the top.
Me and my wife, just a small business, mom and pop shop. We just try to do it ourselves, but it's hard. As long as Matt Cartwright's in office.
It's a nice creek that comes through here. And you can have...
As he searched for a suitable spot to set up camp, Jake struggled to find a flat area amidst the rugged terrain. After some time, he finally located a small clearing surrounded by trees, where he decided to pitch his tent. Once his camp was set up, he lit an incense stick, possibly as a way to create a sense of comfort in the unfamiliar surroundings, or perhaps to mask any unpleasant odors lingering in the woods.
So this is a nice little level spot here to pitch a tent, and there's some trees to hang a tarp, and we're just going to kind of explore the area, see what else is around here. There we go.
Jake's primary concern, however, was not the smell, but the bugs. The incense was meant to ward off the insects that plagued the area, a precaution he often took on his camping trips. Little did he know that the real threat lurking in the woods was far more terrifying than any insect.
Not so sure the incense worked. Scare off the bugs, but it does smell nice.
As the evening wore on, Jake gathered firewood to prepare for the night ahead. The sun had already set by the time he had collected enough, and he began to settle into his camp. While his camera was off, he heard a sudden, loud thud echo through the forest. At first, he wasn't too alarmed, assuming it was just an old tree falling in the distance. He brushed it off and continued his efforts to keep the bugs at bay.
I think I was recording earlier, but something made a heavy sound over there. Could have just been some old rotted logs settling. But up that way, a couple miles, there is a camp. But I don't think anybody's hiking this way back down. Anywho.
However, only moments later, another, even louder snapping sound pierced the quiet of the night. This time, the noise was much closer, and it sent a jolt of fear through Jake.
Keeps the bugs away.
With his heart pounding, Jake decided he couldn't ignore the sounds any longer. He needed to find out what was causing the disturbance. He cautiously stepped out of his tent, armed with a flashlight, and ventured into the darkness to investigate.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure who that is, but that's cool.
Other than I did see a bat.
That's cool.
But definitely that is not what made the loud noises. In all this, I probably shined the light on the forest for a good 3 to 4 solid minutes.
In an audio excerpt, Jake later described the terrifying moment he discovered the source of the noise. His voice, trembling with fear, recounted how he had stumbled upon something so unexpected that it made his blood run cold.
I thought I had pressed record, but it was not recording. But anywho, I've got my low beam on at this point. I think I see something small. Maybe it's like a raccoon or something right there by the water. And as I hit the high beam, this is when I see it. I see something standing there on the side of the road, pretending to be a statue. Whatever this was, decided it was just going to freeze, and then maybe I wouldn't think it was anything. But as I'm looking in that direction, I'm not even kidding, it looks like somebody dressed up in camo. And they've got their back slightly angled away. I'd say like at a 45 degree. They're standing there about 6 feet tall, looking like a human that I just caught that was probably sneaking up on me. That's all I can think. When I saw what it was, the human, and I kept the light on him for a good 20 solid seconds without saying anything. You know, the fear just kind of washed over me because I'm thinking, what's gonna happen? Call them out like, hey, what are you doing? And they're all camoed out. Maybe they'll just say, oh crap, he caught me, now I'm gonna shoot him. I mean, we're out in the middle of the woods. They say that people are the ones to fear.
In the haste and fear of the situation, Jake realized he hadn't pressed the record button when he had made the shocking discovery. He could only recount the experience afterward, but still, it isn't short of disturbing. Let's talk about a woman, Dee, the creator of the YouTube channel Dee's Dark Adventure, who embarked on a camping trip that would live up to her channel's ominous name. On January 26, 2024, she set out into the dense woods of Ohio, accompanied only by her 2 loyal dogs, who were free to roam without leashes. What started as a peaceful retreat into nature soon turned into a harrowing experience that left Dee questioning her decision to venture so far from civilization.
It's been raining here for about 4 days straight, and we finally got a break in the weather, so I figured I'd take the dogs and then get you guys a recording as well. Okay. Mom, come on, baby, leave it, come. I'm not gonna be yelling at you this whole time. Anyway, you stay close to me.
You hear that when the dog do that? It just stares at you when it's supposed to do what you told it to do.
Please don't get bitten. It smells like cucumber. Now, I don't like usually bringing these guys with me, but it's daytime. It's been raining, and they got to get out, and I got to get a video.
The early hours of her hike were filled with the usual challenges of managing 2 energetic dogs in the wild. The animals darted around, their instincts taking over as they chased after unseen critters.
No, I was not.
Dee struggled to keep them close, but unaware of the true danger that lurked in the woods. As Dee trudged through the thick undergrowth, a sound disturbed the wood, a sound so unnatural that it gave her serious concern. It was unlike anything she had ever heard before.
This way either, because I'm gonna take them right to the swamp. Oh, there's so much fog. That's all fog. All that white. Okay, normal forest, right? A little bit of fog, lots of fog. It's creeping up in the woods. This is...
And then a different but more weird sound let off. Dee could only calm herself so she could think of what's next. Maybe her dogs weren't aware of what's going on or not because they've scattered into the bush as if they're chasing something.
Okay. Yep. Oh, damn it, dude. Okay.
To couple it, the area where the loud, weird sound is coming from was filled with fog, whereas the other part of the forest had no fog. It was as if the wood itself was trying to conceal whatever lay within.
Why? There's no fog. None. But right there. Tons of fog. Just in that circle. Look at it. Woo. That is the creepiest shit I've ever seen.
Dee summoned courage and moved deeper into the woods, while saying it out loud to anyone that could be in the shrubs and in charge of those weird happenings that she didn't mean any harm, nor did her dog. But did the disturbing happening stop? No.
I'm not sure Donald Trump understands this community. He bragged about overturning Roe versus Wade.
For years they were trying to...
Airplane. I heard a bark, but I don't know if it's a dog or not. It sounded like a barking, like a rah, rah, rah. I'm not a dog.
Thank you for follow.
Girl, stay close. Mar.
Suddenly, her dogs, typically bold and curious, made a move toward the fog. Their instincts told them to investigate, but Dee wasn't ready to let them face whatever lay within the thick mist.
Every time I hear the name Stu, I just think it's a Gundam whenever he calls out the Stu. Stu! I can't say that, Stu.
Going under that fog. They're leaving.
Dee managed to hold them from going into that, and at the same moment, the tragedy that might have befell them made another sound under the cloak of the fog. Then something moved in the fog in a way that defied explanation.
Something moving. Dog, can you please for a minute?
My friends are the artists of the school.
Stop.
Ryaga Samurai. LOL.
No fucking way, dude. Dogs.
Bry is my Stu. It's a
Ryaga Samurai. Stop him.
Stop him!
Yeah.
Stop him!
What the?
Is something following her? Yeah, something's following her.
Was it human, an animal, or something else entirely? She didn't wait to find out because safety comes first.
Fuck, no! Dogs, let's go, now! We're leaving. 2. Oh my god. Come on. What is that?
You know, it's what's weird about this video. I'm not saying that she's not being followed or there's something in the distance, but it's very odd for have 2 dogs and they both don't sense the presence of this individual or this thing that's following them. Don't anyone find that weird? And dogs start barking as soon as they see something they don't really understand or hear something they don't understand. And given the fact that this thing that's following is like several feet away, I don't know. That's kind of weird. It's a little weird. You have two dogs that's just roaming around with no leash, and then they don't sense the presence or see the thing that you're staring at. I don't know.
That thing was big. I don't care. Come on, dogs. We're leaving. I'm not.
She quickly escaped from the spot before things could turn sour. And while Dee escaped with her life, one can only imagine what horrors a camper might face in the dead of night, as uploaded on the YouTube channel Camper Vibe. Spending a night deep in the woods is one thing, but this camper took things to the next level by spending 48 hours alone at Daringwood, Pluckley, the most haunted place in the UK. This area has already been known as the most...
Like,
If you want blunt honesty, it sounds fabricated.
It does feel
If it
kind
were
of fabricated
true,
to me.
The dogs would have been genuinely hysterical.
Yeah, they'll be barking
NTL,
and...
but the stories sound scripted.
Yeah, because it's like they would have been barking, losing their minds, or at least showing that there's something there. Because dogs tend to pick up on things a little before you do, right? And the fact that they're being followed by something or someone, because dogs can hear a lot farther and smell a lot farther than we can, and they can hear a lot farther. Usually, your dog starts barking when they even hear something outside the house. You know what I'm saying? And they just sit there and growl and stare and whatever the fuck. But these two dogs that's just wandering around did not lose their minds on the fact that this lady's being followed. And she's acting more hysterical than them. So, I don't know. It's a weird one for me. That's a weird one. I'm not saying it's not real, but then again, I'm like, it's questionable as hell. And it makes me feel like it's fabricated. To a certain degree.
Most haunted village in England, with legend having it that 12 spirits haunt the area, including the Red Lady, a ghostly monk, a phantom highwayman, and a gypsy woman. Spending a night deep in the woods is daunting, but this camper took it to another level by spending 48 hours alone at Daringwood in Pluckley, the most haunted place in the UK. Pluckley is notorious as England's most haunted village, with legends claiming that 12 spirits roam the area, including the Red Lady, a ghostly monk, a phantom highwayman, and a gypsy woman.
After an unusually long festive break, the enforced and relentless social activity that is Christmas had taken its toll. I hit the road. 2 nights of solitude camping in the woods was what I was seeking, and I was hoping to find it here.
Anyone familiar with the village would know its eerie reputation, yet this woman ventured into the woods, determined to enjoy her time. However, her attempt at maintaining a carefree attitude quickly unraveled in the face of the unsettling events that followed.
This one, about the woods itself, is my personal favourite. It goes on to read, "The ghost of a local highwayman robber who was captured, lynched and decapitated by angry villagers in the 18th century is said to wander the woodlands. However, the most terrifying stories about this woodland are undoubtedly the modern ones and do not involve ghosts but disturbingly unexplained deaths, murders and disappearances. And I'm going to be staying here, alone, in a tent."
It began with a strange noise that caught her off guard. Though she initially dismissed it, her paranoia grew, knowing that something more could be lurking in the darkness. As she debated the source of the sounds, another odd noise came from close by. Although it turned out to be her lamp, the incident left her too shaken to stay put, leading her to wander anxiously around the woods.
Noises in these woods. Where's my spoon? It's getting cold. Oh. Get that fire going, I think. Now the rain, I think the rain stopped. Or it stopped enough for a fire anyway. Sounds like kids screaming.
I love how she says it and just...
That's just a train.
I love how she says it and casually just go back
kids
eating.
Screaming. That's a bird. That's a gunshot. The hammock's really comfy, thank God, so I should sleep well, I would think. Where's my big bean? What was that noise?
Her worst fear materialized around 2 a.m. when she realized she was no longer alone. Someone or something was also in the forest with her.
2 years ago, I lost the light of my life.
Fentanyl killed.
Thank you. Still not good enough for my eyes, but we'll work with it today. I have to give my client something, so hoping that they'll like it. But I'm gonna see if they will. And if they don't, I'll just redo the whole thing over again. I really have no problem doing it over again, to be honest. Usually I do, but right now we don't. We're doing a reaction. We're doing a Halloween event reactions thing.
I don't want to turn the light on.
Right now we're listening to a lady who's in the forest by herself, trying to find out if there's ghosts in the area in the forest she lives in. There's about a total of, what, 12 ghosts, I think, or 11 or some crap. And she's trying to prove if they're real or not. And right now she's losing her shit because she's hearing something and she's not sure if it's a ghost or a person. 9 times out of 10 it's probably a person or an animal, but I don't think it's no ghost. So you can come over here and watch it on YouTube. We're doing a reaction on it right now. If it's something that really, it's not something that's for you, you can stay over there if you like. Hello.
I'm pretty convinced there's been a person or persons. What the fuck? I've never wanted the morning to come as much as I do right now.
I saw an R-Stu for a split second.
What the fuck is going on?
No.
If she learned anything from this experience, it's that being alone in the woods only amplifies fear, making every noise and shadow far more terrifying. However, there are some people who couldn't learn that lesson because their lives got thwarted before they could make changes. This is the story of Jeff Kessler's solo encounter in the woods. Jeff Kessler set out for what he assumed would be another routine solo camping trip in the dense, remote forests of Oregon. Little did Jeff know, this trip would be anything but ordinary. It might very well be the last thing he'd ever do.
Look at the fucking flashlight.
So wait, did he die?
I can't see a goddamn thing outside this night vision. Jesus Christ. I don't know where the fuck I am. Fucking prick chased me off. Now I'm wandering the goddamn darkness. Shit.
A few days later, a search party came across Jeff's abandoned campsite. His belongings were scattered, but his camera was still intact. The footage on it was harrowing, to say the least. Jeff had captured his own descent into a nightmare. In the video, he trudged through the wilderness, his breath visible in the cold night air, mumbling to himself about being lost. The darkness was impenetrable, with only the narrow beam of his flashlight cutting through it. He kept muttering that he couldn't see anything, and that everything looked the same. But that was just the beginning of the horrors he was about to face.
So is it real? Did this guy pass away? That's crazy.
As he ventured deeper into the forest, the atmosphere grew even more oppressive. The trees, tall and gnarled, seemed to close in around him. Suddenly, Jeff's camera caught something that made his blood run cold. A tree with a bizarre, white, knot-like object embedded in its bark. The shape was almost organic, as if it had grown there deliberately. Jeff's breathing quickened, and he whispered frantically to the camera that he felt he was being watched.
I never could understand why on earth campers would even want to bring a camera with them when they're going to be camping, lol. Botrix official. Be a support hero today.
Wait, how do you...
By using commands like
that's a weird question.
support.
I would never understand why on earth campers would even want to bring a camera with them when they're going camping. Well, they're documenting for their audience. That's the only reason why they'll bring it. That's the whole point. If you're camping by yourself and you don't have a YouTube channel, the chances you bring a camera will be unlikely. But then again, maybe you have your own reasons. Maybe you want to document nature, or you might learn something.
It's looking good, teach.
I think so, but I think there has some issues with it, but I'll fix them.
Arian.
Why can't I take both?
True. I'm just saying it seems a little odd, lol.
I don't think so. I think it makes more sense to bring a camera anyway, because if you do bring a camera, even if you don't have a YouTube channel, maybe you might run into some sounds or run into something that will be hard to explain to people, you know? So it's good to have evidence that, like, you might run into an animal we have never seen before, right? And going and telling people you ran into an animal that's never been seen before may be unlikely for them to believe. So even if you don't have a YouTube channel or you're not streaming it, if you have the camera with you, it's enough evidence to say, hey, look, I have this evidence, this is my video. Right? So some people do that. Whether it's for their personal reasons or just, you know. What am I doing? Oh, sorry about that. Like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. I hope you guys enjoyed this. For those who watched the video, I just realized it just came to its end, pretty much. I would keep going, but it is 9:23. So I'm gonna send this to my client. The only thing left I have to do is just make sure that the colors are correct. I don't really like the colors on the clothing. I kind of made it look kind of flat when it comes to the one clothing, but they wanted a military base type individual. Now these colors are looking more like hunting colors when I look at it now, so I may have to change some of the colors, or they may not even give a shit, but I'm going to make it a little bit more military based, more in like probably camo or something. That would make a little bit more sense, like more green camo. But yeah, I'm going to send this off to my client in an hour or two. So for those who came in, thank you for coming. I do appreciate every last one of you. Thank you for the follows. If you guys enjoyed this, it was cool. I'm gonna send this to my client and see what they say, and then finish it off. Hopefully they like it. Because when I look at it now, she looks like she's kind of going hunting. Then she is military, so I'm gonna have to change the colors. I think green, gray, dark brown, or brown, light brown, probably more light brown colors might work. So like if I were to take this color and then make it more dark greenish, I think that would be a better, yeah, like this. And then or I wouldn't, maybe I should go with more grayish or something. I'll think of something. Alright. They say I can do whatever I please, but I sometimes hate that type of freedom, which is funny because like I know a lot of people like that type of freedom. That, you know, but the reason why I hate that type of freedom sometimes when they let me freestyle is because like it leads to a situation where when you're drawing a character, they may not like what they see. That's why rather than give me like something they want, then give me something that they let me, because what I may like, they may not like. So I rather them give me something of substance, so I have something to base off and work off of, or at least write down what you want, and that makes it much easier for me to just keep on track. But when you give me the power to do that, yeah, because when you give me the power to do whatever I want, you may not like what I give you, and then I just kind of just wasted a bunch of time. So like, yeah. Anyway, with that said, no. This is my first, not first client, but this is the first time this client is buying from me for $300 for doing this. But it's nowhere close to be done because I have to render this even more than I have to. So I'm gonna try and make this as look as perfect as possible. But I'm gonna send this to them to see how far is my progress, so they have an idea what they're getting. And if they don't like it, at least I have some poses that's ready to go. If they say I don't like it, or they want to change something, or they want to change the whole thing, or so. Alright, so with that said, have a great night, guys. I'm gonna let you guys go. Have a great night. Keep safe and keep practicing. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully I'll get this done and I'll post this off, and then I can do the other 3 commissions I have to do for Ari. So have a great night, guys. Laters. Bye-bye, guys. Thank you. Hello.